Oh boy, oh boy. It's feeling like another, it's feeling like another, Topo Chico today. That's two, baby. Felix, you broke your streak. You promised me, Felix, you promised me. You said that you wouldn't miss another, raid. Oh no, Felix, you let me down. I'm just kidding. How you doing? Felix, Yate cake boyan. How are you doing? Felix. It is unbelievable. I bamboozled you. I'm sorry, let's be honest. The King of Squirrel. How are you doing? The King of Squirrel. Stinky, what's up? It's nice to see you for a few seconds. Oi, I love Shiny. How are you doing? Kim, how are you doing? I'm gonna take a sip of this drink. Oh, that's spicy. Yes. You have to just start another stream. There you go. No big deal. Anyway, you guys, I'm sorry for missing yesterday. I didn't sleep not a wink the night before. I couldn't fall asleep. Stupid brain. My stupid brain go brrr. It goes zoom. I couldn't go to bed. I stayed up all night. And then I slept really good last night. Last night I went to bed at 9 p.m. Can you believe it? And there were people debating whether or not I was just playing games without y'all. Unbelievable. I was not playing games without y'all. I went to bed at 9. It was horrible. I couldn't do anything. I wish. It's so upsetting. I cannot believe that Final Fantasy hadn't flipped the... Final Fantasy was on maintenance on the night that I stayed up all night. And then the next night, I had to go to bed at 9. I had to go to... Felix, you gotta go to bed? All right, we'll see you later. Here's my face. Hi. I'm tiny today. Just today, all right? I'm working on it. How are you doing? Oh, oh, you blocked it? Oh, snap. You blocked it. Felix, how dare you? You can be whatever you are. Don't even worry about it. Tiny Kitty for now. I've got plans, you guys. I've got big plans. Felix, we'll see you later. Good night. It's face. It's face. It's a big face. Wait a second. Yes. I'm working on the setup, you guys. I'm working on the setup. I'm making a lot of progress. You guys, how are you doing? Shiny's here. Oi! Nice to see you. Final Fantasy. A whole sea of Fanta. That sounds good. Delicious. Yes. But how's everybody doing? Fluffy, you said that I'm floofy? It's true. I am a little bit fluffy. Beowulf, what's up? Yukin Arts, hi there. What's up? Woo! I hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, look, I hung up the... The stab. Also, I have a whole bag of something. The hair situation, much flickies. It's, yeah, I did not take care of my hair today. I'm sorry. It just didn't pan out. All right? I didn't mess with it today. I was too busy. Foster Kitten, how are you doing? What's up? Everybody, I hope that you're doing absolutely splendid. Yeah, Champion the Raven Queen, hi there. What's up? What did y'all do without me last night? What did y'all do without me? Come on. You gotta admit it. What was it? Alchemic, I'm guessing that you were playing Final Fantasy since you had a whole day without it. Shaking my head. What was everybody else doing? I know that Arisa was sleeping. You saw some Amori art, but I don't know if it's appropriate since it has blood. Yeah, let's play it safe. Oh, you said you made it. Let's play it safe. Stinky, and say no. If you're asking, is it appropriate? Answer's probably no. Am I standing up? I am. The setup currently looks a little bit better while standing, but if I move down with you for a second, you can see that I made a small adjustment. Look over to the side. What do you see? There's LED strips over there. There's LED strips near the Legos. It's true. We did that, and also, it's really hard for me to stand like this. Oh, the squat. If you call decorating my house playing Final Fantasy, sure, yeah. Decorating your house, that counts. That's like Sims Final Fantasy edition. But you guys, I bought some stuff. I went out and besides that LED strip, let me show you this stack. We're making some changes around here. I got some nano leaves. I got some baby nano leaves to make our main setup look better. I got some expansion pack. And I also got 2 different starter kits. I got one for triangles and I got one for hexagons. Hexagon. Another hexagon one. And the reason being is because I want to make like this entire room really cool. I want to make the entire place just be like glowing. I want it to look beautiful from every angle. Now I'm gonna have like some on the wall. I'm gonna have some in front of me. I'm gonna have like these like little LEDs over here. I want to expand the view a little bit because right now it's way too zoomed in. I want it to be like wider. And for it to get wider, like the entire room looks really ugly. So instead, I'm gonna start. I just gotta start spending some money on this setup, you guys. This setup's not good enough. It's already looking way better. I like the. I don't know what I'm gonna do about that wall. It's dark. It's dark and ugly. It's dark and dank. But I wonder if like whenever I put lights on this wall, I don't know if that's gonna help. I can't tell. You love the art under the camera, by the way? Oh, the art below. Yes. That would be by Anne. This is Anne's. This is Risa's down here, and over there is that's not yatta cake. That's taiyaki? Did taiyaki make that? Oh my gosh, I almost messed that up. Whoops. I'm pretty sure that's taiyaki. Kenny, your hair is naturally fluffy. It is right now. I mean, look at it. Yes, it is indeed fluffy today. Yes, it's taiyaki. Goodness gracious. Yatta Cake made so much art, but I looked at it and I was like, that's not Yatta's style. That can't be Yatta's. I just kind of assumed that it would be Yatta because there was so much of it. Also, hi there, VLD Petra. Oh, what's up, Petra? It feels like I just saw you the other day, but before that, it'd been forever. Did I comment on that? Did I already say, Petra, it's been forever. How are you doing? I remember you and your name. Also, A-Star, what's up? I, for one, like the darkness. It's easier to hide. Oh, what? I was watching a YouTube video that had a fancy British guy that sounded like A-Star that was like, oi, me setup. Let me show you me setup, bruv. Do I see an Animal Crossing version of Squirrel? Yes, that's what it is. That's the Animal Crossing version. But yes, what I was gonna say is that I don't think that I'm gonna have like this little window. I'm not sure if I like it. We'll see. I will probably make it big again, but I think that I need to get a new lens if I'm gonna do that. Since when am I fancy? You have a British accent, therefore you are fancy, A-Star. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that British accents are fancy. They're either fancy or the villain. That's one or the other. And I think that you're probably both. Quality and what? No, you're quantity and quality. How dare you? How dare you, Yatta? It's both. Also, hi there, Celestial. Hi there, Mangled Marionette. Hi there, Dai. Dai also has a fancy. Does A-Star have a posh accent? He does. He does have a posh accent. And now that Dai's here, I need to turn on the bot before he fusses at me. How are you doing? What's up, Dai? I hope you're well. I hope that everybody enjoyed their day yesterday. Sorry for not sleeping, but I slept last night, and it got me like wanting to do stuff. I started doing stuff around my house, making my living room a little bit better. I got a piano stand, so that's nice. I bought some new headphones, some KZs that I can't try out right now because I need to get like a ground loop adapter or something. But here's the headphones that I'm probably going to use as soon as I can make them work. I don't know why there's so much noise on these suckers, but yeah, they're gonna be more comfortable than what I'm using. I'm using something very uncomfortable right now. Also, you have a piano to put on the piano stand? I do. I have a piano. I'm gonna try to practice it more. I got a, now I can just sit. I got a seat, I got a stand, and I got the plug. I just went and bought another plug. So now I've got it set up. Why that word? Wait, what? Why what word? Oh, put's a bad word. You know that. You know that. You better watch your mouth. Also, Darren the Wizard, what's up? Oi, 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 oi. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Rosera, hi there. Your name still looks weird. I hope you're well, Rosera. And Petra, you said that you, let me go up a little bit. You said you haven't been here in more than a month. Petra, you were gone. You were gone, and we were all crying. Summer's just consuming your life. You know, sleeping 12 hours a day, then doing nothing the rest of the 12. I feel you. I know what you mean. Can you play piano? No. No, I cannot play piano. Not at all. I'm practicing. I'm doing it for fun. It's for, I'm a pianist just for fun. You have an Oregon accent? Oh, that's not very fancy. If you don't mind me saying so. Calling me fancy villain, I can't believe it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to twiddle my curly mustache and fly my blimp. My blimp, and then I'll put on my my goggles. A-Star has a blimp! He has a blimp, goggles, and a mustache. It's unbelievable. Yum, 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 yum. Very delicious. But no, I cannot play piano. I just want to practice. Practice time. I wish you the best of streams, Fredo. I'm off to play some games with games yourself, you think? All right, Darren, have fun. We'll see you later, my friend. It was nice to see you. Enjoy your games. Getting dropped in by the wizard. What a bean. Also, I just realized I don't have my hoodie on. Do I need to put on the Legend of Zelda hoodie? It is rather warm in here, but it would be fancy. Same, I'm so bad at playing piano, but sometimes I feel like playing something. Yes, I know there's been times that I was like, I want to play the piano right now. It would make me feel better. And then I couldn't find the plug, so I couldn't do it. I couldn't find it. So now I've got it set up so that if the mood strikes, then I'll be ready. And a death ray, but don't tell anyone. Ow! Shades on head for simplistic costume? Oh boy. Aris is like, don't sweat it, Earl. Don't sweat it. Only if you want to. Being warm and frustrated makes the game longer. Ooh, Angry Boy. Angry Boy plays Legend of Zelda for 3 hours straight. It's, well, for 5 or 6 hours probably. Ugh. It is, I did not take a break yesterday because I was frustrated, but it worked out pretty well because I was definitely frustrated, and I still probably am. You want to learn your current favorite song on the piano, but I always give up. Oh no, Petra, there is specifically a song that I heard and that I was like, wait a second, that's a very basic piano thing. I could probably learn that, so that did encourage me to go ahead and get it set up. I was like, wait a moment. I can learn that song. I just need to get this darn piano working, but now it's working, so we should be good. Oh yeah, I removed that thing over there, the box. There was a box on top of that. Maybe y'all don't remember that, but there was a box that was on top of these. There was like more shelves, and I'm whipping my headphones out. This is why I want to switch them. But yeah, we removed that box, and now the only thing that I'm thinking is that I can't decide. The only thing that I can't decide is, should I make this be 2? Should I make this be 2? Because I have enough boxes for it. Should I? Gosh darn it, I pulled it out again. Okay, I'm not listening to any music. I can't decide because I can put them like a little bit forward, and then the lights will like shine behind them, and they'll like shine through the boxes. I guess maybe I'll just have to check 2 of them. But yeah, I'm thinking about putting these cool light panels. I'm thinking about putting them behind the squares. Then you can see the light through the squares, and it'll illuminate what's inside of it, and it'll make the wall more interesting. I don't know. I didn't have time. I didn't have time to install all this stuff because I went out and bought it. But I've got a bunch of new lights that I'm gonna plug in tomorrow. Tomorrow, the lights are going in, and also I'll probably judge the contest, you guys. So I'm sorry for being slow. Sorry for being slow on the contest. I promise. I am keeping it in mind. I will probably be judging it Tomorrow. Let me see. Hey, real-time bread. What's up? Oh, dang, look who it is. Best bud Kenny. What? Best bud? Oh my goodness, you're so sweet. Real-time bread, how are you doing? Hello, Lemonberry, what's up? Linz is here, Calico's here. Oh my gosh, we got a whole party. Y'all can watch me play the annoying game. Alchemic said, my dude, I checked. From the time you entered the desert to the time you figured out how to get across was 55 minutes, a whole hour in that stupid desert? I'm not surprised. I mean, admittedly, I was raided like 2 or 3 times during that time period, if I'm not mistaken. So I was introduced to a bunch of new friends, like Landfork raided, I think Kuri raided, or Kuri certainly went into the chat. Yes, there was lots of distractions. All the good friendos. Yes. What did I just spend on? What? You just paid for wait. A sound effect. It's a sound effect. Fuzzy Boot, how are you doing? What's up? You're doing well? Ooh. Wonderful. Real-time bread. I'm glad that you're well. I had to take yesterday off because I didn't sleep the night before. But today, I woke up early. I did a bunch of things. I got laundry done. I changed up my setup. I built the piano stand. I cleaned the kitchen. I swept the porch. I cooked eggs. And I ate all of the meals. Huh? It could probably be a little bit louder. All right, now it's louder. Now it's much louder. I turned it down because y'all have been complaining about the raid. The raid Shadow Legends. Yes, the raid sound effect is a little expensive. I mean, it's a little loud. That's what it is. Is that better? Is that better, you two? I just maxed out the volume, so it better be. You're doing better today? I'm glad to hear that, Calico. Oh. I'm sorry that I couldn't be here yesterday. No. I don't know if that would have happened. It's better. Should I still turn it up? I can turn it up more. Just give me a second. Give me a second. Hang on. There. Now it's even louder. Or it should be. Okay, let me adjust this over here. There we go. Kenny did today what most adults do on a daily basis. What? That is some baloney right there. That is ridiculous. That's not true at all. People don't sweep the porch. People don't clean the entire house. People don't do the laundry every day. How many clothes do you wear in a day, A-Star? Goodness gracious. A-Star's over here putting on a shirt, pulling off the shirt, putting on the shirt. Oh, it touched my skin. Now it's dirty again. Okay, time to wash the clothes for the 3rd time today. No, that's a weekly thing at the very least. Thank you very much. And some of us around here wait 2 or 3 weeks, maybe even a whole month. It depends on how many people live in the house. Do you know how many people live in this house? 0, except for me, which is 1. You've never swept your porch, and I've lived here 7 months. Oh, there you go. See, thank you, Alchemic. I appreciate it. Di, you wear 35 outfits a day. Lady Gaga learned it from me. No. Di, that's not true. I don't believe you. You probably put on sweatpants and just wear those all day. That is ridiculous. But oh yeah, that reminds me. I know that I'm trying to just go ahead and buy everything that I want to. That's why I'm thinking that I'm gonna start focusing a little bit more on fashion, maybe. I think that I'm gonna buy some more comfortable clothing instead of just using the same hand-me-downs. Like the pants that I'm wearing, I've had these for like 6 years, and they were free whenever I got them, and they've never really fit. So I don't know why I still have them. You love the shirt? Where'd you get it? I got this from a box. A very suspicious box was sent to me in the middle of some month, kind of like far after my birthday. Some random box showed up. It was just filled with shirts. It was filled with shirts, and this was one of them. I don't know. Free shirts. It must have been a shirt fairy. I'm not sure. It could have been from anywhere. It could have come from anywhere. Oh, do you need more bottoms? I've got enough bottom for everyone in chat. No, just kidding. Don't worry. I'll get some shorts. No worries. I bet you rocked all 35 of them. Oh my gosh, yes. I mean, Di is very fancy. It's true. It's true. So I'm ready to throw hands. Linz, what the heck? Why are you mad? Oh wait, the Bungie dance studio that booked for City's bachelorette party went out of business? What? What kind of horrible timing is that? That's wretched. You like to buy everything that you want to, but I don't buy non-refundable, non-changeable plan tickets. That's a pro tip. Oh dear. I do want to be a pro. I do want to be a pro, Calico. So I could use all of the pro tips. What are y'all's pro tips for money? Does anybody have any money pro tips? I'm talking about, I mean, Kim, Callie, Arisa, Alchemic, Rosera. Come on, you guys. Come on. All of you. Can you give me some tips? Can you give me some tips about money? Could you give me some pro tips? Y'all are adults. Almost all of y'all are older than me. What's y'all's tips as ancient adults that all of y'all are? A pro tip for money: don't what? Don't get any? Don't earn any? Okay, I've got a few ideas. Don't earn any money? Interesting. Only use it when you need it, except sometimes. That's very, Arisa, that's way too general. Pro tip for money, don't spend it. Rosera, what's the point of money if you don't spend it? I don't get it. I don't get it. Pro tip, spend it on Kenny. But that's me, so I should spend all of my money on me. Okay. All right, Kim, deal. That does sound like a professional tip. You're younger than me? Mangled Marionette, I was only teasing. Put 10% of your paychecks into savings before anything else. This has saved my behind so many times. What? Put them all into savings, 10%? I guess that's kind of, I don't know if I do that. I'm not sure. I don't know any pro tips because I'm a broke art student. Champion Raven Queen. You should have all of the money tips since you don't have any. The people that don't have any money are the ones that have the best tips. I mean, clearly they know how to get rid of it. That's good. Tip, know it's green, but doesn't count as one of your 5 a day. Ooh, I like that. I like that, A-star. Know that it may be green, but you probably shouldn't put it in a salad. It doesn't count. Invest money that you don't care about losing. Ooh, Alchemic, I did walk onto Twitter the other day. Yikers. Yes. Invest money you don't care about losing. Yes, I use that daily. I do use that pro tip on the daily. I do have some investments, but I'm not worried about any of them. I'm not worried about any of them because that money is essentially gone forever. Gone forever. That's how I assume my money that I invest is just poof. You'll never see it again. That's how I invest. Real pro tip, make a spreadsheet so that you can monthly calculate what you need to pay in bills, groceries, utilities. That gives you an idea of what you need to spend, save, and maybe splurge on. Interesting. Rosera, have you ever heard of the app? Speaking of, since we're talking about boring adult things for just a minute, have any of y'all heard of Mint? The app. This is a sponsored segment just because they reached out to me and they said that if I talked about it on stream, they would give me $10,000. No, but the app called Mint, it can you can hook up all your different accounts to it, and then it will like aggregate all the data, and it'll pull all of your portfolio, all of your different accounts. It will total them up so that you know how much money you have, and then it will also take all of your all of the credit cards as well, and it'll show how much you're gonna owe at the end of the month. And then it's pretty good. It's pretty good. They just keep everything together. It's very convenient. What did Di say? Pro tip, if you gather all the change you get over a decade and change all of your tens, you change all of your tens and less into coins as well, you can change them out for your mattress and feel like a dragon. What? If you save all of your pennies and nickels ever, and then you also get rid of all of your money and turn it into pennies, then you can sit on a big like lump of money. That sounds horribly uncomfortable. Is that supportive? Excuse me, is this mattress supportive? I don't know. It feels a little hard. I'm not sure if it's I'm not sure if it's gonna support this frame of mine. Doesn't feel good. Hello. I need to listen while I do laundry. Help! I'm drowning in clothes. Kareem, I have clean clothes on my bed. I have clean clothes on my bed that I just pulled outside of the dishwasher. I mean the washing machine. The washing machine. I promise. I promise you guys. But yes, I totally understand you there, Kareem. That's what I've got to do later. How to be a dragon 101? Scrooge McDuck 101? Is that true? I don't want to be Scrooge McDuck. He just bounces his way into oblivion. Remember whenever we played DuckTales, that Scrooge McDuck didn't care anything about staying alive. Hi, the weather in the UK is so warm and I just need a good thunderstorm. Ooh, Ice Queen, it's hot in Texas. It's true. You use acorns and take all of your investments, round them to the dollar, and invest them into things of your choice. I know what that is. I know what that is, Alchemic. Yeah, wasn't that? That was like suggested over, what's his called? What is he called? That Ashton Kutcher guy. I'm pretty sure that he shilled for acorns, right? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that Ashton Kutcher was talking about it. Well, it's better to put your clothes in the dishwasher than to put dishes in the washing machine. Oh no, that sounds like a bunch of broken porcelain. That's not good. You heard it here. Kenny uses the dishwasher to clean his clothes. So what? You save money. I own a dishwasher. I don't own a washing machine. I don't have an option. I feel like Di just doesn't trust banks and sleeps on his money. Oh no, Di, have you just shoved all of your money into your mattress like Mr. Krabs? That's probably not a very good idea. I mean, that's worse than that's not good for inflation, my friend. At least you can trail inflation with your little pennies that you get every year. Wait, for real? No, not at all. Absolutely not. No. Something that I've also heard is try to pay with cash instead of cards, because there's more impact when you visually see the amount that you're spending. Yeah, it hurts more. It does hurt more. It's a psychological thing. It's psychological, but Rosera, you also get 1% back, or 2%, depending on if you're a good bean. You can make money back if you use your credit card, and it's only plastic. I mean, what the heck? It doesn't feel like you're really spending money. If all you got to do is just go swipe, and then boom, you just have free stuff. Free stuff. That's what I did with all of these lights. I was like, what the heck? I don't want to spend any money on these lights, but then I just handed them a piece of plastic and they were like, here you go, sir. And I was like, all right. I didn't even have to spend any money on it. Sweet. Free stuff. Free stuff. Exactly. Yes, yes, yes. You're at 2.5 with capital 1. Oh, snap. Hey, Alchemic, that's how to live. That's how to live. Where's my credit card? I need a fancy pants credit card to be able to save more money. If plastic says credit, it's the bank's money. Exactly. It's not my money. It's somebody else's money. But you can also hand paper for free stuff. No, you got to earn that paper. You got to earn that paper. At the end of the month, whenever I get my Twitch sends me an email. I click on the email, and then my printer over in the corner starts printing out money. They're called Amazon bucks. They look a little bit like Monopoly money, but they can be turned in for foot rubs. It's true. Bezos bucks. They get printed out there. My bank transfers a quarter into my savings every time that you use your card. What? It transfers a quarter, as in like a 25 cents, or like a quarter of all your money, because you're gonna run out of money pretty quick, right? That sounds illegal. I mean, Bezos said it was okay. He said that it was real money. It's all redeemable on Amazon.com. That's where I've been buying everything for the past 3 months. I don't have any real money. It's not illegal. It's just a little microcurrency, you know? It's like Dogecoins, but instead it's Bezos coins. It's true. He also thanked everybody for paying for his trip to space. He said, thanks a lot. See you later, suckers. Yeah, I was hearing some description of Elon Musk, and they were like, Elon Musk is trying to leave us all behind. He's trying to escape the planet instead of fixing it. I was like, well, I mean, that's not entirely wrong. I mean, like a dum-dum. Oh, what? You mean that you wouldn't go to space if you could? I would. Just think about if somebody was like, here, sit right next to me. We're going to go to space. And then you were like, what the heck? Free ride. I'd go up there. What for? To look out the window. To look out the window so that you can see the curvature of the earth. And then you can make your own YouTube channel disproving the flat earth theory. You can be, oh my gosh, look how tiny that is. It's tiny. Thank you for the follow, Blick Brown. I hope you're well. Hi there. Hi, Blick. I hope you're vibing today. Space is scary. Oh, poo. So is the ocean, but I still swim in there. You'd go to space? Of course you would, Kelly. That's because you want to live life and prosper. Alchemic, you mean that if somebody offered you a trip to space, that you'd say, what for? So why would I want to do that? You would just be like, what's the point of going to space? I'm not going. Blick, what's up? Oh, I see that you're a salty friendo. All right, Salty the alien. That's my friend. Nice. Nice to meet you, Blick. I hope that you're doing well. Oh yeah. Wait, I was like, immediately I like see a follow and I'm like, I wonder who this is. And then boom, I see that it's a salty friendo. Am I the only one that can't swim? Petra, you could learn to swim if you wanted to, but thankfully, no swimming in space. That's illegal. You totally go to space? Ocean? Not so much. You like having your feet on the ground, to be honest. It does feel safer. It does feel more real. I like the ground. I'll stick with it. Honey Puff Monster, how are you doing? What's up? Somebody was like, you're standing. You bet I'm standing. I'm standing up. Standing up for myself over here. Oh man, I was getting my Galaxy swimsuit ready for that. I mean, you can still wear the swimsuit in, it seems like wearing a swimsuit in space in zero gravity would be kind of fun. Like, trying to fly, editing the space video so that it looks like you're confirming flat Earth. Get more retweets. Aha, that's how you get really famous. If you just take a picture with the curve of the Earth, and they'll be like, oh, what? That's not very interesting. No. Like if something goes wrong in the spaceship, you're dead, son. If something goes wrong in a airplane, you're dead, son. If something goes wrong in your car while you're driving really fast, you're dead. If something goes wrong with, other things could go wrong in other things that would kill you. Also, hi there, Gonda. Did you say nice hair? Oh, thank you. Yes, very, very hair. Yes, very hair, very poof. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll actually take care of my hair. I'm almost to hat mode, you guys. I've been growing my hair ever since New Year's, and I'm thinking that we're entering hat mode, where it'll only look good with a hat. You know what I'm saying? You know, because like the sides, whenever you push them down, they kind of curl up. I don't know. What hats do you have to mode? I've got a normal hat. Hat mode. Yes, the only... You have to protect your hair. It's because of... Oh, brilliant. Yeah. This is the hat that I can wear to make sure that my hair isn't noticed, you know? It'll be a little low... It's a little low-key, just in case people are picking on my hair. I don't want them to bother me about it. Reshave your head. A genius idea, Gonda. Cheers to that. Just kidding. I will not do that. No, we're not doing it. Yeah. Your hair's great. Don't cover it up. I have to cover it up. I'm sorry. Pointy hat, just like Link. Lovely. Oh, wait, who's going to bed? You gotta go. I'm glad that I got to hang out for a little bit. Convo was very interesting. Lemon Berry. I promise there'll be games later. Also, see y'all later. All right, we'll see you later. Lemon Berry. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here. No, I mean like this kind of hat. See, it kind of curls up on the sides. It looks kind of fun. I don't know. We'll see. I don't really care. I like the crazy hair too. Egg mode. I'm not going egg mode. We're supposed to get long hair. You like the first one better? Rosera, unbelievable. This is my small head, my teeny tiny head. And then look, if I take off the hat, then I've got a big head. Big head. Oh, yes. There we go. Now that's a big-headed boy. Now that's a smart boy right there. I've seen that. You like the crazy hair? It is pretty good. It's pretty good. You like the first hat too? Oh, what, the witch hat? Yeah, well, we'll wear the witch hat whenever it's time. Whenever it's time, we shall. You were just reading a book. Your first book of the year. Yes, shame on me. I haven't read any books. Syndrome vibes. It looks like Syndrome, Jimmy Neutron, Goku, or a JoJo character. The Einstein hair is very in these days, I hear. Very in? The Einstein hair is very in. Is that a pun? That's not a pun, right? No. In doesn't have anything to do with Einstein. As in fashion? Yeah. Oh. Okay. Oh, all right. I thought that was a pun. I thought that because you made that laughing face. You made that laughing face right after it with the disco ball. I thought that meant that it was a pun, but it wasn't. Okay, well. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's not in. It's making a comeback. It's the laziness. Laziness is making a comeback. People they don't care about their hair. They just don't care about their hair anymore. They just let it go. The aliens meme guy, aliens. You have a question? Go for it, Blick. What's the question? I think I saw you ask a question. Let me scroll up. Blick, do you know AJR? AJR. Anti-Jar Jar referendum? I don't know what that is. COVID hair. What? COVID hair? Don't waste your time looking for Einstein jokes. Conserve your energy. There you go, Di. Thank you. I was expecting a E equals MC squared, but I knew that was too difficult for you to make a pun out of. Whew. I knew that Di couldn't make one out of the M equals MC squared. It's true. It's a band, AJR. That stands. If it's a band, then it's AJR is a band. It's called Journey. AJR. Academics. I don't know what. Adam Jack Ryan. What? Adam Jack Ryan. Is that an actual band? Adam Jack Ryan. Or is that the people in a band? Or is that the band's name? The band's name is AJR? What? How have I not heard of it? What? It's an American indie pop trio comprised of brothers Adam, Jack, and Ryan. Oh. So it should be called, could it be called AJRM because their last name is Met? Oh, well, oh, okay. No, I've never heard of them. Are they popular? I've never even heard of them. I'm sorry. Leslie the Disco, how you doing? Oi, welcome to the party. Kim would know that. It had the word The Click in it. That they made an album called The Click. As in our click? Wait a second. Kathy the Toad, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. These people are trying to teach me music while we wait to play Skyward Sword. First time that you've heard about it? All right, Akimic's never heard of it. That means that it's not popular. There's a song called Humpty Dumpty Burn the House Down Bang. Way less sad. What less sad than Humpty Dumpty fell on the wall? Humpty Dumpty died. Poor Humpty Dumpty. I mean, they tried to put him back together. Well, I was gonna say a joke about chemistry, but I was afraid it wasn't gonna get a reaction. That's pretty good. Pretty good, Rosera. I see that Di is probably still thinking about how to make a pun. Rosera, thanks for filling in the gaps. Appreciate it. A reaction. The only one I know by them is because they're Click. Because they have an album named after our friend Click. What? So you just like saw it on the subreddit or something? You tried playing Cuphead earlier, but then the batteries of my Switch were low. Now I'm knitting and watching streams. Ah, yeah, Kathy. That game's too frustrating anyway. I'm just kidding. It's actually very good. Cuphead's pretty great. Of course, you matter. Ah, I matter. E equals MC squared is too tricky. I try to keep my puns massively funny, but speedy and light. Yeah. That's pretty good, Di. It's a good try. You know what? I'm proud of Di. I'm proud of Di. I think that you did a great job. And I can tell that you didn't Google that. So you know what? That's extra credit. If you'd actually come up with a good pun, I would have doubted whether you came up with it or not. So you know what? I'm proud of you. Ahoy! Been playing that Pokemon Unite a little bit today. What? Pokemon Unite? Is that the fighting game? Captain Zanuck, what do you think about it? Bravo, sir. God bless him. God bless Di. He's done his best. It's the only thing that we could ever hope that he does. He just does his best. Sings, hit me with your best shot. Hit me with your best putts. No, the stupid lawnmower. The lawnmower of death is rolling by my window. All right, you guys, let's play this game. Let's play this game. I've had enough. Can I get a mod to change the not the title, but the diddly darn old group? Okay. Oh, I know it's right at the end of the end of the music. Nice. But yeah, could a mod change the game? I'd appreciate it. We're gonna be playing Zelda Skyward Sword HD, very spicy. All right, here we go again. Here we go again to the desert temple. Lovely. I can't wait to see what type of trouble Link's getting up to. The MOBA, it's pretty good, but not too difficult compared to LOL. What? The MOBA. Oh, it's compared to League? Huh. I don't think I've ever seen it. That sounds fascinating. This is interesting. So wait a second. There's an MMO that's coming out, and then there's a remake of Yellow. No, Yellow's remake already came out. It's a remake of there's a remake, and then there's also the MMO. I'm confused. I'm confused if it is the MMO or not. I thought that was coming out next year. Also, hi there, Dell. What's up? Oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. Dell is here. Okay, wait. Lenny, pick it. What the heck? Okay, there we go. My bad. All right, back to the game, you guys. Back to the tools, and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for Link. Your brain gets smart, but your butt, it's still watching, but has hands full of needles and yarns and stuff. All right, Kathy, no worries. No worries, you keep knitting. You keep knitting, and I'll start knitting this narrative together. We're gonna enjoy some adventures, some spicy adventures. Kenny, how far did you get into the dungeon? Like really far, okay? Like really, really far. Like we're completely done, pretty much. Let's see. We need to get some. Okay, wait. What were we doing? Where were we? Looks like there's we don't even have the map right now. Where shall we go? You might go to sleep now, but it's great to check in. It feels great in here to be remembered. Don't know when I'll check it again, but I'll try to sleep. Merry Christmas. Oh, what? If not Merry Christmas? Oi. Hey, well, we'll see you later, Petra. It was nice to see you again. Of course. We'll never forget you. I'll never forget you, Petra, because your name is amazing. But we'll see you later. We'll see you later. Happy Halloween. Yes. Happy Halloween first. Okay, so we have already been through here. Let's go through here, the other way. La 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 la. There's an AJR song called Christmas in July. Oh no, here we go. This has turned into an turned into an AJR stream. Oh yeah, because of those. Oh, we died over here. This is where we're supposed to go. This is where we're supposed to go. Yeah, because I just got this new, I got the magical bag of wins from Patrick. Patrick gave me the magical bag of wins. Now we can die right now. That's nice. Good job not grabbing on the edge, Link. I'm proud of you. Look at how thin this area is. Yet he just jumps right off the edge. Oh no. We're starting off strong, you guys. Starting off strong. You call me Lenny. That's right. You did that too? That's because, look at how close it is. Why didn't they just make it so that it... Okay, I can't complain yet, you guys. We just started. Don't tempt me, Arisa. Don't tempt me. If I have a problem that you had, then I will immediately blame game design. And then if Alchemic says, oh yeah, that made me quit the game too, then I'm totally done. It would be difficult falling off that space gap. I mean, that looks like the gap that would scare a child, but you probably wouldn't actually fall out. You wouldn't fall off. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Stop shooting me. I hate these guys so much. I don't even know how to deal with them. I don't even know. Link didn't want to carry on. That was intentional. No, die. Don't cry. Don't cry because it's over. Laugh because Link fell. Wee. Boyon. Boyoyoyoyoyoyong. Away we go. Ah! I mean, I did finish this game, so it's possible. Oh, what? Kim, you're a pro gamer. I'm not gonna count you beating it as it being easy. Oh, the door stayed open. That's nice. All right. All right. We got snakes. We gotta kill these snake boys. Oh, I was expecting them to stand in a way that I could hit them. You gotta hit them all at the same time. Oh, there we go. You don't have to kill them all in one motion. But you can die if you want to. That's because I started the game with 3 lives. Come on, man. Was there a bone coffee today? I clearly did not drink enough coffee. I don't recommend dying. Oh, how dare you? How dare you? Oh, hi there. How are you doing, QT? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Not so nice to see this game. Not so nice to see this game. Boy, Kim is flexing on us. Kim is like, I'm the only one in this chat that's beaten this game. Actually, who has beaten this game? In the chat right now. Who has beaten it? Only one person, right? Maybe 2. 1 or 2. You have? Celestial beat it? All right. So it can be beaten, Celestial? Do you confirm, or did you have to cheat your way through it? Admit it, Celestial. Did you do it modded, Boyan? You haven't played this one? Ah, QT says it's unbeatable. Boyan, you don't cheat? Oh dear. Celestial, never ever? Never ever? Sometimes I do cheat. I don't cheat at games like this though. I cheat at dumb games. Dumb games that deserve to be cheated on. Boyang. You've never played it on the Wii. Oh, well, I don't know if it was on that many consoles, to be honest. Stop! Oh, what? Die? That's a lot? What? When was that made? Did you just add that? Oh, you did add it. Die, were you rewatching the VOD? That was a long time ago. I like this rocket guy, though. Really adds a sense of danger. I like it. You know, after you get alive again, why doesn't it give you hearts? It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, dude. Where's my hearts? Huh. It's weird. Strange. Strange. Very, very strange. It's just odd to me. It's just strange. They died. They don't give you all your lives yet. Come on, let me live. That's right. Right? Get dead. Get dead. That's what I'm talking about. I only have a Link Between Worlds, but I really like it. You also started to play it again because of the streams? Haha! I will not apologize, Yuki, for encouraging you to play a great game. That's not my fault. It's just a great game. I'm glad you're enjoying it again. Nice. You don't have Skyward Switch, so you replayed it again on the Wii? Oh my. Damn, I've never heard of anybody replaying Skyward Sword. Oh my. I don't know what I'm doing either. It uses stamina to push this. Interesting. I don't see a reason for it to be stamina based. Kill them. Kill all the barrels. We need money. We need life. Life is more important than money. Thank you. Thank you for the delicious hearts. Excuse me, please, sir, could I have some more? Kinda like IRL when you push something heavy. Oh, what? This is how quickly, that's how quickly your stamina goes away, Lens. I don't know if that's an everybody thing. That sounds more like a you thing. Link be getting exhausted real quick out of here. So guys, I really love spending time with you, but my headache that I have is getting worse. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Sorry that you're feeling crummy, Rosera. Get some rest. Get some rest. Get some schlep. Schleppy. Ooh. Or just rest your brain. Do whatever it takes to get rid of that nasty headache. Wait. I don't know. Money's pretty important too. In this game it is. That's for sure. In real life, whatever. Money, no big deal. But in this game, oh my. Money's of the utmost importance. What's up with this, head? What's this head doing? Ooh. Wait a moment, wait a moment, wait a moment, wait a moment. Oh no. Hang on. Let me get my, bellows. So do you, like knock his head off? Oh, he puts his little heart out on his sleeve. Oh, you hit it, and you have to hit the other side too. Interesting. Oh, ow! That was a bigger jump than I expected. How dare you? How dare you? Oh, which side is it? This one? No, no. But I didn't know which side it's gonna be on. No, stab it! Yeah, there we go. Woo. Oh man, that's a pain in the neck. Okay. Oh, and that opened too. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Do. Oh, hi, Bohemian Moon. How are you doing? What's up, Chili? Oi. Chili. His heart is in his mouth. Ew, gross. Don't bite. Oh, hello there, Elfie. How are you doing? How are you doing? That's our Elfie. He looks like a cursed Pez dispenser. Ew. And the candy that he dispenses is disgusting as well. Hi, I've been here a while, just lurking. Oh, no worries. Bohemian Moon, thank you for the lurkies. I appreciate it. Boyan. Hearing us talking about lights. I can't wait. Yeah, I'm gonna have oh yeah, the light behind me, I promise not to talk about this too much, but that light behind me with the little holes in the middle, I'm removing the holes. I'm gonna make it a cool shape, dude. I'm gonna make it a cooler shape. I'm excited. I just didn't have time to put them in. I wish I'd gone shopping sooner, but I was busy. There we go. Here we go. All right, now we have our map, so we know what the heck is going on, right? Right? Nom Nom Fluff, how are you doing? Hi there, Nom Nom Fluff. Oi. Nice to see you. There's something over there. Oh, yes, you needed the, I don't see the guys that you need, you know? The little dudes that you can use to cross places. Oh, hi there. Chaotic neutral amp. What's up? Oh, there's a button. I hope that permanently stays there. Yep, looks like it permanently stays. We can save now. But that frog guy, you can't stand on him. But I could roll this. Oh my gosh, this thing's heavy. But am I supposed to kill this guy? You have to throw it over your head. That does not work very well at all. All right, I'm just gonna break these and see if they have any hearts. We got bombs. Oh, maybe we can roll a bomb across. I don't see anything to hit though. Maybe we can make it. Let's save first. Oh, I bet that we can activate. Okay, let's save. Does not look safe on the barrel. Yeah, I wouldn't hop on that. I wouldn't hop on the barrel. We need to activate this area, but I'm trying to remember where it's hiding. Oh, slime. There's a bomba. Okay, there's a bomba on a stick, but I don't see the Go away. Get out of here. Stop it. Just stop. I'm out of here. I think that we're gonna try to just run across. All right. I must do the lurk, you magnificent beans. In the words of Red Bird, I must wait away. All right. We'll see you later, Yatta. Oh, we're halfway. Oh, look at that. We made it halfway across. Time to run back. Wait. I'm gonna switch out that sound tomorrow, you guys. There'll be no more red birds. No more red bird. Okay, let's grab that bomb. We might have to walk closer. Huh. What did I see back there? Is there a path on the map, maybe? Good question. Good question. Looks like that you blow upon from the other side. It looks like that is a spot that has the, that looks like that's the spot. Oh, there is a path. Yeah, you're right. There is indeed a path on the map. But Redbird, we have to keep it fresh. Dang it. Speaking of fresh, we've got a new fresh corpse, Link. Dang it. Was that the, does it wiggle around? What? No, it doesn't. I must have not been walking straight. It's confusing with these sands. The sands are confusing. Because look, they're moving to the right. It's an optical illusion. Have some sand on the beach should be a tropical illusion. Oh. Kill it! Crawl away, quick! No, Redbird is so cute. I'm sorry, Redbird can't stay forever. Oh. Hello? No, that one's that one's not the way to go. This is the way to go. I ain't getting killed. Money? Mimi's. Mimi money, headed home. See y'all in a bit. All right, Calico. We'll see you later. Just ignored him. That's how I feel about you, you dumb little scorpion. Ha! I was ready because your friend dropped prematurely. Ooh, more treasure. All right, let's get out of here. Wait a second. Life. Yes. Okay. Since I moved, my cat Link has been exploring the new house, and all I hear is things crashing and him around being chaotic. Oh no! Cats are absolute chaos beings. Very frustrating sometimes. Mostly cute, sometimes frustrating. Whenever I had a cat, that meow meow kind of drove me crazy. It kept breaking things. No. Oh boy. That's that big brain move. They immediately electrify. It's so frustrating. So you break it in half and then they immediately electrify. So you have to hit and wait. I can't. I have no patience. All right, now this goes across and there's another little cage that we walk in. It's kind of strange that that they see what? They send you down this way, but they give it to you on the map, so they tell you where to go. Look at it. It's got the, so you go left and then go further right and then, yeah, so I already know where to go. There's no way that we could possibly die in this little hidey hole. This little crawly hidey hole. Although me personally, I'd be very nervous about crawling through here if I was Link. I'm surprised how gung-ho he is. All right, let's go over here. Oh, thanks for the follow. Oh, I can't see it on my screen. Is that Lucky Cat? Hey, Lucky Cat, thanks for the follow. I need to fix my screen really quick so that I could see follows and subbies and hosts and all of that. Okay, there we go. Now I can see it. Thank you, Lucky Cat. What's up? Welcome to the party. Party. One must strategically place breakable objects out of reach of the female from the feline friendo. The Chamber of Doom. The Chamber of Sadness. I do love the blowfish are pretty great though. Not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I do like those lads. But I'm really... Oh, look at... Okay, wait a second. This has got to be the exact same engine that they made the Luigi's Mansion areas on, right? Come on. I wonder if they knew that they were going to use it back then. But I bet that they use this. It looks exactly the same. It even looks like it's vacuuming, even though it's blowing it around. I just gotta go crazy. I gotta go crazy. Do I see some party beans in the chat? Oh yeah! Party time! Kaboom! Oh no. Whoops. Do. What's up? I realized I hadn't seen you in any Royalty Soaps videos in a minute, to be honest. Yes, I don't work for Royalty Soaps anymore. I don't even work there anymore. It's true. I've moved on. I've moved on, Lucky Cats. I mean, it's not impossible that I'll be in a video, but it's very, very unlikely. Very, very unlikely. But yeah, I used to be the editor and make soap and everything. But now I'm doing this full-time streamies, full-time game playing. Yes, it's, oh dear. Ouch! No, as you can tell, I am I've chosen my time wisely. I have been perfecting the gaming craft this entire time. Yeah, he's a real gaming boy right now. Falls off the edge and dies. The Sandy Devil, hey, what's up? Tsunami Slayer, how are you doing? Please slay all of the tsunamis, I appreciate it. A real gamer boy with a real gamer bod. It's true. How do I push? Oh, I think you have to activate the area. Click. No clicky wiki? What? Hi there. Hi again, Sandy. Ooh. Hanging out in Friendo's chats. Nice. Ah. Well. Oh, it moves across. Interesting. So you have to follow. Slowly. Carefully. All right, we can run across. Oh, and I think that we're gonna be able to open this door after we get this Robert out of the way. Move out of the way, Robert. Oh, that's a bad guy. That's a baddie. Oh, no. Hurry. Oh, crap. It looks like you can shoot them in their little eyeball. Great. I'm being injured. Can we just ignore him? That's so rude. That's so rude. I bet you can use your shield if you had a shield. But I don't have a shield, so I can't use it right now. I didn't buy one. Gosh darn it. I don't know how to deal with these enemies. There's too many. No, there's too many! But I can't. No! I live in Palma's chat, so I see most peeps today. All right, sweet. Hanging out with Poppy Palma. I hope that he was well today. I was so busy. I was so busy. I couldn't even watch. I wasn't even in the house for some of the day. Shaking my head. No time for Palma. That's horrible. That's a bad day. That's a bad day. Oh. I should have opened that door for a shortcut. All right. But if we make it over there again, we'll have a shortcut. Is this the way we went? Ha! Oh, no. Oh, we have to walk all the way back over? What? But I didn't see that was an option. I didn't see the option. Otherwise I would have taken it. Lonk. Okay, I can remember where to go. I'm using my big brain. Big brain. Okay. Oh, you could go forward, but I don't think that there's anything over there. Oh boy. Yeah, Alk, isn't it great? Isn't it great? And they didn't even give me all my hearts back. How dare you? You mean people actually leave their homes? Sandy, I may have waited more than a month and a half to do clothes, so I had to go, okay? I couldn't wait any longer. I was out of time. I was out of time. It was a long time. And oh, and yesterday I also tried out the shopping app, Instacart, and it worked pretty good. It worked pretty good. They sent me my groceries. They got 2 of them wrong, but they didn't. But at least they asked. At least they asked. But yeah, Instacart was pretty good. Whenever I got it, Arisa was like, Alchemic will be so proud. Alchemic will be so proud of you. Ah! Get out of here. There we go. Poppy time always makes my day. His stream times are very European friendly. Kathy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Although, you know what? I've looked at the bell curve of my streams recently, and I might adjust them a little bit. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I look at the curve. The curve towards the end of the stream goes like this. It goes like kind of like that. It goes down the later it goes. Interesting. Either people get tired of me, or people are going to bed. Interesting. Interesting. Your experience with Instacart has been a total disaster? Yeah, mine wasn't bad. They just messaged me like 4 times about stuff. That's all. Oh, I'm in a different room. Oh, thank goodness. Actually, that's better. Okay, hang on. What if I shoot this guy? I want to see if I can kill them. Look at me. No, that doesn't work. I mean, you can dodge the rockets pretty easy, but it's the other one. Sleepy time for me now. Okay, we'll see you later, Shiny. Get some rest. Get some rest. Oh, what's up, Grape Dog? How are you doing? Wait, did I arrive near the end of the stream? No. No, you're right at the beginning. Right at the beginning. Don't be fooled, my friend. Oh, we hide behind here. That's what it is. I get it. Oh, I get it. All right. But no. It's not the end of the stream. What the heck do I do here? What? I can shoot straight down, dude. Oh, I've got an idea. Maybe I can deactivate this. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, it's out there. It's still... what? Oh, no. That's what... oh, no. Wait. Is it supposed to stay out there? What? What is happening? What? It returned it. Oh. Yeah, I think that this is the reset switch. That's probably the reset switch over there. At least we can walk over there. Goodness. Okay, there's a shtick over there. What? It's just a pokey shtick. Oh, that's too bad. Well, at least we can walk over here. That's not the worst. Oh. It's too bad. This game of the year. Shouts out to the game of the year, you guys. Game of the year. Game of the... I see dead links everywhere. Let me save, because I'm in such a good time right now. This is such a good moment to save. I don't want to lose all of this progress. I don't want to lose this progress. Although this actually is pretty good. It's a pretty good saving spot. Thank you, Nintendo. I appreciate it. Now we just yoink! Oh, well, it almost pushed it off the edge. Pink Monster.
8 months.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for the sub. What's up? 8 months. Oh, wait. Pink Monster. Thank you so much for the support. Ah, yeah. You guys, please welcome in for a whole nother month. Pink Monster. Thank you for the support. How have you been today? I hope that it's been a good day. Good day. No! Thank you. So I got my wind machine. That stuns it. Okay. Stunning. Got a bomb. That's not gonna work. Got a beetle. That's too slow. Right? That just made it mad. Oh dear. Stop. No bomb, please. Blep Cat still warms my heart. It should warn your heart. It should warn it about getting too attached to art that will inevitably be removed. Oh no! Oh no! Lens reminds Kenny to delete Blep Cat for 10 minutes straight. I'm gonna get going to bed now. I hope that you made some progress and have fun. All right, we'll see you later. We'll see you later, Yuki Narts. It was nice to hang out with you, even for a minute. Even a minute is awesome sauce. Although it was like a whole hour. Oh, you kill it. You kill it and stuff. Can you stab it in the head? Look at me. That's very satisfying. I didn't know that you could kill those sorry suckers. Those didn't look like slashy points. All I could hear was yelling. I don't know what you're doing. I'm sorry, Bohemian Moon. It's stressful. Stressful game. Stressful game. Schlepp time here too. Last time I said I might be back soon and I fell asleep within a minute. So I'll try that again. Yeah. Oh, we'll see you so soon. Yeah, so soon. Wink, wink. Oh yes, I'm sure you'll be right back. We'll see you later, Alfie. I hope you sleep good. Whenever you inevitably do, which is not now, of course. You wouldn't dare try to sleep right now. Who would? All right, nice. Ooh, this looks like it takes you to the Shadow Realm. The Shadow Realm activator. One of them had a scorpion, one of them had $1. Just guess which one I want more. Another one of these? Legend of Zelda. I don't know how I feel about these puzzles in this game. I don't know, Nintendo. I don't know. Oh, this is where we went. Nice. We still got a lot of lives. Nice. Oh, the choo-choo went through the time field and disappeared. Oh, the zappy zap, or the rocket guy. Man's calling a rupee $1. Unfreaking believable. He called it 1 bitty. This guy's been streaming too long. He's calling them bits. I'm killing this. We're killing it, and we're doing it quick. You getting stabbed. That's right. I'm not dodging you anymore. I'm not dodging you anymore. You've made me suffer long enough. Gotta get ready. With the bellows. Get wrecked. Yeah, I just didn't even know that you could kill them. I thought that they were invulnerable. And they reminded me of the eyeballs in Ocarina of Time. You know the eyeballs where you have to run around them really, really fast? And then they get confused and they die. That's what I kind of expected them to work like. But of course not. This, I guess, reverses the direction so that we can go through that door. Nope. Now you can go back. All right, nice. Nice. Why did they make you do that? Why did they make you hit this on the run and then you have to walk back slowly? Nintendo? Why do it that way? Because padding! This isn't content, this is padding! Why not just have it reversed? Because alchemic. Because the storyline. It enhances the storyline. It gives stakes. We need stakes in this game. Just dissect. Just get out of here. Monkey Link, go. Now it's there. There we go, nice. Monkey Link win. Get out of here. Electric bats? Did you see those? Did you see those bats? You're not even supposed to kill those guys. The normal bats are annoying enough. Electric bats. Stop that. Player agency is important. Just ask Telltale, the defunct company. Yeah, ask them some questions. How do you design a good game at Telltale? Oh, wait a moment. Wait a second. Oh yeah, One Trick Pony. That's too bad. dead one-trick pony. Banking off the success of an already successful franchise? Did I ask them questions of how to make good games? Yum, yum. Yum, yum. We made it over here. Sweet. What was the point of moving this? Nothing? Guess we're gonna keep going. There's a ladder, so we could go back if we wanted to. This is the one where you needed a wooden shield, and the other you needed a metal one. Oh, good thing that they introduced them in the order that I needed them in, right, Alchemic? That was pretty smart. I did like that. I like that, Nintendo. Thank you. Give me the wooden shield first, and then it sets on fire because it's the fire area. And then in this one, we need the wooden one so that it doesn't get electrocuted. And obviously, I didn't trust them to pay any money for shields, because the last time that I paid for a shield, they fried it in my very hand. Oh no! What the? Make me walk all the way up there? Cries in Telltale's The Walking Dead. Well, it was fun while it lasted. Telltale was fun while it lasted, right? Oh, thank you so much for the follow. E.T. Oh, dear. Wait, let me see if I can figure this out. I see Veli at the end. Machiavelli? So it's E.T. Machiavelli? As in, like, Machiavellian? Well, welcome to the chat. Thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Snack break. Everybody grab your popcorn. Grab your popcorn and stuff. Yeah, the trick, Alchemic, is I just have to start reading them backwards. It's reading them in order is too confusing because I can't see like the I can't see the capitalization. Oh, I see bombs here. Yeah, I can't see capitalization, so I have to read it backwards if I want to win. Huh. So there's a box over there that I can't move. I see that there's some hoops to do, but I don't see a bomb. I don't see a bomb to hoop these with. I mean, I can hoop one of these. Let's see that. Let's hoop a single. Link, Link, don't throw yourself off the edge. That's not gonna work with our plan. Always going out there making your own plans. I told you not to do that. Oh, this will work. Yeah, okay. Knock each one. I expected an enemy in there. Okay. Nintendo's being nice. They've heard our complaints, you guys, and they're being nice. I bet you there won't be an enemy in this next one. No Scorpion, all right? He's an independent hero, quote unquote. I know, right? Stick to the game plan, man. Stick to the game plan, Link. I know you want to be a hero, but if you really want Zelda to be impressed with you, you have to stay alive. Link, what the? How do I use Tabomba? Oh, there we go. Trust me, Link. As a hero myself, the damsel will never be pleased if you die. Okay, you can do it, buddy. There you go. Now you're hooping with the best of them. No enemy treasure. Nice. Link, you dingus, why'd you jump into the abyss? Yes, you are to blame for this, you dum-dum. He's a speechless protagonist, also brainless. Alright. Whole room. Oh, great. Now everything's way more intense. Double mouth guys. Double mouth guys, hey? Okay, well, at least we know how to kill these guys. And it's actually really fun to kill these guys now that I know how. I love that the poke at the end is just disrespectful. It's too effortless. It's disrespectful. Link, you have to act like it takes some effort. Go across the salmon. Oh, well, we needed it over here, it looks like. Easiest enemies in here. I know, and I thought that they were unkillable before, but now I know that they're the easiest. They're easier than those bats. Those bats, I don't trust myself to flawlessly kill. But these guys, I feel like I could probably kill them flawlessly nearly every time. They might catch me a couple times. You can cook it. I didn't know that you could cook it. Oh, Well, I just learned a new mechanic anyway, you guys. I may have wasted a bomb, but you can drop the bomb. 3? Oh. It's like this is the solution to a puzzle. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can get, can we hit the backboard? Oh, yeah, nice. Backboard mechanics. 2, 2, 3, 1. Okay. 2, 3, 1. That's easy to remember. 2, 3, 1. And these guys, I don't know how to kill this guy though. Definitely not a bomb. Put that right back. Put that back, Link. I wonder if we can nope, can't affect it while it's flying. That's too bad. Go, 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 go. You gotta wait to sleep. All right, we'll see you later, brats. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. Hope you had a good time. Now have some good rest. And have a good dream, okay? Okay, if you don't mind. It's just a little request. I don't know what these guys do, but they don't seem nice. Ah, they explode, all right. Link, you can make that jump! Link! Link. Wow. So we get to kill this guy. Oh, the bombs have a little slashy bit. Okay, okay. Keep an eyeball out for that. Yeah, the bits that you can cut in this game seem to be bright blue. Bright blue, and I didn't notice that at first. Oh, I see money. Oh no, that's stamina. Don't care about no stamina. If it glows blue, it's slashy. It's very confusing. So many things are blue. Yeah, so many things are blue. Just look around. That's like the, that's the, what's it called? Because, look, there's a blue thing on that magnet roller. There's blue lights on that. There's blue electricity. Doesn't make blue stand out very well. Seems like they went for aesthetics over, being clear, gameplay-wise. Bam. I kind of just thought that it was part of the trim. Okay, so how do we recall that one, though? I think we have to walk all the way across and pull it all the way back. Okay. I was a little hasty, apparently. Apparently, I'm the dummy. That didn't work. Wait, there's one. Okay, I saw that mark here, and I was like, wait a second. Do I have to yank these in the right order? But nope. And we can look across anyway, so if I forget what they are, it doesn't matter. But I think it's 1, 3, 2. All right, Rocket Man. I don't know how you kill those rocket shooting guys, but I wouldn't be surprised if you're supposed to block that rocket and then it shoots right back at them. Their little bomb buddies are all dead. Where are your rebel friends now? Okay. Let's move this out of the way immediately. Immediately. Okay, that's good enough. Good enough, Link. Get out of here. Oh, that's to recall it. Okay. Then you gotta hoop these in order, I guess. It's the first one. Okay. At least the rocket guy doesn't come over here. Thanks, Nintendo. Should be this one, and then you gotta skip one. Oh, it looks like you hit them in order. Let's not. I was thinking about using my projectile, but instead I'm just gonna schwack them. And let's just do them in order since there's no enemies. Link, you scare me so much because there's no auto jump. You have to run to auto jump. So if there's a little bit of like a little bit of a fall, Link will jump right off just like that. Just like that, Link. But it's such a small hop most of the time that you can't cover distances. Okay, can I jump across here, or is... nope, that's too far. Should have looked from the bottom, but at least we can skip. At least we can skip over here. Great. The alchemic needs a bless emote. Ooh, if I get follower emotes, I could make one of them bless. Boom. Yeah, I'm not really sure how I'm going to deal with follower emotes whenever they arrive. I don't want them to be too good. I don't want them to be too good because you can't use them in any other chats. So frustrated. No, put that away. My boy. Tedium. Tedium. Hello. How are you doing today, Tedium? Squirrel bless. I would like a squirrel that goes like, and makes that expression, you know, where it's like, fantastic. The meme face. I don't know if you're listening right now, Risa, but... Boyan. Yeah, alchemic, that one's much more clear. That other one's cute too, but I guess it gets lost, hey? Oh yeah, that is super lost in the sauce. That is lost in the detail, but Reese's squirrel emotes are very cartoonish and very easy to tell what's going on in them. I would definitely want it to be more cartoony than that. It's too detailed. You can't see a blooming thing. But yeah. Bom bom bom. Yeah, I get it. I get it! Man, I looked at this and I was like, oh, there's only a few rooms left. Yeah, there are only a few rooms left, but they're the most monotonous, arduous. I'm so ready to go back to the sky place, you guys, and just run around and get on that bird and pick up some stuff in the overworld. Let's just go up to the sky area and get some goodies up in the sky. We knocked down some different god cubes. I don't like that you can't keep it stunned. Look at that, you can't keep it stunned. This guy's dead. Nice. You found your pixelated pegboard, Mario and Luigi? Ooh, those pegboards are fun. Those pegboards are very cool. I almost wanna get some of those. All right, you just have to be expedient. Expedient stabbery. Now let me out! Let me out! Oh, the ancient circuit. That is kind of a fun. That's sort of a fun mechanic. I like it. I like it, Link. This is acceptable. There is an extra chest. Yeah. I wonder if we could use that on wall art or something. Maybe if I got some of those melty pegs. Maybe if I got some melty pegs, then we could do that on stream. And I could make art that we hang on the wall. Maybe I can find some way to make like a background to lay them against. If it had a background behind it, then we could just make a bunch of nerdy pixel art. And put it and just like paste it against it or something. Link, stop it. Stop. There you go. There you go, my boy. That would be mostly for the stream, not for the, I wonder if you can make mega big ones. Maybe there's some way to like modify the system so that you can make giant pictures. Not like this, Link. Don't just sit there. I know, it's painful to see him just get hurt like that. So we gotta go back, right? Because there's no door over there, right? Oh, I think... No, because that door just leads out. Oh, there's a door here. Right? What's that? What? But I didn't unlock anything, right? Oh, now I'm worried. But there's something over here. Yeah, where's the... Oh, there is a door right there. Oh, okay. I guess that unlocked. That explains why there's... Oh, what? There was wind! I didn't see that there was wind! Oh my gosh. Come on, man. Come on! Got unlucky. Go, Link, go. Get your rotten blueberry. Get your unripened blueberry. Okay. Whew. All right. Nice. Oh, it just be like that, Linz. It's probably because of the, yeah, for one, lots of them are sleeping. And for two, this game is, you know, this game is just very, it's very puzzling. I feel like it's pretty entertaining on its own. There's not always really a ton to say with this game. It's kind of just like, go, go, go. Keep doing it. Keep figuring it out. I know that, like, whenever I see Opes play a game like this, it's always pretty quiet in the chat, just because so many people are just enjoying the problem solving. Enjoying it? Oi, pizza do that. I hope you're well. Everybody, don't be afraid to lurk. Lurk if you want to. Lurk if you want to. Go away, you stupid bat. Oh. Oh, wait. That was the treasure. That was a little baby treasure chest, but they all look the same. Nintendo, why don't you make it obvious which ones are good ones? Lynn said, no lurking allowed. I can't believe it. Lynn said that she's going to start banning lurkers. Everybody have to check in every 5 minutes. Uh-oh. There's another chest. Yeah, there's another chest across here. Making a save. How? How much you want to bet that this thing won't be activated if we return to the save? Thanks for checking in, Di, but don't worry, you're a mod. You can't be banned by the likes of Lynn's. Lynn's can be banned by you, though. Uh-oh. 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 Try again. One more try. No! Oh, great. It ain't even midnight yet. They ain't asleep. It's gotta be 7 in the morning before Link, aka Di, goes to bed. You like lurking? Go for it, Pikeo. Enjoy your lurkies. Listen, one cannot be a partner on Twitch without having lurkers. All right, they're an essential part of it. They're an essential part of it. Wind. Get out of here. Boyan. Oh, whew. Oh, what about the stabbies? Oh. Huh? Oh, there's treasure over there. Forget that, dude. I don't trust this game to give me good treasure. I don't trust it anymore. The game lost my trust. So I'm not going to I'm not gonna get suckered by that probably very crappy reward. Nice try, Nintendo. Is that just reversed? No, we gotta keep rotating it. This looks like a cross. This looks like a wacky cactus. I think we gotta rotate it again. Yeah. That's the wacky cactus. Sounds like a good bar. The wacky cactus. I kind of wanted to focus on the top, but I'm just gonna rotate this over and over until I can figure it out. Dude. No. Oh, there it is! Insert. It felt like forever die. Kathy, thank you for the lurk. Till you're asleep. All right, sleepy time. Sleepy time. Ooh. Boss time. Boss time. I wonder if it's Giovanni again. I bet it isn't. Sandy area. It's probably a sand boss. King Daddy Worm. Maybe we've got to... They only use the sand mechanic like one time. They got to take full advantage, right? Yeah, they gotta take advantage of us cleaning up the floor. Ooh, Scorpion. No. Scorpions are gross. 1,000-year arachnid. Yuck. I don't like scorpions. I like that they're forcing you to cut with a certain angle. No punchies. Oh, okay. I can focus on the claw specific. Oh, hey! Oh, that's stressful. Ew, its tail. Gross, dude. I don't want to look at that nasty. It's like a little ball with the... Gross. They got 2 different things to target, so I guess they're letting you practice targeting. Thanks. Oh, Nintendo, no! Stay away. No, I don't want to target that one. I'll target the other one. How do you change your target? Oh, I didn't have time. Ah, nice. We cut one of his arms off. Nasty. Ew, his gross saggy tail. Yuck. Is this a boss? No. They gotta make me clean up some sand, right? In the second stage? Yeah, I gotta clean up some sand, right? Whammo! Yeah, for the tail. Oh, is the live ball poke? Just run away. Aha. Do have to clean up. Oh, and you could still stab him while his eye's red. That's good, because previously you couldn't stab him while his eye was red. I see you, buddy. I see you. Get out of there. You're embarrassing yourself. We can all see you down there. He thinks he's hidden. No. Focus, Link. Concentrate. Oh, bad. Down he goes. Nowhere to hide. I'm cleaning up right in front of him so that he has an easy dig. All right, get out of here. Come on. You've been exposed for the phony you are. I don't get which part we're supposed to, like, expose. Gotta kill his friends. Oh, what? Your little minions are annoying. Oh, look at all the children. Gross. Kill the babies. Ah, there you go, lad. Oh, wrong one. All right. So much easier than the dungeon. Goodness. I'd take boss rush. Can we just do a boss rush and beat the game, please? The bosses are great. It's essentially just the victory lap. They the Nintendo games, they make their bosses just like, nice, you win. You won the dungeon. Now have a fun boss fight. Keep those sticky children to yourself. Spare the babies, Tayaki-san. Hi there, Tayaki. I have your art over here. I'll show it to you after I grab this. The last couple of bosses in this game are great. All right, yeah. The last bosses in Zelda games always have a couple of stages, so that always makes it more interesting. But yeah, look at the little layout that I was using earlier. I'm not permanently gonna use this layout, but for now, with this really close zoom on the camera, I thought I'd put a cutie. Look at all those cute squirrels. Oh, hi there, the Sim Cat. Hi everyone. Are you liking Skyward Sword so far? I was really enjoying it. But this sand temple was very frustrating. I'm not gonna lie. The sand area, I am glad to be out of here. But you know what? We just finished it. So let's get out of here and let's experience the best part of the game. The next area. but it's all right. I like playing it with the controller. I like it better than the motion controls for sure. It's pretty good. I'm using the like thumbstick, and it works very well, I would say. Link, you gotta stay in there, buddy. Link, get in there. Link. I'm not doing this. Why can he crawl in if he can't stay in there? I mean, I know that I have to activate it, but can't he just stand there? No, he's allergic to it. Ew! Unactivated. I can't touch that. I can't touch that. That's unactivated. Really? To escape the dungeon, I have to... To escape the dungeon, I have to do this? Just to get out of here? Just to go home? Just to make it back? I beat the boss. I beat the boss. I beat the boss. This could have been ready for me right now. If I walked into this chamber and I saw this, I would be just as impressed. I would be like, wow, look at that shine. Look at all these. Look at this long pathway. What excitement. I didn't have to put in the work, Nintendo. You love this game? It's one of the 2 Legend of Zelda games that you've never played, and yesterday you finished it. So far so good. Ah, that's Sim. I see what or I could call you Cat too. Yeah, that's essentially kind of like me. I haven't played as many Zelda games as you have, but this is one of the ones that I kind of quit playing. I quit playing this because I got frustrated with it way earlier than this. But yeah, I'm glad to finish it. It does feel like. It feels like I'm doing what I'm supposed to. It feels like I'm cleaning something up. Ooh, skin and bones. Zelda! Whoa! Giovanni! Oh, it looked kind of like he had a mustache there for a second, but it was merely his lips. Impa! Your Grace, quickly, to the gate! Lenny! Lenny, here, you're gonna need this. I forgot that it was customized. You got the goddess's harp. You can just sit there for a minute. Oh. Play a ditty. Lenny. Go! Protect Zelda. Am I late? Oh! No, right on time. Yeah! Suck it! That's right. That's the last time you're gonna backsass me, Impa. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah! Lenny! You must go now. Return to the old woman at the sealed grounds. Tell her what happened here. She will know where you must go. Huh? Sealed grounds? I know I will. I'll see you again. This isn't goodbye, Lenny. I promise. All right. Boss fight time? Or is it going to be solved by the cutscene? Now you've done it, Lenny. I blame myself. I should have reprimanded you the last time that we met. I'll take pleasure in punishing you, but I have no time for reflection or something. But next time I'll beat you senseless. I can't read fast enough. They're skipping straight past it. If you're gonna have a text that you can't do slowly, why is there no voice acting? Link still doesn't say anything. Why is there no voice acting, right? Huh. The Zelda's a bit clingy. Play it cool. Play it cool. I know. Yikes. Link has clingy GF. That's cringe, buddy. Nobody likes a clingy GF. A report, Master. I can no longer detect Zelda's aura. Yeah, no crap. She just left. Fee. Have you not been watching? Yeah. The moment the gate was destroyed, Zelda's presence disappeared from my readings. You can no longer search for her with the dowsing method. All right. Great. I wasn't planning on whipping out the dowsing method. I just got told that I have to talk to the old lady at the ceiling grounds. Oh, probably with the clock hair. Yeah, the old clock hair lady. I like her. I like that lady. We're gonna go back and say hello to her. Oh, welcome back, Calico. All right. Calico's back. Oh, yeah. Never mind. Calico's gone. And just like that. Hey, Mom. Lynn's from the stream said hi. Hey, Mom. You know Lynn's from Kitty's stream? Who's Kitty? Well. Ah. My friend over here. He's probably like, what the heck just happened? I was slowly whacking away at this wall with my hammer. And then all of a sudden, boom! I heard a lot of shouting. Was I late, Link? I'm afraid so. Ooh. What? You made it inside? You mean to say that there's a secret passage I didn't know about? Why did you not tell me, bud? I just did. I was just about to give up and go home when I heard this huge crash. I rushed back to find that it had been cleared. I'm gonna explore inside. I have to go back to the ceiling ground soon, so it looks like I'm gonna be busy. Ah, he's got little ear holes on the side of his head. I didn't even notice that. Look at them. They look almost like they look like the size of normal anime eyebrows. But he has big kingly anime eyebrows. I wish I had facial hair like that. That little sprout. Little sprout to match the big eyebrows. Oh, cute. We should get this. Oh, but there's let's see. There's a plant. I remember this vaguely. I'm pretty sure that a plant shows up over here. Now, stop. I'm trying to shoot something. Also, hi there, Ado. What's up? Oh yeah, and I thought that I saw the Simcat said, if you enjoy this one, you might enjoy Twilight Princess. You know, funny you say that. Funny you say that. No matter how many times I get to the Temple of Time, my circuits keep getting overloaded with impressiveness, with being impressed. I'm impressed, Link. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I quit playing Twilight Princess because it was so boring. So, I'm doing my best to beat this game, all right? We're gonna beat this game, darn it. I still don't get how you hit that cube. I tried to play it, Cat. I tried. I really did. I couldn't finish it. We gotta try again sometime. Escape! Get out! I'm pressing all the buttons! No! Huh. Don't know how to... Maybe you could do like a skyward spin. Whenever you're close. Ooh, yeah, nice! Okay, it was a spin. It was a spin attack. All right, now we teleport back. I think that we can go straight back if we hop back in here. Go for a little wide on the wild side. Skirt. Yeah, was there a safe spot around here? Uh-huh. All right. Let's get out of here. To the sky. We take to the skies. Yes, I want to go on Redburb. I want to ride on Redburb. But yeah, Twilight Princess, we were just about to unlock fishing, and then I quit. I think the game was starting to get good. Yeah, I almost got to the good part. That's what I heard. Okay, so let's take a look around. If we turn right, we got another chest, maybe. Over, not that far. I guess it's on that rock. Huh. That looks like one of the rocks that you, oh, I thought that was a rock that you fly through. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Skirt, skirt. We gotta stop. Ugh. How do we slow down? B? Like this. Slow down, buddy. Slow down. Not too much now. All right. Nice. All right. Get in there. Ooh. Link. Well, the chest here. I want to get the chest first. I don't Mushroom Town in there. A heart medal. Hearts will appear more often? What? What? It makes them statistically more likely to spawn and it takes up pocket space? This life medal takes pocket space? What? This game, it takes pocket space, but it gives you advantages. What is this, a real RPG? This is baloney. I thought that life medal just gave you more life. Ah, that's unbelievable. No, don't do that. No. Hey, pull out the sailcloth. Where's the sail? You can't sailcloth randomly? Are you kidding me? That's worthless. And you can't move while you're slowing down. So you have to perfectly slow down right on top of it and then jump off of it. Cause he slows down all the way. And I can't push forward. I can't go forward. And I can't pull out the sailcloth normally. And you can't move while you have the sailcloth out. This is horrible. Okay, so let's figure this out. So we gotta be flying over it. We gotta slow down, quote unquote, at the exact right spot, and then we have to slide off the edge. Ah! Why can't you pull out the sailcloth whenever you want so that you can just adjust your landing? Why can't you adjust the bird while it's slowed down? Nope, missed it. Keep moving forward, buddy. Keep going, come on. Keep flapping, son. Don't give up. All right, Mushroom Town, baby. Climb up the mushroom, Link. Oh no. Link, climb it! He can't climb a mushroom. You're no adventurer. No shroom climbing. This is the boy that can almost climb this high, but he doesn't even want to stick his hands into a shroom. They're so squishy. He could probably just jam his hand into there, into its flesh. Jam your hand into its flesh, my boy. Climb up it. Great. We need the grappling hook. Oh, it's deactivated anyway. What am I whining about? What am I whining about? It's not even activated. Even if we had the right tool, we couldn't get it. I just realized that. Also, hi there, Von Chick. What's up? Oi, oi, oi! Von Chick. Hello. Ooh, it's the, TP is the art style that you want for your Zelda sleeve? Oh, heck yes. Twilight Princess is very edgy. Perfect for tattoos. It's for all the edgelords. So if you're edgy enough to get a tattoo, you should probably get it in Twilight Princess. Kenny sassed me for not liking Breath of the Wild. Also quits TP before it gets good. Have you played Twilight Princess? Interesting. All right. Looks like it's on that planet over there. Is that the same Link that I scaled mountains using? Shameful. Actually, it's a different one. It's a different one. This is like Grandpa Link. Look how old he is. Those are my boys. Don't sass my sass. How dare. You can't sass. That makes reverse sass. You just sassed yourself accidentally. It's not against the rules. Just a face plant on it. 1 sack of seeds. You can carry 10 extra seeds. Keep it with you when you use your slingshot. Oh, it was sent to item check. Cheers, Nintendo. If you're gonna make a sucky inventory system like you did, because it sucks, by the way, at least it goes straight to item check and I don't have to come back here and pick it up. Whew. That would have been almost crazier than the fact that the inventory works like this. All right, there's still 3 more goddess chests. Nice. Probably some more options at item check. We need some serious pocket space like yesterday. Yesterday, we needed pockets. Today, we're gonna find them. All right, takes a little while to get around here. It'd be nice if there was an indication that you'd hit max speed. Like in Batman, as he goes faster and faster, the edges of his cape, or in this case it would be wings, they get like, you can see that they're cutting through the air, so they make like a little trail behind them, so that it's clear how fast you're going, so that you don't dive unnecessarily far, and you don't like you don't bottom out your speed. But essentially, this game has a bunch of different mechanics that I can point out a better version in a different game. Like the flying in Batman series is really fun. The flying in this it's okay. Oh, we'll see you later, Celestial. Toodaloo. Bye-bye. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. That's why Beetle's the homie. Hooks you up with more pockets. Beetle is the homie. Beetle's introduction to this game was an amazing choice. He's pretty much one of the best characters in the entire game. Nintendo, you really did a bang-up job with Beetle. I've got a beacon over there, but there's nothing there, I don't think. Oh, and I'm earning more marks. Now I have 5? Why? Why do I have 5 marks? I don't remember getting more marks. I don't think that it told me whenever that happened. I think that they just gave them to me for free. Was there a thing that told me that I got more like sky tokens or whatever they're called? Waypoints? Oh, I bet I should have been using these boosts to get around even faster. Kind of forgot about that. I don't think that I ran into a lot of them, but at least saves a little bit of... Oh, actually, that's a good. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, you have to actually go up there. I bet you down here is another chest that you get after you pass the water temple. It's a shame that the Batman games are so bloody. It's clear that it's an important game. Yeah. It's true, Dai. I talk about it way too much. They're not too bloody. I bet we could play it. It's only teen. It's only teen. The language is worse than the violence, in my opinion. The last one's rated M, but that's because you can shoot rubber bullets at people, which is, pretty... I mean, rubber bullets, Batman. Really? Really? There's a profanity filter? No, there's not. It's not too bad. They don't use the S word up. It's all below that. Ah. British people say the darndest things. He could do it like the Outlast stream with warnings. It's only teen. I don't think that you really have to warn too many people about that. I mean, it's essentially like a Batman movie. It's very good. I think that we should play it sometime. It is a very important game to me. It basically, in a lot of ways, is my first non-Nintendo game that I ever played, essentially. And I hadn't played a lot of Nintendo games at that point either. It's the first game that I had to actively trick my mother into letting me get. And it worked! I had I wrote up a small spreadsheet on reasons why I wanted the game and reasons why I thought that it was appropriate. And I went over the eServe, area, and I like read their description of the game, and I relayed it to her, but in a slightly edited way. So that I was like, there's a couple of bad words in it. Then I named like the more tame ones in it. It was great. So glad that I did. What a great game. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Joker calls the Batman a jerk at some point. It's pretty spicy. What, you jerk? Oh, I can't believe they could say that in a video game. It's just like Halo. Oh. Ah, boyam. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Another item. Ah, money. I didn't max out my pocket. That's good. Scarecrow's face at one point might be a factor. They made him pretty creepy. I think it'd be fine, A-Star. Don't worry. Oh, look at that. Huh. I like the Batman movies, except for that one was terrible. Wait, which one? Except for that one, you know? You know the one I'm talking about. The bad Batman movie. I think I might have to get on my bird again. Because I can't crawl over there. Let me get a look at this island. Yep, this is the way. Poof. He gently lands. So elegant. Smooth moves, Link. There's so many Batman movies. So many Batman movies. If you like the superhero genre, they're worth a watch. I mean, some of them are. There's so many of them. At one point, Arisa and I had a plan to watch all of the Batman movies together. And we made it through a few of them. We need to get back on that. We need to get back on that. You got a treasure medal. If you carry this around with you, treasure will appear more often. Okay, so you earn more money. It's so strange. These things aren't in any of the other games. Huh. Lonk, get on your boyd, you silly dum-dum. There we go. All right. Oh, you made a Netflix list that you're slowly working through? Wow, Dai, wow. Dai is serious. You made a list. I've seen a lot of them. I made a spreadsheet with all the Batman movies ever created. All mainline and crossovers. And I marked them all as Justice League or as Batman or as a theatrical release. And then I also labeled them as to whether I've watched them or not watched them and my rating. And I think I also updated if Arisa had watched it. So I've got the whole spreadsheet ready to rock. Am I supposed to move this block? What is this? Huh. It's just a way out. Then there's a deactivated chest, but there's also an activated chest, I think. Yeah, there's a deactivated one and an activated one. Oh, let's read this sign. Hang on. Out of work for the day. Those that have business with me can see me here at night. Oh, this is Beetle's landing. I bet that's where he keeps his fire. Huh. Okay. Yeah, we gotta. Oh, when you came on the island and it was on the tippy top. All right, it's just on the top then. But Beetle also comes here at night. I see that there's bugs on this island. That checks out. Oh, you're right. I didn't even notice it. Link, no! Dang it. You've never seen a superhero movie? Wow. Nardavel, that's very impressive. That is very impressive to have ignored every single superhero movie. I'm impressed. I'm impressed with you. Open up! All right, yeah, if you... You got a piece of heart. Boom. At least it's something that I don't have to keep in my inventory. Nice. Okay, let's go over here. And I don't even need to mark it because there's only one island that we need to go to. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. I guess it would have been simpler if I made it so that I can see where the islands are, but there's just so few of them. I don't really see the point. One more item. Then we're gonna go back to Skytown and we're gonna buy some stuff. Hopefully we can expand our pocket. Zoom! That island, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's... looks like it's on the outside. Yeah, I think it's on the outside, I saw. Nice. Ooh, uh-oh, that's... Ooh, that's a lot. No, it's too much. Oh, that's too bad. Okay, let's go to Skyloft now. Boyan! A friend is here to learn how to take care of Pookie for next week? All right, we'll see you later, Lids. Teach them the Pookly ways. Teach them how to take the best care of the Pookster. So we're actually not even supposed to go back to Skyloft. We're supposed to go to the green area. Let's do that first. Let's do that first because I wouldn't be surprised if we unlock something while we're there. And I don't want to bother with the Skytown till we've unlocked everything. Clay the person, what's up? How are you doing, Clay? I hope you are well. Ooh, I think I might break open another Topo Chico. Oh. All right. Yeah, we gotta go to the lady with the old clock hair. It looks kind of like her hair looks kind of like a pendulum. Well, thank you, Del. Thank you. That's what I need to hear. We're on the red bird. Just another red bird moment. Into the funnel. Don't you want to spend your money? I mean, the old lady's like almost right at the beginning of this, right? Yeah, because she's right at the temple, and... What, Groose? Lenny, help! What? Groose, what are you doing? Dive bombing with no... Oh, rough landing. Groose. Oh my gosh. I think I might have broke something. Hey, Lenny, seriously, did anybody teach you how to land without crash? What is this face? Holy moly. Whoa! Birds? Tiny birds? What are they? The tiny birds. And what is that thing? This face is a constant meme machine. Yes, I zoomed in for a star. What? How? What? Where am I? What's going on? Ever since Zelda vanished, I've been zipping in and out of town all in a hurry. Oh, you have been. So I figured I'd tell you and it might lead me to Zelda. But this is so wild. Seriously, what is that thing over there? And what's with these trees? There are so many trees. Just give it to me straight. I can take it. Where are we? Is Zelda here? What's the deal with this place? Is there supposed to be nothing below the clouds? What's all this? If there's supposed to be nothing. There, Groose. Please let go of me. Does this prove that Link talks? What was that? Aw, the birds. Oh, whoa. They're on his hair. Oh, imploding my mind right now. But I think I get what you're saying. That's a not sure if face. Boyd on the hair. How adorable. If I've got this right, Zelda's down here somewhere and she's okay. She's okay. Oh wow, that's so great. Duh. Hearing that makes such a huge weight off my mind. Oh, I thought he was gonna start crying. You know, Lenny, it's sort of all right down here. I think he's gonna make a house down here, start a family. This place needs a name. Yeah, a name fitting for this rugged, adventurous wilderness. From now on, we'll call it Grooseland. That's oh, that was the end of the cutscene. Grooseland. So let me see if I got this right. The old lady living in the temple down the road knows where Zelda is? I see. Right, Lenny. Thanks for getting me here. You've done a good job. You can head home. Big Bruce will handle the search from Zelda from here. Yep, I'll track her down, save her, then give her a lift back to Skyloft. Then when we get back, I'll ask if she wants to make our whole going out thing official. Then the two of us will get some quality time together. Anyway, the point is that your work here is done. I've got it covered from here. Thanks, Bruce. Now it's off to find that old lady you were talking about. Yeah, Groose is gonna take care of it. We don't even have to worry about it. Nice. I think there's a shortcut this way. I'm trying to... Yep, this should be the shortcut there. Guess that's the end of the game. Yep, Zelda's actually in here, and then the game's over. Huh? You gotta be kidding me, Granny! Oh, boss-son. You're messing with me. Say it again. I dare you.
Zelda's dead. I only speak the truth. You are not the one who will save her. The Spirit Maiden, your Zelda, can only be saved by another. It has been his fate to do this thing. In doing so, save us. And it was decided long before you were brought crying into this world.
Shut up, Granny! You obviously don't know me very well, because if you did, you'd know that if anyone's gonna save Zelda, it's Groose! How could it not be me? Plus, if it ain't me, why would I even be here? If I'm not up to the job of being the hero, just who is? Huh? Groose is pretty quick, to be fair. He did get in here pretty quick. Oh, now I get you. Lenny, Granny here's been trying to tell me that you're gonna be the big hero that saves Zelda. What a joke. Look, all that I've heard so far is a bunch of babbling about destiny, and that's a lot of garbage. I know you, and you're no hero, shrimp. I mean, I would agree with Groose. The whole destiny thing's pretty whack, you know? It's pretty whack that Groose can't, that there's no way for Groose to improve himself and become the hero. They're not saying that he has bad character or that he acts wrong. So Groose is kind of being punished for how he was born. There's no way for him to be a hero, which I think is pretty sucky, to be fair. This world is pretty sucky. I don't really like this, you know? Like, I'd get it if Groose was being a stinker and he made mistakes because he was too prideful, or he was proven that he needed Link's help because Link is better trained or tried harder. But this whole story is almost about how Link didn't try very hard, but he's just the chosen one. So he's just the guy. And nobody else is allowed to do it, even though there may be better qualified people. They haven't really proven that Groose is not a qualified person. If anything, they've proven that Groose is better than Link, and that Groose tries harder than Link, and that Groose puts in the time and cares. I mean, obviously he's mean, but he's more dedicated to saving Zelda than Link probably is. It's ridiculous. I just wish that they made Groose actually bad at things, but they made him good at things, so it feels more cheap.
Greetings, Lenny. Were you able to catch up with Zelda?
But Groose is doing it in hopes of getting a relationship. That's true. Saving Zelda he's doing for a selfish reason. But I was saying that he was practicing flying. I mean, even if he's practicing flying to impress Zelda, is it really so much worse to do something to impress somebody else versus doing something just because you have to? I mean, Link's kind of being forced to do this, essentially, because he's the only one that can do it. So Link's not necessarily doing it just because he wants to. I mean, what are Link's motivations? And does your motivation really matter if you do the right thing? Like, if you save somebody's life, but you really only did it so that you'd have a story later, that's still better than not doing it, right? I mean, does motivation matter too much if you do the right thing?
The one that you saw by Zelda's side is known by Impa. Known as Impa. She's being sent forth by the goddess to aid Zelda in her quest. The two have traveled somewhere in order to accomplish the great task that Destiny has set before them. However, now that Impa has destroyed the gate that they used, there's only one way to find them. You must make use of the harp.
Who's forcing him? Well, maybe not. Maybe force isn't the right word, Alchemic. That's probably not the right word. But I mean, Zelda's dad specifically asked him to do it, and he's the leader of the village. So Link's not going to be able to continue in the academy without. He's not going to be able to continue in the academy. He's not going to be able to live his life if he doesn't do this, because the leader of the entire village asked him to do it. So he's got no option. He's got no option. And I was saying that Groose is like, I mean, no, that is what I was going to say. I don't have anything else to say on that. Also, Lufus, what's up? How are you doing? I hope that everybody's, oh, you're here just to hang out for a tiny bit? All right. We get a little bit of Lupus. How are you doing? He's the leader of the Knights Academy, but isn't he like the leader of the city? Yeah, he's the headmaster, but I'm saying that the leader of the city. Oh, this is the other thing that I was going to say. The other reason that Groose is better than Link in this situation is because Groose wanted to help, wanted to find Zelda even whenever he didn't know, like, if she was going to die or not. So to me, that sounds like he cares more about Zelda. Link's going here because he knows that Zelda's life is in danger. Groose just likes her that much that he wanted to help. He didn't even know the stakes. Even whenever he didn't know the stakes, he wanted to help.
You must make use of the harp.
Oh yeah, the harp.
Have you attempted to play that harp?
I have not, actually. Press X to take out the harp at all times. Oh, that's probably how I accidentally picked up the harp.
Now try strumming your harp.
What if I don't want to?
Now try strumming your harp. Now try strumming your harp.
Would it help if he knew the stakes? Oh, I was just saying that he wanted to help Zelda even though he didn't know how dire it was. Is this right, Granny? Close, but you must strum it more broadly? What? Play faster. You're supposed to do it in time with the braid? coming? I don't get it. Is this it? I don't get it. This doesn't quite work. It's hard to tell the full like limit of the thumbstick. Like I can't quite tell where the thumbstick's gonna end whenever I'm just like going that slowly.
Now for your next lesson, focus and play in time with the pulsing of the circle of light.
Okay. When your timing's right, I'll join with my voice in harmony. Okay, sweet. She's gonna sing a song. That doesn't sound like singing. That sounds like humming. Ah, this is taking all my focus. So good. Oh gosh. Ooh. Man, I love her hat. Look at that big old hat. You'll learn the ballast of the goddess. It's a mysterious melody that's been passed down from ancient times.
All right.
I can jam out whenever I want. Uh-oh. The ancient languages. The ancient pillar. It's been awakened. The greatest enemy. It's a Tetris slab. For some reason, whenever I read Tetris slab, I thought...
The harp that you hold is known as the goddess's harp. It is the divine instrument of the goddess.
Wow, how many times are you going to say goddess in the same sentence?
The melodies that it brings to life have the power to produce a variety of strange and otherworldly effects. The great slab standing before you is known as the Gate of Time. It is the last of its kind in existence, the only portal binding our world to where Zelda now resides. If you manage to open the gate and pass through, you'll likely end up in the same place as Zelda. But you're gonna need to endure many hardships if you put yourself in great danger to awaken the gate from its dormant state. Though your journey will put you in harm's way, Lenny, you must endure. It is your fate as the chosen hero of the goddess. Oh, here he goes. This shaking, I fear that the seal has been broken.
Ah, my favorite Tetris song, Megalovania. Oh, what? Jedi's here! Hey! That's the goddess's melody right there. Oh, that's my goddess's melody. Yo, Ski Yee, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. Boom! That's 3 spicy months of support. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ski Yee, how are you doing today? Hope you're well. Hope you're very well. Doing fantastic.
Oh no, it's broken. Lenny, there will be time to explain later.
Time. Oh, it's time to...
Right now, you must hurry to the bottom of the pit outside.
All right, Granny. Wait, do I have to leave? I want to keep looking at this Tetris block. I will skywardly strike it. Just like the goddess would ask me to. Let me out! Doing well, just about to hop in some games with friends. Need something to overstimulate you? Overstimulate? I can only promise stimulation, I'm sorry. I don't know if I can go over it. Oh, now is Groose going to be cowardly? Whoa, what's with all that shaking? All that we've learned so far is that Groose acts like a normal human being. Link's the kind of guy to be told that his grandma died and he just looks like this. Link doesn't respond to anything reasonably. This guy right here, Groose, he's the guy. Look at him. He's a good guy. He's a good man. Go quickly, Lenny. There's never any overstimulation. Is that true, Jedi? Is that true? Imagine that whenever Groose is faced with adversity, he cowers. He's a good man. Look at him. This is what I would do. This is me right here. Nervous. Nervous. Whoa, what's with all that shaking? Well, but look at Link's face. He just looks mad. He's like, ugh! Who woke me up this morning? Ah! I hate this place! What do I have to do? Ah! Dang it! Is it this way? Ow. That's the face of determination? Is that true? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean that I'll be playing games, listening to music, and watching my stream all at once. Oh, hence your tea. Ah, sipping tea, eh? La, 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 la. Just a little bit of tea sipping. Jedi. Lovely. Boyan. All right. Safe and sound. Ground stick. Evil ground stick. Uh-oh. Oh, the big eating guy. Oh yeah, we had a dream that he ate Zelda, but I guess that never happened. Yeah, you'll get him with that sword. Yeah, that's the imprisoned. Ooh. He has feet! He has feet. He's a little dinosaur. I thought that he was scary. I was like, what a cool design, but he has little feet. He has little dino toes. Oh my gosh. He's just got cute little baby dinosaur feet. I thought that he was a mighty unstoppable beast, but he's actually just a little baby boy.
I knew it. The seal has given way. I'll explain later, but now's the time for action. You must keep that beast from escaping that pit with his tiny little legs. It must not reach the temple.
Look at him. He's got toes. We're supposed to attack his toes? Ew. Oh, they're not toes. They're little sacks. They're little flesh sacks. They're probably filled with, oh, they're pus. They're pus sacks, not toes, dude. Oh. Ew, the sound effects are way too joyous. You're like breaking a little sack and it's like dum dum dum. Hooray! Yeah, I thought that they were toes, but they're actually little ew, they're white heads. Ew. Oh, he lays on his back. He's tired. Put away his sword. You gotta fly up? Then we gotta land on its belly for a big hug! Just like Totoro. Big hug. Wee! Ooh, body slam! Oh, it was on his head. Oh, it was on his... Oh, no! His toes are back!
Lenny, look at that beast's forehead. Do you see that?
Give me one try! Give me 2 tries, man! I do it once wrong and Granny's gotta tell me the whole story. Come on. Let a guy figure out the game. It reminds me of those games that are like, are you having trouble? You can skip this area if you're having a bad time. You're like, I did this twice. Let me try. Let me learn. Ew. Yeah, I probably could have noticed that in the cutscene, to be fair. Probably could have noticed that. Oh, it's, Oh, you just whack it. Okay. Ooh, he stuck that spike right back into his forehead. He fell the other way. He flooped. Hey, come back here. Oh, he's too quick. Now do we gotta do the big flap? Nope. We just gotta catch up with him. Ew, he's squeezing it back out. This is a nasty boss. This is a bad boy. Oh. Oh, zombie food! Yeah, come on! Come on!
Egg,
yes!
egg,
Zombie food,
egg,
no!
Avodaco, egg, frying an egg, avodaco, hello, it's my 5-month anniversary, egg, frying an egg, avodaco, egg, frying an egg. Avodaco.
I see a zombie food. You're taking full advantage of your sub. Thank goodness. Oi, zombie food. Thanks so much for the 5 months of support. Could we get some hype in the chat for my friend Zombie Food? Jumping in the chat right as we're destroying this guy's feet. We are raiding this guy's toes live.
There we go. Bye-bye, foot. See you later. See you later.
Zombie Food, I hope you're doing well. Sorry I'm late. Oh, what? You're not late at all. Floggy, you're right on time. You're right on time to see us destroy this guy's toes. We're destroying the toesies. You're here. You had to take a bath or a shower? Which one did you do? A bath or a shower. I hope that you picked one of them. Poor little dude. I know, he seems like a cutie. Huh, I think that we're doing everything that we need to do. I don't think that we need to do anything else. I don't think that we're supposed to hurt him. If his feet are the illness, you're the pedicure. The pedicure. He's down with the sickness. He's down with the sickness, and the sickness is nasty toes. We'll give him the pedicure to his disease. He do walk, though. Poke. Oh, I don't want to get too close. Yeah. Mostly because it's gross. Mostly because your feet are, ouch, gross. Stop moving. Oh, now it's getting trickier. Do we gotta... He's not slamming his feet down like he used to. He ain't slamming like he used to. We gotta slow him down. Stop walking around. Ooh, I think we got one of the feet, right? Oh, he's limp. Oh, he's dragging it. That's sad. He even walks like a little puppy. Dragging his little... dragging his leg. Just like that character from Galaxy Quest. At the watering hole. I don't know if y'all have seen that movie recently. But there's a sad little monster that like limps his way to the watering hole. And then all of his friends eat him. Bye-bye. Consider this imprisoned. Imprisoned. Oh, all right. That was a long pause. That was a long pause. That was a big moment. It's a big moment with me and Link. Ew, goop. Dude, this game is gory. Look, he turned into blood coins. Look at all that blood money. Da 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 da. You mean to tell me that guy's in that little shtick? Are you telling me that big old dino monster fits in that little old shtick?
Now, Lenny, Strike the sealing strike with a skyward strike to remove the strike seal. You must strike quickly, otherwise they will strike you down. Okay. Here I go. La 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 la.
Da 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 da. Plant it. It will grow into a beautiful tree if tended to. Oh, I have to play music. We must try to force him to stay here. Oh, that looks kind of like a part of a pentagram. And it's sticking it's sticking horns up, you guys. That's a real pentagram. Oh. I think the most confused that I've ever been by a game boss ever. I don't even know if that was a boss. That was just a big old dino boy. Yeah, but I really didn't know how to feel about him. Nice going, Lenny. Oh, I was hoping that Gru said that. He looked like he was about to compliment him.
Though the imprisoned had only just begun to awaken and break its bonds, I'm impressed that you were able to restore the seal, keeping it captive. Unfortunately, you have only succeeded in buying us more time.
Bummer, more time.
The behemoth that you sent back to the confinement is a horror of unspeakable power. Judging by what I saw, I would not be surprised if the seal gave way again soon.
Oh, that's good.
If you are left with precious little time to complete the task with which you have been entrusted. Return to the sacred temple, Lenny. There is much to discuss.
Let's talk about it here. Why are we walking back? Let's just talk about it right here. Sit down in the dirt, lady. Oh, she just wanted to leave him behind. Heroes only. She said heroes only at the door, and then she closed it in his face.
Sorry.
To the Tetris cube.
Let's talk about Tetris 99. As you can see, the gate is nothing more than a slab of cold stone right now. If only we could make some ice cream, maybe we could make enough profit to be able to open up this place. You know what? We're gonna make a ice cream shop right here. We're gonna call it, Cold Stone Creamery. Does have a nice ring to it. Rousing it from a great slumber would require great power. Yes, I believe a shot of holy light from your skyward strike might do it.
Why didn't we do that earlier?
Sorry to disappoint you, boy, but for now your sword lacks the power necessary to awaken the gate. Its power level is merely at 99. We're gonna have to raise that by at least one more point. First, you and your sword must grow together.
So it is a plant. Would you classify that as a hat or a cloak? Yo! Oh,
Nice
Angel
to
Rain!
chickens.
Thanks for the jams! Oi, oi, oi! 2 months of support. Thank you so much, Angel Rain, for the support! You guys, could you please welcome Angel Rain here for another month? Also, Satyr Cascading, how are you doing? What's up? Oh my goodness, it's my favorite satyr.
We must grow together.
You guys, I feel like our stream just grew together whenever we all danced at the same time to Angel Rain's sub.
Yes. Faron Woods, Elden Volcano, Lanaru Desert.
I feel like we're gonna have to, I was gonna say, you have to backtrack in most Zelda games to the area again after you unlock something. So I'm guessing that something is the brum 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 brum. You know, the harp, the hand harp. So I guess we're gonna have to hand harp some different entrances in each one of the areas that we've already unlocked, and then we'll unlock a new area, so there'll be maybe 6 dungeons.
A sacred flame is hidden somewhere in these lands. Seek it out and purify your sword in its heat. Only after your blade has been tempered with these 3 fires will it be fully imbued with the great power for which you search.
I wonder if my sword gets stronger whenever it gets imbued with any of this power. That'd be nice.
Clues to finding the sacred flame have been woven into the lyrics of a song, Precious.
Okay, the song.
The clues are the best hope of your finding the knowledge.
Return to Skyloft. See? Now we gotta go back to Skyloft. That's why I didn't want to buy anything, because I knew that they were just gonna send me right back there. You remember the good times together. Groose, heroes only. Aw. I hate even saying this, but I guess you got it all figured out, Granny. Me, well, there's nothing I can do to help Zelda. I'm useless.
Ah, you sell yourself short, my friend. You'll see in time that you have your own role to play in all of this.
Oh, that's heartwarming. Aw, that's sweet. That's sweet. See, he accepts his fate. He accepts things. He's a good bean. He's a good bean. He left pretty kindly there. But Groose will be important by the end. Kind of like Gollum. You remember whenever Gandalf was like, "Oh, don't be mean to Gollum. He might have use yet." And then Gollum sacrificed himself and bit off Frodo's finger. Yeah, it was good to keep him around. Groose is here because we need comic relief. Ah! Relief. That gives me the idea, Alchemic, that there's tension. Is there tension in this game? The only tension that I've felt is the tension from trying to use its stinky mechanics and not die. Wait. Catch it. There we go. You caught a fairy. Splendid. All right. Now, do we just got to play our harp, or have we got to go somewhere? Oh, she said to go back to Skyloft. Okay, let's head back. Well, there's no other reason. I thought that Groose has an important part to play. He's an important man. He's a good bean. Boyan. Ah. Great, Goron! I found some! Ooh, butterflies. Look, those butterflies that respond to beautiful tones are swarming all over the place. This has to be the right spot. Oh, this could be a problem. I cannot carry a tune. If I could not create beautiful tones if a wild animal threatened to roll me down a hill, what can we do? There we go. No worries. No worries. To the sky. Butterflies magically halt in midair. Skirt. There we go. We solved that mystery. We'll just take the butterflies. No singing to them now, hey? I can't wait to make dinner later. Ooh, what's for dinner? I'm good aside from my husband getting a bit of a tick and to take antibiotics. That making extremely susceptible to sunburns right before our trip to Mexico? Oh no! Oh no. That is no good. Crispy. Crispy husbando. Uh-oh. Husband's looking crispy. He shall turn into a lobster. Lobster husbando. Not too shabby. You're making chicken fried rice? Ooh. Ooh, chicken fried rice. Yes, please. Oh, the bug net animation? It's pretty serious. This adds to the tension. Oh, I expected Dad to be in here. Papa. Oh, Papa, where are you? Husband's already part ginger, so he gets crispy. I'm a little bit of a ginger, but you can't really tell in this light. My hair has, if I stay out in the sun long enough, then it kind of turns red. But I have been in the sun very little in the past year, I guess. Yeah, in the past year, I've stayed indoors a lot. A lot. Oh yeah, my beard is much more red than my head hair.
Hey, Lenny, you're looking pretty upbeat lately.
That's the spirit. Zelda will be home before you know it. Just keep on believing that while you wait for her to come back. Look at this guy. He just thinks that life's just gonna hand him stuff. He's like, oh boy, no way that I could possibly help. No investigation needed. She'll appear randomly. You have the jasmine rice in the cooker. Ooh, and the chicken's marinating. Nice. Nice. Now I want to cook some fried rice. You tell me how easy it is.
Oh, you're back, Lenny. Good to see that you're in one piece. So, how about my daughter? So, how's it going down there? Are you any closer to finding Zelda? Oh, I see. My dear Zelda, things must have been terribly trying for her down there. And it can't be easy for her now either, can it? What? You want to know the lyrics to the song that Zelda sang on the day of the wing ceremony? Oh, I can't remember.
Sing it! Or just lyrics. Sing it, old man. Come on.
Listen, as I said, I wouldn't feel comfortable serenading you, but if it's the lyrics you're after, I can recite them for you. Let's see.
What? He wouldn't feel comfortable serenading me? What, are you, a child? You're too nervous to sing? Shaking my head.
Dame. O youth, guided by the servant of the goddess, unite earth and sky and bring light to the land. Land. That's the first part, but as I recall, there's a second verse, and I can't remember more than one sentence at a time. O youth, show the two whirling sails the way to the light tower, and before you a path shall open, and a heavenly song you shall hear.
And a heavenly song it was.
I believe that's the whole thing. The light tower mentioned in this song is a real place. I'm sure of it. It's somewhere out there. I'm sure that you've seen the tower in the plaza. I don't know a thing about two whirling sails, though.
Okay, sweet. The sails. I remember those in the town. Now that we have the old, what's it called? Whirlybird? Now we've got the whirlybird. We can spin those sails that I saw. I remember where one of them is. Front door. Hey. You didn't even notice that Groose left, you dum-dum. You're not even paying attention. He's not your real friend. Buckle me tight. Okay, poor reminds me of Thalen from the Stormlight Archive. Oh, Thalen? Is that the king? Is that the king with the big armor? Oh boy, I need to read that. I need to listen to that book again. It's been too long. It's been too long. It's a good one. It's so long though. All right. Oh, I see where the other one is. You can see it from here. We point him at the tower, then we go into the tower. Sweet. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't, Oh, the Thalens. Oh, they're the people. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot about them. Where are they supposed to point? I don't remember the poem. I wasn't listening well enough. No, and you can't reverse it either. Wait, are they supposed to point at each other? Or are they supposed to point at the tower? Oh, he said the tower. Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, nice. Okay, sweet. That definitely worked. Move out of the way! I'm walking here. I'm running over here. Go, Link. Why is the hose water green? Ew, it's probably because it's moldy. It's moldy, don't drink out of a hose. It's way better to drink straight out of the spigot but it's no good to drink out of a hose because there's always like mold inside of it. Didn't stop me as a kid. Lynn, how are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. Oh, come on. Come on! What's this? Pinwheelers. Just grab it with your hands, Link. Just grab the little. If it can take just blowing air, just crank it. Ah, yes. Good morning, Lynn. Oh, yes, I can specifically say morning. It's true. Hey, Cannon, how are you doing? So you're curious about that windmill, eh? Pretty smart design, I gotta say. See, you can turn the windmill so that it catches the wind no matter what way it's blowing. But, well, there used to be this little propeller attached to the windmill so that you could turn it. Ooh, become famous. Incredible. The thing flew off ages ago. It must have dropped down the edge, but down beneath the clouds. I highly suggest that you retrieve the windmill propeller. Oh no. We have to go down. Oh no. We have to go down below to get the propeller? What? What? How could you possibly find a propeller that big whenever it fell down onto the world, dude? No way. You can't hunt this thing down. What? Oh. Come to think of it, Gondo at the scrap shop said that someone in the family had a flying robot to haul junk from beneath the clouds? What? Junk grabbing? That sounds a little weird. I mean, grabbing junk from beneath the clouds? That's madness! Oh, you said dem IG follows? Oh, big follows for everybody. If y'all want to get famous on Instagram, I know a bot. I know a bot if you want it. Also, Gondo sounds like Gonda. Is this Gondo? I've been hearing a weird rumor. Apparently after nightfall, people have been hearing a woman sobbing in the dormitory. I tell you, it gives a big guy like me the creeps. Yeah. Very creepy indeed. Whoa, Earl, hang on a second. I see you're looking well these days. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that you've got time to gather all variety of magical treasures. Come closer. If it's a treasure that you seek, I'll use my mystical vision to find answers for you. No. No, you won't sucker me into that. Oh, a new shield. What? What benefit does this shield have, my boy?
Aha, that's the sacred shield. As you might surmise from its name, it can handle a variety of attacks. All variety of attacks. Fire, not a sweat. Electricity, no painful zaps. Plus, it automatically repairs itself when it sustains damage. It's a little fragile, but that shouldn't be a problem for one as talented and agile as yourself. At a cost of 500, it's an investment, but an excellent one.
Yeah, I think we gotta buy this one. This is the first actual shield that doesn't zap you and doesn't get broken. I'll take it.
It pains to tell you, my friend, but it appears that your pouch is full. May I suggest that you stow some of your belongings at the item check?
Sure. Good thing that the item check's up here. Yeah. Over here.
Hi. Hi.
Wait. I don't suppose that you come by just to see me, do you? I don't know how to answer this. No. Well, I can't lead her on. Link has no tact. Link has no tact. I wouldn't say either one of these things. Yes, it's true.
What? Really?
Yeah, right. You think I'm gonna fall for that old line? You asked! You asked!
If that were true, it might be kind of nice. Oh, I almost forgot. I still have a job for you to do.
She kind of reminds me of Sushi a little bit. I think, right? Hi, hi. I like her lazy voice. I do have a job to do. Do you have something for me to hold on to? Yes. Yeah. Reminds me a little bit. Let's move the jar away. And we'll also move the shield. Now, should we get the treasure medal or a small seed satchel? I kind of feel like bringing the treasure medal so that we make more money. Now we got one more open slot. Sweet. Sweet, dude. Oh, you can also sell stuff. Nice. Hi. Hi, hi.
Oh, yes, please buy.
I will. You still look like you have glasses on your face permanently. What does the treasure medal do? It appears to make more treasure show up. So you just get more money. Oi, speaking of more money, Ashley Rose! Thank you for those 10 doggos. Hooray! 10 doggos. And wait. Ashley, that's quite an entrance. That's quite an entrance. How are you doing, Ashley? Oh, wait. Okay, I don't think that the Junk Master's in there, right? Beetle also had a pocket last time that you were there. Yeah, I doubt I have enough money for that, but we will definitely check old Beetle's. Old Beetle's Flying Circus. But first, I think that the junk guy the upgrade guy? I didn't talk to him. We really should just to check out.
Hey, kid, what's up? You look like you need to get something off your chest.
Yes. Correct.
Huh? It's about the old robot that my grandpa used to tinker around with. You probably just came to make fun of the crazy junk guy for believing his grandfather's stupid stories. He said that it used to be called C-3PO, but nobody's able to repair it. Well, get in line. I've heard it all before. Wait, that's not why you're here? You need to pick up something from the clouds with this robot? Do you know what that means? That means that you believe my grandpa's stories true, don't you?
Yeah, well, at least one other guy believed the stories, right?
Well, I'm happy to hear that somebody else believes me, but I don't think I can help you. You see, my grandpa's old robot, what's he called again? Oh, hey, that's right, I remember. His name is Scrapper. He might not look like much these days, but he was an amazing robot once. When you called him, he'd go anywhere and haul anything. Sadly, as you can see, he's just another busted old hunk of junk. But old Gramps did tell me this: if you can get him working again with the extract from an ancient flower, it's just like oil to this guy.
Wait, do I have some?
What? You have one? Are you kidding me? That's amazing. Hold it. Why would you say that you had one when you really don't? That's a dirty trick, kid.
Why did they give me that option? I thought I had it. I was as surprised as you, Gondo. I promise I wasn't trying to mess with you, Gondola. He's gonna get mad at me. Sorry, buddy. We gotta find an ancient flower, but we haven't been informed about where that would be. Oh, good, just dropping by? All right. Ashley Rose, thanks for dropping by. I hope you have a wonderful day. Oh, he said that I don't have the flower. Let's see. Maybe if I play him a song, then it'll awaken him. Ooh. Well, I'm pretty sure that we're supposed to use Scrapper to get that pinwheel. And the pinwheel is to rotate for that, so... An extract from an ancient flower? Well, let's go to Beetle's Shack and see if we have money for something right now. You didn't pick them along the way? I didn't see any. I didn't see any flowers that look like you could pick them or extract anything from them. Do you need a jar for that, or... Huh. Is it just in here? Ancient flower, yeah. Huh. I didn't see one of them. What area can I get them from? That's too bad. That's annoying. We can also stay out at night, and we could get some of these gratitude crystals, apparently. He'll whack you with a hammer if you say that you have some abstract, but you really don't? Oh, no! It was in the desert. Oh. You watch them go by? Nardivel, did you know that I need to pick them? Why didn't you tell me? Why did you tell me? That's not what I would consider a spoiler. Okay, they're in the desert. Well, we gotta fly to the desert now. Time to head off. Get all things prepared for Saturday's reveal. Ah! A-star, we'll see you later. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. We'll see you later. Blessed A-star. A-star, the blessed bean. Whee! Well, I get that, Nardivel. I get it. That makes sense. If you were trying to not be spoilery, that was very nice of you. A report. It's possible to descend upon a specific location. You said you remember seeing one by the last goddess cube that you smacked? Yeah, there was one there, and then I looked for it again. Yeah, because that's the only time that I saw one that was mentioned. I did see it there too, whenever you mentioned it. But it wasn't there whenever we returned, which is too bad. Did they just show up randomly? I thought that this would be a gorge that we can hopefully get to a lot of area from. Yeah, there's one there, so they randomly spawn. Because it was not there whenever we went back. So I guess they're random? Ooh, I don't want to go back here. I wonder if you have to get... Oh, I see the place that you're going to need the grapple hook for. It's a real shame that we have to come back down here with no grapple hook. To pick up a random item that they didn't make clear that you needed. By the way, you'll not whack you. I was just joking. Oh, yes, I know, Flunky. Yeah. Bummer, Nintendo. I guess that's not a common mistake. I guess that most people just pick up everything. Maybe I'm just unusual. Maybe I'm the dummy. It just didn't look like something to pick up. Ooh, Tin, good morning. You're just saying hi before prepping up for work. All right. Tin's jumping in here and saying hi. It's nice to see you, Tin. Good luck with your work today. Good luck with your work. It's good to see you. Ay. Bagu. Well, wait a second, because I walked over this area a million times. Yeah, we walked all... Well, I guess it could have spawned randomly. If they really do spawn randomly, it might be over here, but we definitely looked over this area a lot. So if there's anywhere that it probably isn't, it's probably not over here. So we did walk over here a lot. Oh, this is where the center is now. Ah, the area has changed since I was a boy. Back when I was a boy, it looked so different. They really built a lot of apartment complexes around here. You ruined the natural beauty of the sinking sands. Oh. Trying to keep my eyes peeled. I don't think there's going to be a flower up on this tower, though. The Tower of Flower. Flower tower, anyone? We can probably look for a long distance. I think that's a bomb. Yeah, there's a bomb over there. Flowers that don't exist. La 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 la. My favorite kind of flower. My favorite kind of flower. The ones that don't exist. Maybe they're all... Ooh, there's a goddess cube over there now. Ooh, I hope we can get over there. That's worth the trouble anyway. Oh, big hammer! Oh wait, oh that's a big shield. Whoa. Whoa, he's a strong boy. Oh no, that's a grapple hook. That's a grapple hook right there. Look at that big old lad. Look at that big strong lad. Let's go beat him up. Oh wait. Oh no! How unfortunate. Hey, Blue Jay, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi! Blue Jay, Blue Jay. How are you doing today? Wait, you said good morning or evening? Oh, good evening. Did you just wake up? It can be your morning, Blue Jay. Over here. Dang it. Oh, there's a thing to blow up over there. We shall do it. Excuse me, Mr. Bun Buns. You keep your filthy pig buns over there. Tolkienny, how are you doing? It's my twin brother. My name's Kenny. They're Tolkienny. Okay. I don't think there's a flower in here. Is this a shortcut? Just looked. It can only be found near a time shift area. No suffering today. Oh, it can only be near a time shift area. All right. Well, they didn't indicate the flower at all. They never focused on it. Like, they even taught me about bugs. They never taught me about that flower, which is necessary to complete the game. Seems silly. Seems silly, Nintendo. It's not ever made apparent that you need it, but it's required for the story. I mean, I'm not one for all these fee hints, but that could have been a moment for Fee to show up and say, "Oh, what's that mysterious flower? I don't know. It seems to have an aura around it that seems like it may be important later." I mean, again, I'm no big Fee advocate, but I mean, it seems like Fee might have pointed out the flower whenever he first encountered it. But apparently Arisa found it without any problems, so maybe I'm just dumb. That is a way to say big boy foes. That's a big boy. Go beat him up. Would it show when you hit the crystal? I didn't see it, JW. I specifically looked for it too. It didn't show up whenever I hit the crystal over there. Yeah, I specifically looked in a spot that the... Oh, I got a couple free hits on this lad. What's the jump button? You did try to pick up everything. I get it. Yeah. I'm probably just done now. Too much trouble. Too much trouble. Azriel!
Kenny, did you rename Link to Zelda to start the game?
No.
That's always the first thing I do in a Zelda game. Smiley face.
That's an even better idea. I just named him Lenny. Lenny! It's Link, Kenny. How are you doing, Azriel? Thanks for the 100 biddies. Oi! Thank you for the 100 biddies. Oi! Azriel, how are you doing? Can only be caught with a bug net. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, flowers getting caught with a bug net. That makes sense. At least that part makes sense. I mean, they don't point out the flower in any way, shape, or form. They don't even tell you that you could pick flowers with the net. But... goop. I will ignore that goop. Oh, wait. No, this is too far. Unless that's the way through. I think that this is where we found the flower, so that's actually a shortcut. Okay. Good stuff.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Frustrating. You can really tell whenever I'm frustrated, whenever I just don't say anything. That's a real sign of frustration, is whenever I have nothing to say. Alright. Time for my favorite mechanic. My favorite mechanic! Hashtag thanks, Nintendo. I guess it could technically be all over here, though, so we might run into it earlier rather than later. But we'll see. Don't see it here. Oh, there it is. All right, let's go back. Oh, actually, that would have been faster. Let's whoops. Oops. That's a faster way. Da da Alright. Oh, it's an enemy. And a bunch of extra ancient flowers. Man, yeah, I must have been dumb. Just have to run into them. I only saw one while we were going, but now they're showing up everywhere. Maybe I was just ignoring them. Huh. Don't know what had me so distracted. Maybe I was just trying to go quick. Okay, we can teleport back using this bird technology. Using high quality bird technology. I suppose this isn't technology made by the Sheikahs, but maybe it is. They haven't said anything about it. Or at least I don't think that they did. Maybe they did. Whenever they were first introduced, I don't remember them mentioning Sheikah technology specifically. But I'm not sure when the Sheikah are in this timeline. This is the first game in all of the series. Like, as far as time periods go, this is as early as it gets, so I'm not sure if the Sheikah had made that stuff yet. Or if that's done after they reached the ground. Maybe we start the Sheikah like revival in this game. I don't know. All right, we got your flowers. We got your flowers that you didn't even tell me where they were. The least you could have done is tell me where they were. Sheikahs aren't advanced in this one, you don't think? Yeah, I wonder if that's because they didn't know where they were going with the series, or if that's in a specific part of the series, you know? Yeah, it looks like their language on the stones. There's definitely hints of it, but this Zelda game smacks of being a progression towards Breath of the Wild, but not a planned progression. Like, I'm recognizing, like, art, style things, aesthetic things that go between Breath of the Wild and this, but I get the feeling that Nintendo didn't actually plan it at all. I think I know you got a favorite ass. Yes. Sheikah should after this, since Master Sword exists already. Interesting, Azrael. I do have the book. I could look at it. There you go. He's alive! Aw, he's cute. Yeah, like this reminds me of the what's it called? This music reminds me of the workshops, the Sheikah workshops in Breath of the Wild.
Thank you, Berserk. I've got a full tank of energy, and I'm ready to carry anything.
All right, carry me to heaven.
Huh? Who's this green-clad individual of a small stature?
Whoa, it talked! Could you believe that? I really did fix him. This kid's got the materials that I needed to fix you. Go on, say thank you.
Are you sure it was him, Xert? Well then, I extend my reluctant thanks to you as a gesture of obligatory gratitude, Ver...
Chonk! Hey now, watch it. That's no way to talk to somebody who just saved your life. Is that a robot slur? How dare. Don't you dare. Anyway, this kid wants you to haul some stuff around, so you're gonna need to help him.
This individual may have restored my operations, but I am not inclined to offer assistance, Xert. Serving children, it is a very low in my task priority, Xert.
Dude, what a hater.
Master Linny, materials from the windmill yielded a signal down that you could use for dowsing.
What? Now you just introduced dowsing? Cause he doesn't want to obey a
I'm
child?
back from the dead.
Who are you, Zverpfoosh? Thank you for the 100 bits. Gamer Boss, you're back from the dead. Where have you been? Gamer Boss, nice to have you back. How have you been doing? I hope you've been enjoying your stay away. Has been a minute since I've seen those 3 numbers in the chat, my friend. Are you sure that it's him? How rude.
I understand, Xert. At your request, I will carry anything, regardless of weight or destination.
He loves her. This is a sassy. It's a sassy Wally situation. We got Eva that just showed up with her heels. And this little Wally-looking sucker is just like, oh boy, oh boy.
Master, we now have the means to bring the propeller back to Skyloft.
You may immediately begin your search for... We have to still search for it, then?
Master Shortpants, I offer assistance. I can now detect Mistress Fee through waves. Should you need me, ask Mistress Fee.
Why? What's this mechanic? Why do I have to use Fee to message it? Why can't I just press A while I'm next to it and it just has her do it?
So how do you plan on recovering all the stuff that fell between fortune teller right on the money?
Okay, so we gotta... Wait, what? Oh, we gotta talk to the fortune teller with his big ol' eyeballs. I'll never complain about talking to him. You there, yes you. Come, allow me to foresee your future. It'll cost just 10 rubies to light the way through the cloudy path ahead. I think that it is in the green area though. Do you hunger to know what my big lovely eyes will behold? Shall I begin? So, what information do you seek? What do you want to know? What's the difference? What's the difference? We're looking for treasure that's next. Where to next? Magnificent, come closer. Let us see what I can see. Maya. Aha! I see many things. All is revealed. He's got a man bun. I never even realized. Yes, you're searching for something. Allow me to gaze into your future. I see a propeller falling through a sea of clouds. It is discarded, left to the elements. I see a mountain of fire. I see a temple on this burning mountain. What you seek is just down the mountain from the temple. Oh, I know where it is. I literally remember it. I should have just thought about the propeller. I thought that that would be a treasure thing, so I didn't even think of it. Ha, I didn't have to ask him that. Because I remember there being a propeller there. There's also a diggy spot in that first temple. Oh, yeah. I remember that being there. I just thought that that was going to be a treasure thing. I didn't think that that was going to be a story propeller. I thought that we'd go down there with the blowing device, so we just go whoosh, and then we'd get a little treasure or something. Nay. That is the only propeller, I would suppose. What lovely eyes you have. Next is the main questy thing. Yeah, it looks like it. Boyan. Whee! I've been okay. I miss being here, but not feeling the best. I'm sorry. I hope that you feel better, gamer boss. Boom! Maybe we can pump you up. I hope that we can pump you up and make you have a better time. Boom! We're your friends. We'll be your friends if you let us. I'm gonna grab a Topo Chico as a reward for continuing to play this game. Because my dad always said, like, whenever my dad would work, he gave me a hint of how to, like, manage yourself and keep yourself working. He was always like, if you're doing a job that you hate, if you're really frustrated with the work that you're doing, give yourself a reward at the end. Like, have that waiting. He would normally use a Coca-Cola, so he would be like, he would specifically, like, have a Coke waiting for me. He'd go, after we finish this job, then I'll drink my Coke. Well, I'm suffering through this game, so I'm gonna go get a Topo. But I tell you what's really nice is that movies, they often require a second viewing or even a third viewing for you to enjoy everything that they have to offer. But I feel like largely I'll be done with this game and I'll never have to play it again. So it's possible that I'll want to 100% it someday, but that would require me to 100% every other Zelda game first for me to care about that. So I feel like I might never play this game again, which is a very nice thought. Ooh, that's good. Oh, I'm feeling rewarded. Eyes watering. Feelings of reward. Oh, you just press A. Yes, please. Thank you. That's exactly what I asked for. Nintendo, is just the A button. Thank you. I thought that I was gonna have to press down on the thumbstick. God bless. All right, Wally. Oh, look, he's got a cute little relationship going on here. And he's calling her mistress. Oh, no. Arisa, I'll never call you mistress, even if you ask.
Mistress Fee, I hope that you weren't waiting long. So, Zer, you want me to carry this? Hey, Master Short Pants, you're in my way. Get out of the way.
Rude.
Get out of my way, Mr. Short Pants. I'll be waiting for you up in the sky, so don't take too long.
Oh my gosh.
I'll be waiting. Hurry back, tee-hee. I'll be up, waiting for you.
Master, I suggest that we also return to the sky. Sweet, so we teleported here, we got the thing, and now we go home.
Huh?
What? You guys, wait a second. Are y'all taking that the wrong way? Shaking my head, you guys. You gotta use context. Context, darn it! This robot's using it as a false, well, not false, but as a form of like honor, as an honorable title. Unbelievable, you guys. I had to think like a stinker, and now I know what y'all mean. Shaking my head. You know, I always thought that Link had a short skirt instead of pants. I mean, it does kind of look like a skirt. It's technically a tunic, I believe. I believe it's a tunic. Oh, and they let me teleport straight to the right spot. That's nice. If you're gonna make me go back down to the world, the least that you can do is give me an A button and take me right to the right spot. Thank you.
Here is the windmill propeller.
He just tossed it to the ground. He just chucked it. He just chucked it down. Whoa, isn't that beat up robot from Gonda's place? Wait a second.
It is! That's the windmill propeller! Yeah, you're really putting it together, aren't you, jackhammer? Somehow I get the feeling this is all an elaborate prank, but I'll fix it. All right. This goes here, and we just cranked out a few clicks.
All right, buddy, just let me. I already know what to do. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Now you're in my way. Oh, it turns counterclockwise. All right. Man, this is almost long enough for me to take 2 sips. Just give it just a little scoop. Oh, I can see it lining up in the back. Okay. Ooh, that looked like a mirror for a second. Mirror, mirror. Oh, it looks like you might direct the sun with that thing. That's kind of cool. We might have to come here during a certain time of the day. That would be interesting. But let's go up to old Beetle Shack. We'll go up to the Beetle Shack because I didn't see it over here last time. Ooh, that's gonna be hard to hit. Let's get closer. Boyan, let me up.
Let me up, Beetle Sama.
Yep. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, there we go. I don't want to let go yet. I don't want to let go yet. Oh, now it sounded like. All right, Beetle, what do you got for sale, huh? Mirror, mirror in the sand. Why the heck are you in this land? Oh, it's a new items. New items. How much does this cost? Like 500, 800? Oh, you have great taste in things. Isn't it shiny? I found it somewhere nearby. Just 1,600 rupees? What? Unbelievable, dude. Dude, 1,600 rupees? Ow! You stink, dude. That's so expensive. I'm trying to save the world out here. Oh, we'll see you later, Floggy. Thanks for hanging out, my friend. We shall see you later. I'll be back here with this same game tomorrow if I can stomach it. We'll see you later. I was so close to going through my entire life without hearing Beetle Sama. No, Nardavel, it's too late. I've stolen that life from you. I've stolen that reality. It's only 300. I'll take it.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you. You're welcome. All right, there's another bag, and that probably makes there be more bugs. That's probably a bug magnet. Bug magnet, Boyan. Up the tower. Let's find out where we gotta point this bad boy. Wait, if a mirror is made of glass and glass is made of sand, it has returned to its birthplace. Wait, what? Is all glass made from sand? I thought that was a myth. I thought that was only in Minecraft. Oh, Skyward Strike. Who needs a sun? Oh, we do, apparently. Oh, we probably have to play a song, don't we? I see that circle. I see that circle, dude. I see it. How do we play the song? How do I play the song? Traditional instrument. Oh, you press X. That's what it is. I recognize those little drops. I've dropped a few frames today, Arisa, but it doesn't look too bad. It's 0.1. Huh, I wonder what that was. Bitrate's moving around a little bit. Might be the internet. Unlike what Opes gets sometimes, I had unplanned maintenance because the internet broke. So hopefully everything's good, because... I don't know. I don't trust him. Sing your heart out. She reminds me of that Hatsune Miku. Sing your heart out, Miku! Finally, they put Vocaloid in my Zelda game. Yeah, I'm getting out my blue wig. I'm getting out a blue wig. Stop weighing me. Stop. Guess Twitch thinks Kitty knows too much. They're trying to silence me, but we won't back down. What a tune. Didn't she just say, Wesu, Wesu, Wesu? Sounded like she was just saying the same thing over and over. Master, there's a high probability that that beam of light will lead us to clues. I recommend that you go to the beam. I recommend that you purchase a beamer, and we can roll through the streets. Jump off, boyan! Alright, now we shall investigate the suspicious cloud. Suspicious cloud has appeared in the Super Smash Bros. Roster! Who the heck is this cloud, and why is it purchasable on the 3DS? Nobody cares about this character named Cloud. Nobody knows what game he is from. Whee! She was singing, wait. Yep, it was just slowed down. It was slowed down by 50%. Wait. It looks kind of like a dome. It looks kind of like the popular NBC show, The Dome. Fly into any beam of light that you find, Link. That's a good idea. The Thunderhead. Do you remember Thunderhead? Storm powers. Good with kids. Oh, it's a whole new area. A whole new world. Shall we go over here? Or shall we go over there? Cloud is also mute, just like Link. Oh snap, they're birds of a feather. If you don't mind the witticism now. Mommy mo. Mommy. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Ooh, I still need to watch Beyond the Thunderdome. I've watched the first Mad Max, and I've also watched the new one. The first one and the new one. The classic and the actual good one. Oh. Actually, I've heard that Thunderdome is good and that the second one's boring. Right? Isn't the third one Thunderdome? Master Lenny, I have memories from this island. It is known as the Isle of Songs. I wonder if there will be any flute. Oh wait, we don't have a flute in this game. There will be no flute. You got you get all of the Oh, what's this? A whole new world, a dazzling place that's full of rain. This game is nothing but endless pain. Sadness doth abound. A whole new world, a whole new world. Where? Oh. Rotate. Oh, it's a whole platform that's moving. Holy moly, Link, you're strong. You're a strong lad. He's pushing the whole island. Oh, now I should be able to select a different one. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Puzzle mechanic. Oh no. This is gonna be hard to figure out. Oh no. Oh, we need, I see. So we need to use this rotation to line them up. Wait, no, because you can never lower all the platforms at the same time though. Let me double check. No, I don't think that you can ever lower them all at the same time. So that means that you have to plan their rotation Yeah, that means that you have to plan their rotation properly because otherwise I could just line them up at any old time. But unfortunately, I have to deal with alternating. Although if I can get them, okay, this is actually pretty easy. Thankfully, I figured this out really quick. All right, sweet. We should be able to solve this entire thing now. Dunzo. What luck? What luck? What brains? What brawn? What Link? What Link? Shut up, Link. Keep doing your mission, Link. Don't give up now. Don't give up now. Zelda's right through this hole. She crawled through it. She got her dress dirty. There's still a bug in here. Jedi Shepherd. It's Jet Shepherd. How are you doing? Yeah. Arisa, are you proud of me? Thank goodness. Oh. After the flower incident, I was thinking that I might have lost all credibility. But thankfully I did one thing well. Lovely. Oh, Jet, how are you doing? Oi, did you ever say who that special guest was over at your stream? Who was that special guest? I wasn't able to stay because I think I was busy, but I did try to. I think I left a lurk, if I'm not mistaken. But I saw that you were playing with a special guest. A special guest? Who the frick was that? What? That's a new mechanic, dude. That's a new mechanic, dude. It was a forward strike. I wonder why they built this thing with such a small entrance. No. No, that's not pretty. That's not good. That's a weeping angel. Get that weeping angel out of here. No. Don't blink. Master Lenny, I have important information. This is a very creepy statue. That is the end of the transmission. Get out of here as soon as possible. When you strike the crest with the Skyward Sword, this goes really creepy-like. Don't do that again. The goddess intended for this message for you. These are her words. Leave. Stop. Oh, she dancing again. He who seeks the sacred flame, listen well, if not, he's to blame. She do dance, though. The sacred flames are 3 in number. To obtain them, you must also earn relics known as the 3 sacred gifts. For each trial you overcome, you shall be blessed with one of the gifts. Make use of the power of these gifts. And you will find your way to the purifying sacred flames. Now I bestow upon you a melody. It will serve as the key. Open the first trial that awaits for you. All right, it's in the woods. You could have said that. You could have just said, woods, Link, now. She do dance, though. I do like her dance. Time to watch Yuri on Ice, you guys. Linkle on Ice. You did? It's your best friend, Matt. He's the #1 balloon artist in Australia? Oh, what? They have awards for that? That's amazing. That's cool. A balloon man. I can juggle. And he can do balloon animals. Now I've got to go to Australia. That song is called Faron. Link learned how to sing. Yes, the trials. The what? This whole game feels like a trial. Master, you must overcome the trials before you obtain the 3 gifts. I have committed the courage to memory. I suggest you set out. Okay. I'm the Juggle Man meets Balloon Man. That's our names. Is that what we could? That's our stage names. That's what we call it. That's what we call ourselves. I call myself Juggle Man, and I can pop the balloons. Oh, what? Asriel, no. Oh, we can't teleport home using the bird statue. This game makes me want to pat my belly for some reason. Makes me just want to hold my belly and go, no more game. Makes me want to just rest my hands on my belly. Makes me want to kind of like crane my back. Try to rest my hands on my stomach. Just be like, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. The ego check. What's up? How are you doing? It's strange. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. That's how it makes me feel. It's really hard. I tried to make a crown and struggled. A crown because you're such a queen. You love your little rainbow kitty. Oh, that's a squirrel. It does kind of look like a. It does kind of look like a meow meow. It's so cute. It's a cutie squirrel, but it does look like a meow meow. I will be fair. And then Kenny will point the clue for next triangle piece. Oh yeah, triangle pieces. I thought that they'd be in this game. I figured they'd be in this game.
Oh, no worries, Jet.
Oh, bees. Not the bees. Oh, you can run while you do this. Kind of. You kind of can't. Because, yeah, you have to stop. You can pull it up, but then you have to stop to select it. Come back here! I want a bee for Christmas. Santa, please! Give me the bees! Santa! No. It didn't hurt me once, though. It didn't hurt me once, though. That's funny. That's funny, man. Always suffering, but it's a Deku Hornet. Yeah, that's one. Come back here, you cowards. Come back. Didn't work too well. Ego check. Juggle Man meets Balloon Man, and they float in Ocean Man. Ocean Man, take me by the hand, take me to the land. Ocean Man. I only know that song because of the SpongeBob movie. Oh, and the meme. I forgot about the meme. There's an Ocean Man meme. Smack those flowers. You have to catch them. You have to catch them with your net. It's the only sensible thing to do. Tap. Tap, 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 tap. Let me out.
SpongeBob. I'm David Hasselhoff.
Shall we go up this way? I didn't see any other treasures, but I guess I could catch another bee. Shall we catch another bee? I don't see any other benefits from climbing this. Oh, there's a rainbow over there. Pride Island. We must visit. Boyan. I wonder if that island has anything to do with the clown guy. Maybe we can activate his circus. They really made it a challenge. Oh, I was pressing the wrong button. Oh, dang it. Oh, we can push this. Ugh. You don't need a license to drive a sandwich.
What'll it be, fellas? Ketchup or mustard? Are they laughing at us, SpongeBob?
No, Patrick. They're laughing beside us. Oh, wow. He really do just be picking them all up, don't he? Stop. Now that we're men.
I changed my underwear.
You could have changed your underwear any time that you wanted, Patrick. You clearly had a couple of pairs on you. Why didn't you just switch as soon as you found out that it was embarrassing? Patrick. Come on, man. Oh, there's no real treasure up here because it has to be marked. And it's a deactivated treasure chest.
Boyan. Now that we're men.
Okay. Rainbow Island probably doesn't have anything to do, but we could take a look. It's a pretty island anyway. You leave that starfish alone. Oh, what? It's not his fault. It's the writing.
Oh, I will.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It's the only thing that I'm not allowed to do on stream. Alchemic said I was allowed to do anything except for make fun of Patrick. Oh. What shall we find? What shall we find?
Maybe we shall find out that we were the treasure all along. All along, it was the friends that we made along the way, and Link face planted on Heart Island. This is all. This is hearts. The Rainbow Island stinky. There's nothing here. Oh, Jet. Okay, so I gotta go out of the house and do some exercise. Gotta do a freaking long bike ride. I don't know how long that is, but that sounds ridiculously long. We'll see y'all later. Jet, good luck with the righties. Good luck with the righties. Make sure to cut off lots of cars. Us car drivers love that. Do it. Do it, Jet Shepherd. See you later. What'd you just say? It's the worthless island. Useless island. That's what you get for making fun of Patrick. How dare you? The treasure is in your heart, as in all fantasy movies always say. The treasure was us all along. Okay, so we gotta go to the woods. To the wood, and we're out of money. We have $20 to our name. That's hardly enough to get a Subway sandwich. If 5K is 3 miles, then that's about 12 miles. Oh my gosh. I rode my bike 1 mile one time and I almost died. Like not because of like getting hit by a car or anything, just like my lungs, my legs, the pain. All right, to the woods, to the Sewudo. Okay. Back to being peasants. Peasants? I don't want to be a peasant. Please. I only had $600. That's not even that much money. $600 isn't much money. If all that Link has in his bank account is $600, he is a peasant. Point to the preferred descent area with a finger. And oh yeah. But where do I go? I don't know. Forest Temple? That's what's giving me the best vibes. We gotta go here anyway, because I wanna dig up the treasure. It better be something good. It better be something good, or I'm gonna be real mad. I'm gonna be big mad. A report, Master Lenny. I have detected, oh yeah, we'll be able to detect the trial with our dowsing. Well, let's go in here anyway. Rupees are gems, so they're expensive to humans, not just in Hyrule World. Ooh. Yeah, if I had a fistful of gems, that'd be different. I'd be in trouble if that's all I had. Yes. $600. If I don't have $600, what am I gonna wipe my butt with? I'm in big trouble. Get out of here. Some gems are worthless. Yeah, like quartz. Like quartz. Who needs quartz? Though I suppose if you get a big enough chunk of it. Boyan. The treasure room is over here, I think. Yes. How was the big scorpion? Pretty easy, Beowulf. We spanked it. We destroyed that guy. He didn't stand a chance. Quartz is vital, Kenny. It is vital. Yeah, wasn't the diggy spot was in here, right? Oh, the spiders are still dead? After all this time. Yeah, quartz is good for countertops. Yeah, exactly. If you use it as a countertop, I mean, who uses gold? I mean, that'd be pretty squishy countertop anyway. Not ideal. Oh, it dodged. I'm out of here. It's too smart. These plants have become too wise. Ew, spiders, run! Thankfully we got past them. How are you doing? Oi, Keith. How are you doing? I hope you're well. Don't worry. All the spiders are dead. We killed them. Where do we go? There was remember you guys how there was a spot to dig? Oh, it's old treasure, man. It was a special treasure.
the treasure was friendship all along. I can't remember what it was. Fiddlesticks. But how difficult would they make it to find it, right? How difficult would they make to find it? Doesn't seem reasonable. What? Because we didn't have the mechanic back then, so do they really expect you to come all the way back here just for one diggy spot? Just for one spot. What would they put in that spot that would be worth it? I don't feel like there's a heart piece. Ooh, spider. Whoops. Whoops. Darn. Can't remember where that spot is. Well. Stabby. Get out of here, bug. I'll play ping pong with you all day. Spin around. Let me poke that. Die. You die. All of your grape jelly's gone. What are you gonna do now? Can't make PB&J with no jelly. I'm close to it. Yeah, I know this in this area. It's in one of these first rooms. Maybe it's maybe I'm forgetting and it's in a second one. My arm's been acting weird. I think that whenever I picked up all those lights, it actually hurt my arm just a little bit. No joking. I'm not just trying to say that there was a lot of them. I actually tried to pick up that with my left arm, and now it kind of hurts. I think I bought too many lights. If picking up the lights hurts your arm, the spot is in your heart too. Not my heart. Not my sweet, sweet jelly heart. My heart is beating, pumping the most delicious jelly. Oh, is it up here? Oh, Spooder. Le Spooder. I do not know about that spider. I do not like that spider up there. I'm going to shoot it. It is dead. That is a dead spider. Boyan, please don't have PB&J with spiders. What? What if I want to offer a PB&J to a spider and I want to eat it with it? Me and the spider are friends. We are friends. We are friends to the bitter end. No spots. I felt like it was where the water covered up, right? I thought that it was where the water covered. It's over here. Oh. Yeah, do you know, who knows where the spot is? Who knows what the spot is? The bitter end. We are friends. I think that's from, The Lion King, right? The water did cover it up? How the heck did we get over there then? It's in a side alcove. That's what I thought initially. That was yeah, it's right there. But we can't dive yet. You mean you have to have 2 different mechanics to dig up this stupid spot? What? What? You have to have the water temple mechanics and the fire temple mechanics? Oh my gosh. This better be the best treasure in the entire game, because this is more difficult than saving Zelda. Saving Zelda? Easy. Under the water. Water under fire, why? Yeah, it's probably just a monster horn. It's probably just like a goop. No, I don't want to talk to you. I want to douse. Where's the dousing button? I thought that this was the dousing button. I thought you hold this to douse. Can you not douse in here? No, you can douse everywhere. What? All right, let's get out of here. Turn around. Turn around, get out of this dungeon. Ooh, we're gonna take the quick route. Boyan. Oh no, we're not gonna have the juice. There we go. Boing. Not in the dungeon. A shame. No dungeon dousing, darn it. No dungeon dousing for you, my boy.
My boy, how dare you? How dare you try to search for things while you're busy? You promised Zelda you'd find her?
Not get your treasure? Oh, wait. Now, let's look for a trial gate. We're close. Or at least she said that we're close. She may have been lying. I mean, robots have lied to me before. One time, Siri told me that it was 89 degrees outside, but it was actually 88. Ever since then, I haven't trusted a single robot. Free treasure? $20. $20? Hey, I'll take anything I can get. Ouch. You want to know where things are? Not around here. Beowulf says, I hate the trials. And Nardavel said, oh boy, the trials. Now I'm double worried. That's two different styles of worry. Worried that this will be very entertaining to watch me struggle. And now worried that somebody else hates it too. Oh yeah, oh, this big old area. Well, that makes sense that this would be it. Lenny boy, sweetest Lenny boy, get your butt inside that gate. And I'm all healed up. I'm totes ready for the trials. I hope it's boss rush. Boss rush trial. Oh, never mind. It's inside the tree. Oh, we probably have to play a little tune. Oh, it's the bats. It just took one little strum. If only we had just strummed earlier. Somebody just needs to run around with a banjo and make sure that there's no magic spots in the world. Go, Miku, go. Sing your song. Let them know how you feel. It is all segu. It is all segu. It is all segu. It is all segu. It is all segi. Where's that? There's lots of other instruments that are playing right now. The children of the forest must be jamming along. Something here is reacting to the performance of, yes, the song. I calculate 90% possibility. It's pretty high. Back in my day, we just had to play notes, not strum wildly. It's especially confusing with this control because, again, I'd never encountered this before. Because, like, whenever you move a stick, you're normally, like, informed immediately how quickly you're moving it. So it's like, if you move it a little bit, then you move slowly in Call of Duty or something, or a lot, you move quickly. So you don't really have to worry about, like, how close you are to the edge of its limit. You just pull it as far as you need to in the game. But in this game, you need to know where the limits of the stick are, because you have to strum constantly to the edge of where the stick ends, and then you go constantly back to the center. But it's impossible to tell where you are. I never knew that they had these limits before. Nintendo has unlocked new problems with the classic controllers. Nintendo, you figured out why nobody's done a mechanic like this before. Incredible. I didn't actually listen to what she said, if I'm being honest. Oh, look, a goddess cube. Ooh, who cares what she said? How do you get up there? Oh, step on the, oh yeah, that makes sense. Ready sword. My sword's been ready all my life, dude. Thrust sword. Stab! Uh-oh. Uh-oh, tree die. Uh-oh, time flip. Uh-oh, ghosty. Uh-oh, Dead Town. Ooh, is this sprinting? Oh, is this sprinting? Oh, this is stamina challenges. Master Lenny. As expected, I cannot follow you to this realm, but the trial calls out to your mind alone. It's known as the Silent Realms. Courage, temporary. Your spirit is temporarily separated. Location of the flames. Enhance your sword. Oh, sweet. I wanted an enhanced sword, dude. I get superpower. You got the spear. Ew. Ew. It's got gross little. Makes me want to squeeze them and pop them. It reminds me a little bit of rapping. You know, the little air rapping? Makes me want to go pop it. It's your spirit, Lenny. That is your spirit vessel. Oh, we have to go collect all of them? And they all fill each one of those? You need to search for something known as tears. Oh, you just have to scoop up everybody's tears. Do you see that glowing object in front of you? This is like Animal Crossing. It's a trial. Is it time-based? If you take even a single step outside of the protective circle you stand in, the guardians of this realm will wake up to pursue you. Aw, I don't want to be pursued. I don't want to be pursued by anybody. If a guardian manages a single hit, your trial will shatter. Alright, we'll do this first try. If you collect the tears scattered through the area, fill it without getting hit by an attack. Explain again. That's good. Alright, so it's auto-scroller. Auto-scroll level? Bruh. Oh. What? Oh, it doesn't move? Oh, she made it sound like it would move. Or, oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh. I thought it was gonna. Is it not gonna move? Do you want to leave the Silent Realm? Yeah. I thought that this was gonna move with me. What did it say about 90 seconds? What? We got a light fruit. This mysterious fruit enables you to see beacons over the position of sacred tears for 30 seconds. It just makes it, oh. It makes it easier to see them everywhere. Sweet, dude. But it doesn't help me dash, that's for sure. I got silent lads and everything. 90 seconds to search without waking. Oh, yeah, they're sleeping. They do be sleeping, though. Sleepy lads. Very sweet. Oh, they've got the normal fruit locations. That's strange. So they didn't adjust the fruit locations for dashing outside of the... Do you have any items? Doesn't show you. Master Lenny, stop falling so far. Master Lenny, that's some stanky-looking water. Unusual liquid covers it and has certain unique properties. If you make contact, they will be immediately alerted to your presence. Don't step in the dirty water. That is part of the BP oil spill. If you step in that, then you will kill all the birds in the area. Please be careful. Still got time. I'm grabbing this bonus dust relic. Nice. You will now be able to upgrade all of your dusk weapons. What do you mean you did not pick up all of your dusk weapons? They were available right next to the flowers in the sand area. Okay. Master Lenny, please stop breaking your legs. Master Lenny, this challenge will involve walking. Please, don't lose use of your leg. You are going to need your legs for this next part. Hold on to your butts. Boyan. Boyan. We're gonna need... Ooh. Thank you. What's this? Oh, I can't strum. What's... I'm surprised that means nothing. I'm very suspicious. I'm very suspicious of this. I do not like it. I'm not jumping into that water, bruv. But I might fall into it. Hey, Del, welcome back. We're trying not to die over here. We're like doing a stealth mission. We're doing a stealth mission, Metal Gear Solid style. So I could jump off the edge. Fall. I'm trying to get him to fall. Good boy. Good boy. It looks like they're all unalerted. So... hey, buddy, you see me? No? Okay. Oh, you gotta slide. Wait a second. Can we run up part of this, though? Yeah. Nice. I don't really know what alerts them. Hey, Rosera, welcome back. Hello. Rosera. Well, I guess that it makes sense that the first trial wouldn't be too hard, right? Oh, the water. Did that water just move? Oh, spooky. Spooky. That guy would spank me immediately if I touched that water. Link would be rewarded with a good beating. I'm trying to avoid them so that I can like prolong the amount of time that I have these fruits. But there's so many of them, I don't really see what the struggle is. Maybe they're just introducing me to everything in this one. Yo! Oh, Lupus! Thank you for those 11 months! Can we get some hype in the chat for Lupus's gigantic, almost golden rainbow, incredible... Hey, Lupus! Thank you so much for the continued support. For 11 months! For 11 months, no less. Lupus! Thank you so much. Ah, yeah! You're almost 12 months, baby. You almost got the last badge. The final badge. It's the final badge! I just ran past that guy and he didn't get mad. He didn't even get mad with me running next to him. I feel like you really have to get spotted by those guys. You gonna go get some eats? All right. Get yourself some nom-noms. Didn't they announce more badges? Oh, and more badges for affiliates? I mean, there are more badges for partner, but did they announce that it was coming to affiliates? That's good, because affiliates often have to struggle for more than a year. That makes sense. That makes sense for them to do that, since normally affiliates are affiliates for longer than a year. So it's kind of weird that they wouldn't want people to pay affiliates more money, because if people are encouraged to continue their sub, then Twitch makes more money. I don't... It seems silly. Seems silly. Oh, it's all part of the... Oh, it's still part of that beta thing. So is Opes part of the beta? Lucky bean. I don't have the beta. And it looks like it's randomly chosen. It's a shame. I could have gotten it, but I didn't randomly get chosen. A shame, really. All right, I think this was just I think that this was just an easy trial so that they could teach you how to do it. That was Baby Town, dude. Welcome to Baby Town. Nothing but babies. This is like, oh, big fruit. Stinky jackfruit. You got the water dragon scale. The sacred gift left by the goddess grants you the power to explore underwater. Sweet. Nice, Dead. Nice. It's available to all. That one is. The badges. That's not part of the... Oh, let me see. I could check right now, darn it. That'll be under... That'll be underwear. It's under affiliate. And... subscriber badges. Oh yeah, I have them too. I have 1.5, 2, and 2.5. I didn't know that they went by 0.5s. That's cool. 1.5, 2, and 2.5. Okay, time for me to talk to Kelsey about that. I do have them. Sweet, dude. Well, that was fun. That was a fun challenge. I like that. I like that. I like that trial. I hope that the rest of them are like that. I hope that the rest of them are like that, because that was pretty enjoyable. That was a nice little break from the norm. Now we gotta go back and do that swim. We have to do the swim. We have to do the swim. Ugh. Can you make anything higher than rainbow? Oh, sure. There's other things that I could use. Platinum. We could probably do one that is not rainbow, but it's... Ooh, what's the name of it? It's... some cars have it where it looks like it's rainbow, but only from a certain view. Invisible. Yeah, the invisible squirrel, the highest quality. Well, platinum for one is easy. I can't remember what it's called whenever cars. Oh, hey, leave me alone! You stupid bees! You stupid bees! I'll catch all of y'all, darn it. Now you've awakened the lonk. It's not called chrome. But one of them could be chrome. Holographic. Yeah, I think that's the word I'm thinking of. Yeah, holographic and chrome could both be bigger. You could also go back to the purple palette, and you could just edit it as well. Not like an edited image, but I'm just saying, staying a little bit closer, like returning back to the purple, but having it updated with a new thing. We could also do red and some colors like that, and I can just adjust rainbow to be past a year. But a year is special. I kind of want it to stay as something special. A year's a big deal. Year's a big. Ooh, crystal, yeah. Some translucence, or at least apparent translucence. Anyway. Oh, this is where we're supposed to go. Did I make it? Yeah, we did it first time. First try, Beowulf. That was easy peasy, rice and cheesy. I hope that the other trials are as easy as that. Because that was nice. Leave me alone, you stupid bees! How dare you? Can't both fight me together. Boyan. Even with the shortcuts, it's still a pain to get up here. Boyan. Boyan! Run! Now, we dig up the treasure. Treasure time. 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 Hey, Kenny, I haven't been here for a long time, but nice hair. It suits you. What? Yo, thanks for those 5 gifted subs. Boom, Dell. Thank you so much. I can't see anything. Oi, Dell, holy moly, making it rain. Hey, thank you so much. Gifted subs for Blue Jay, for Thumbelina, for Zor, for Pikiko. What? 5 more gifted subs? Sarah. What's up? Yo, that's the first gifted subs of the stream, and they're 10 in a row. Holy moly, Dell, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Also for Warlock Foxfire. Sarah, thanks for the gifted subs. For Quizzical, for Indishun, for R. Johnson, for Coral Reef, and for Pivots. Hey, sweet. Jordan just got a gifted sub. Oh, yeah. Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Or the 10 gifted subs. What the heck? Thank you so much. Where's my shades? Oh. All right, the shades go on. The shades go on. You have a squirrel now? Hooray! Blue Jay and everybody else that just got a gifted sub. Boom! Now you've got no more ads while you're viewing. You've got a sub badge, which we were just talking about. You got all of your emotes that you can use across all of Twitch. And also, you're totally invited over to a movie night every single week. It's true. It's true. Every single week, except for last week, because they totally screwed us over. Oh, Sarah, thank you for the gifted sub for the daisies. Wow, I appreciate it, but I don't know why it's not showing up. I don't know where it is. What's happening? Come on. Where is it? What's happening? Why didn't it show? What? It skipped it. It skipped it. I'm not letting it get skipped. I'm listening to that music. You can't stop me thinking of the 200 bits, Dell. Oi. Yeah, there we go. Sarah, thank you for the gifted sub for the daisies. Oh, the hype train requires 3 different people. I'm sorry. Sub to I'm sorry if that was confusing. Dell and Sarah, you count as 1 person each. You have to have 3 people for a hype train. 3 different people. Oh, back. Okay, there you go. Alchemic! Thank you for the beautiful music. Thank you for the beautiful music. I appreciate it. Boom! The 100 bits. Thank you. And King of Squirrel, thank you for 100 bits. All right, I'm putting on the link shades after the hype train. After the hype train. Then I'll put on the glasses. The hype train's already level 3. Holy moly. Thank you so much. Sarah, Dell, Alchemic. The King of Squirrel. Thank you so much. What? There's a digging spot right here. This isn't even the one I was looking for. Suspicious? Oh, I awakened him.
Yo!
Dell, thank you for the 100 bits. They're beautiful.
Those are beautiful bits you have right there.
Just in case we get Hoodie Cat.
Oi, Linz, thanks for the 100 bits. Bada bing, bada boom. Wait a second, Hoodie Cat. Alchemic, did you get the Hoodie Cat yet? Have you gotten it yet?
Oh, hold on. You're that guy that I met in the volcano. He had to do some treasure hunting too.
Yep.
I called it. You got a treasure hunter written all over your face. Did the big stone guy give you a tip out there for wait, what? Did the big stone guy tip you off for loot?
Stone guy.
Yeah, what did he say? Strum a chord most beautiful in a place where the temple where the butterflies dance. So get here, you loose with some of the most gorgeous. What? See, now you come so far, there's no chance that you'll get.
Oh, what? Do I play the music next to butterflies and they help? Your luck? Not yet. It's the last one that you need. What? Oh my gosh. That's stinky. I can't believe it. We must get the Hoodie Cat.
Whoa there, buddy. I bet that you're gonna run up and swipe all the best treasure for yourself. But I say you're setting yourself up for a big disappointment. Just because some weird design popped up doesn't mean that you're gonna find the treasure. Stay in here if you want. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm suspicious.
Yeah, go figure. It's like the cutest. It's the cutest hype train emote, I think. I love it. Hoodie Cat. Hoodie Cat is beautiful. What now? There's enemies in here. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So, is that guy again? Get out of here.
I can't remember which hole I hit it in.
Oh, great. He's keying you in. I already know where it is. I already know where the treasure is, but at least they're hyping it up. Maybe it really is good. Maybe it's actually good. Get out of here. Oh, where's the treasure? Treasure. It's a hype train emote? Yeah, if the hype train reaches different levels, then different emotes get unlocked. It looks like it was in the other room. It looks like I got confused a second time. Oopsie doops. Oopsie doops, ooba doopsie, whoops. Ay-ya-ya. Ay-ya-ya. Oop. Oh. Where is it? Oh, we can swim now. Now we can swim? How inconvenient. All right, we should be able to just walk back. Oh, no. We got the bumps on our legs. No! Do they get removed when you walk through a door? Nice. Yo, 2K and Sam, thanks for the 100 bits. Bada bing, bada boom. Look at those beautiful doggos. Now you, my friend, you've got some good taste. You've got some good taste. Those are some of the finest bits I've ever seen. Thank you for the gift of such beautiful bits. I'll take the bomb. Oh, you can just run the bomb off. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that you could just run like a maniac and then automatically you won't blow up. I'm gonna run more like a maniac all the time. This isn't it. This isn't any normal treasure. It's just some rupees. Give me my real treasure. You think that you picked up your walk incorrectly because boy, oh boy, my thumb hurts. Oh no, be careful. The walk is too strong. The walk is not for the faint of heart. Of course, there's a pufferfish dodging. I mean, oh, what are these swim mechanics? Oh my gosh. Go, Link, go, hurry. Hurry, my boy. Get to the air. Oh, what? I thought it was in here. Oh, what? What? Oh, I think it might be. Yo, Rosera.
Why didn't Zelda open her email? because it was sent from a suspicious link.
Ah! Oh my gosh, shaking my head. Shaking my head, Rosera. Oi. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. And with that, you guys, and with that, a level 3 hype train is successful. There we go. The Link sunglasses. Is this what you expected? Does this look right? It doesn't look quite right without the hood. It's because my hair is taller than it. My hair is taller than the glasses. It doesn't work very well at all. Oh, we gotta, wait, what? Wait, we got a key? For what? You made that one up? Oh my gosh, that came straight out of Rosera's head. Such cursed material, straight from the brain of Rosera.
Straight from the brain that sent you some of the most sick and disturbing jokes of all time. Comes another majorly rude joke.
Oh, for this door right here. All right. You're still here. Woohoo! I get into cleaning after I finish my laundry. All right, sweet. Kareem, I'm still here. I'm still here for you. For you. Incredible, isn't it? A headache does wonders. Oh my. You came up during, while you had a fever. Wait a second, what? Did I just have to pay a key to get into a room that I'd accessed before? What the heck is that? Oh, I tried to... Oh, he died. Oh, wait, we got... Oh, I put away my, my fairy. I forgot about that. Forgot about how I put away that fairy and everything. Do you remember that? Do you remember whenever I put away that fairy? And I put it in the item check? Well, I tell you what, it wasn't too bad because we can just walk right across. Just walk right over here. No big deal. No big deal. Longshade's looking good, though. Ooh. Kareem, thank you so much. It's a fashion statement. I'm trying to act, you know, more like a streamer, and all the cool streamers that I watch, they were wearing shades like this, so I thought I'd just go ahead and join the party, you know. Clout chaser. Clout chaser. They look kind of like a hand whenever they lay down. Creepy. Maybe we should find butterflies, hey? Must not be watching cool streamers. I'm sorry. Oh, locked. Locked, but no enemy. Okay. All right. Deal. Oh, it just locks you the same way that it does that other time? Aw, whenever they introduce this mechanic. What? This is the same thing that happened last time. Maybe we've unlocked different devices. What do we got so far? So we've got the wind device as well. We're searching for the hidden treasure around here. We've got a wind device, so let's keep our eyes peeled for anything that we need to clean up. Any like big dust, any dust piles, but I feel like I would have noticed those, right? Locked in a room with ancient health? Why do I with ancient health? With extra health? Why do I hear boss music? I see a health bar. The health bar just showed up in the room. Roger, Roger. We are in danger. We are in danger. A giant health bar just appeared on the screen, and I heard a savage roar. All right, this is an open door, just like love. Treasure trove. So he did say that he buried it, didn't he? Didn't he say that he buried it? Bavarian. Bavarian buried. But we can strum anytime that we find a butterfly, right? Yeah, he said that it was buried. Well, there's a diggy spot right there. Tis buried. Ow! The slashing is very jank. Oh, I'd rather not go back to the beginning of this dungeon, though. That was... could not do that. I'd like that! Lenny got out! He got loose! He was hiding inside the broom closet. Ah! Back, Lenny, back! Lenny's on the loose! All right, that's another way to do it. Just make sure that you hit one of them by going upward, and then you can whack them.
Wait.
Oh, there's hearts in here. Oh, that is the treasure. The treasure was hearts. Oh, that's... Oh, there's the treasure. It's $2. Oh, we found it. Oh, wait, there's more treasure in the bush. There was more treasure in the bush than there was inside the digging spot. Did we walk through a door? Or did we just walk straight in here? The crappy treasure. I know. I don't need any more hearts. I've already got one. I don't need any more. Open up. New area. Sucky area. Oh, look. There's a little digging spot. It looks kind of like a butt, doesn't it? Ah, more hearts. Lovely. Just lovely. Exactly what Long wanted to... Oh, we almost got away from the plant. Jump, jump, jump. You are nothing to me. You are nothing but a sprout. The bird statue. Well, so we came in through here. It's definitely not that. We already went through here, but we didn't go up here yet. Let's take an easier route and go kind of straight, but a little bit to the right. Oh, there's these crates, but crates can't hold a digging spot. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe the crate falls on the ground. Oh, this would kind of make sense since it has a swimming portion. If it's got swimming, maybe there's an extra door that you can only go through whenever you swim. Whenever you're swimming. Yeah, the water's definitely got me feeling like we might be on the right track. Mermaid Lenny, look out! He's got scales. More enemies to fight, and 3 different digging spots. I like that. Oh, ground spiders. How do you fight a? Ooh! I want to break free. Stab him. Get the jelly. Yeah. Get that jelly. Nice. Scooter. Oh, I thought for a second that I was in big trouble. You turn around and he's like, "Hey, that's my treasure. Don't you dare steal my treasure." Got a little bit there. Come on, where's the treasure? They really put digging spots in every room, didn't they? Just to be cheeky, didn't they? Well played, Nintendo. Well played. Sometimes I wonder in games like this if I'm just playing straight into their hand, or if they really make it so that it's the last one. That has to be it. But in this case, I'd say because of the limitations of the spots, I would suppose that I'm just playing right into their hand. I'm probably doing exactly what they predicted. Predictable streamer chicken. Hurry up! Can I chop my way out of here? Is this all just to get to the boss room again? Might be. I don't think that I'm unlocking anything while I fight these enemies, though. But we probably do have to go to the boss chamber. Maybe we can pretend like everything that we did was on purpose. We can pretend together. Just imagine. Oh, we just gotta walk across here and give it a good old shake. Oh! Excuse me, lads. Give me a chance, would you? Give me a chance! Stop it! Stop it! I'll hide behind this mush. You can't shoot me behind this mushroom, you dummy. You dummy! It even makes a funny sound! I know, these guys are not stormtroopers. Look at the accuracy of these shots.
The only people that could be this accurate must be Imperial stormtroopers.
They even just shot that bug out of the air. These lads are on point. Holy moly. Yeah, they even hit the beetle. They're savages. Savages! Oh, you gotta bomb them. I think that you have to bomb them with the beetle. Otherwise, they've made it impassable. On purpose. On purpose. They killed my beetle. Don't you dare. Oh! You might be right. Let's check if there's another way around. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that you go across that. What if we surprise them? What if we do a surprise beetle attack that they would never expect? And then, out of nowhere, out of literally nowhere, the beetle. Oops. Dang it. No. We'll get closer to safe time. And then, out of nowhere, I hit a piece of wood. Oh, could y'all say goodnight to Bohemian for me, since she probably can't hear me? Oh no, stupid internet. Really? Like you had to dodge those shots? Like you had to dodge those shots. I also held the run button, expecting him to pull himself up, but unfortunately it's also the drop button. So if you let go of your run button while you are attempting to jump over it, and you let go of it, and then you press it again, then you fall off. Kenny said, good night! That is so precisely exactly what I said. That is exactly what I said, Linz, but like you could have made it sound sweeter or something. You could have made me look like a good guy. Sheesh, I dig some serious miles to get my paws on that treasure, and I found squat. Talk about bad luck. I think that no good thief beat me to the goods. There's nothing here but water now. Yep, no treasure. Nothing but water here. Who in the stinking world would come all this way for water? I repeat, for water. Nobody. That's who. I'm cutting my losses and heading home. See ya. Now I won't feel so bad whenever I steal your treasure. You fool! You've turned your back right as the search was getting close. And now it'll be mine. Even if I have to swim through water. Lenny says goodnight, sweetums. Oh, what? Lenny would never. How dare. Comes back into room and sees swoopy hair. Oh. Oh, it's just me. Link styling. Gotta fight the Bone Man. Again? Bone Man again? Why Nintendo? Because Nintendo wants you to suffer. Because Nintendo actually hates all of us. Nintendo's angry that we give them so much money. So they're... Ah! Uh-oh. Bone Town. Welcome to Bone Town. Boyang, 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 boyang. No. Oh, these guys are too good at this. They're skeletons. Help! Run away. I see your simple blocking. You are no match for long. Yeah, they made it into an actual treasure hunt instead of just like, oh, you remembered something. Like in Ocarina of Time, there's all sorts of stuff that's like, you have to just come back later, or you have to come back as an adult. But in this game, they really be like, oh, you're gonna suffer for this treasure, lad. Ooh. Oh, this is close. Ooh, mama, that was down to one life, dude. Whatever this is, it's not worth it. I'm just warning you guys. Fair warning. Not gonna be worth it. Because this is way too much trouble whenever we could have been doing another trial. We could have been searching for Zelda. We could have been getting close to the blonde-haired babe. The blonde-haired babe. I wonder how her bird's doing without her. You remember how upset my bird was. Her bird must be just exhausted from crying so much.
Water. Water. Treasure water. Right? I don't see any deep spots though. Non-deep water. This is about as deep as a Facebook post from a 14-year-old. I caught a fairy. Yes! You don't have an empty bottle. However, so you're gonna let this one fly off? Don't do that. Yes, do that. No bottle. Well, I expected it to just, oh. Birds. Bug birds. There's bug birds and I didn't even realize it then. Okay, hang on, we gotta. Hey, Warlock Foxfire, I'm pretty sure that you just got a gifted sub, didn't you? Freaking sweet, my friend. I hope you enjoy. Come on, lads, tell me what's going on here. Okay, maybe we just gotta play it at the statue. The statute. Yeah, look at that suspicious Hylian. I'm playing your music, dumb weeping angel. Listen to my music. Listen to me. I will awaken. Awaken, my master. Mama, please. Mama, please. Dang it. At least we have a soundtrack. Yeah, I even thought about the butterflies. I even knew that the butterflies must be the key to success. Maybe it's the birds now. Look at those suspicious birds all sitting in one spot. Oh, maybe it's in this water. I didn't see any deep water that we wouldn't have spotted earlier. We even beat the boss and we got past the guy that was like, it's only water. So it's gotta be something with the water. They wouldn't let me over here if we lacked the mechanic, I don't think. Oh, what's up, Lex? You've been playing some Pokemon Unite? Oh, sweet. We've had a couple of people playing Pokemon Unite. How'd you like it? Maybe he was messing with your head. He was like, yep, nothing here but water. And it actually was just water. Oh, we should probably catch a fish with a bug net. Nah, there's something around here. I mean, there's the butterflies. They already taught me the butterfly mechanic. That they specifically mentioned it in this dungeon. That the treasure would be found by playing songs to these butterflies. And they specifically taught me about the butterflies in this dungeon. And yet I see butterflies and they won't speak to me. I do like that Alchemic is as frustrated with this game as I am, which leads him to be more helpful. Oh, I'm mad. Oh, see? See, it's not fair because this game's stinky, dude. This is a stinky game. Is it something that I don't have? Is it something that I haven't gotten yet? Is it a new item? Do I need to quit, or is it just a really dumb solution? Let me play a little. Let me play a little. You need a flippin' bottle? Really? You need a bottle for this to catch, which thing do you have to catch to have the bottle? Or which what is it, catching a bird? No, you probably can't catch a bird. Water? I killed a bird, man. Oh, dead. You can catch a bird. Oh, Azriel, just as you were saying. Just as you were saying it.
Then I thought to whack those birds. Magma just said it. Water. Oh, nothing here but water. Is that the treasure all along? Oh, that's the treasure. You love the Link glasses? Ooh, oh yeah. How dare you mistweet those birds? Way to mistweet them. Listen, the tweetment is fair. I will teach you that the tweetment, that in the end, the tweetment was fair. It's, yeah, see, Alchemic, that wouldn't have been stupid in some Zelda games. Because, I don't know if y'all know, but in most Zelda games, or in the very least some, such as Ocarina of Time, you don't have a limited inventory, so you'll always have as many bottles as you've ever found, which is especially why they have value. Because if you get a bottle, like, that's as pog as it gets. You're like, we found a bottle! Now I can carry more bugs! Yay! Now I can get Lon milk! But in this game, every bottle takes up an inventory space, so they suck.
Link.
That's beautiful, Rosaria. Thank you for the beautiful music. But there's no reason to bring an empty bottle anywhere unless you want to use it. Because look, it's got limited inventory, dude. Limited inventory. So the bottle's worthless. The merchant told you to keep one on you. Still, Kareem, still the merchant, the lady that was trying to sell me potions, I'm supposed to believe her? Every other Legend of Zelda game lets you have almost unlimited inventory space. The only thing that is limited that I can think of is Breath of the Wild limits your weapons, but you don't need any specific weapon. You can beat Ganon with the wooden stick. A wooden stick. No trust. Oh, bah! Kareem, if you're so smart, why did you tell me not to do it? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This game is just poorly made by Nintendo standards, by Zelda standards. I don't have to make up standards to get frustrated with this game. I'm just judging it against all the other games. And its simple mechanics, how dumb they are. Dumb. Nintendo, I'm so glad that you suffered after you released this game and that the Wii U flopped, because you needed to be punished for what you did in this game. The fans, they thought up a little bit of a different way to punish you for your sins, and it was to not buy your next console. And your fiscal failure was your true sadness. Beat Ganon in Breath of the Wild with a wooden stick. I mean, technically you can't do that, but it was the heart of the matter. It was the heart of the matter. So I guess you gotta go all the way. This is the first game that does that. Allows you to remove items from your pockets other than fairies or potions. Yeah, so even looking away from the Zelda franchise, so let's ignore the great games. Maybe you say, oh well, Kenny, you can't be comparing this Legend of Zelda to those godlike games. Ocarina of Time is rated as one of the best games of all time. You can't compare that, Kenny. Okay. So let me compare this to every other game in the entire world. That bottle is what is considered a key item. That is an item that has a use that is extremely important, that it has to be used for. It's a key item, and video games don't let you drop key items, because if you get rid of it, and you need it, then you don't have it, and then you can't play the game. I cannot play the game, and there was no way for me to anticipate that I would need that specific item. And now, I don't even know where a bird statue is. I don't even know where the next statue is. I think that there's actually one in the main area, though, so we should be pretty close. We should be pretty close. But now I gotta find this treasure. Forget these trials, you guys. We gotta find this treasure because I'm mad. Because I'm big mad. I'm big mad, and this better be good treasure, too. It better be good treasure. We're going up. Save and quit. Tempting, very tempting. But no, we're not gonna do that. Nintendo, you drive a hard bargain. You drive a hard bargain, but I will not be saving and quitting. It's very, very nice offer. Tempting, Nintendo. Very. Every time that you make it to a bird statue in this game, and you see that, you're like,
Would it be better to end it now? Would it be better to just end the session?
I was trying to hype myself up earlier about this game. I was like, wait a second. Why am I not hyped for playing that game? Why am I not hyped? It's a new game. I've never beaten it before. I should be excited to find the new mechanics and to get the new items. That's how I always am about Ocarina game, like Ocarina of Time. I'm always super excited about it. I'm like, oh boy, I just unlocked a Shadow Temple. I can't wait to find the end and then be able to do the next one and all that. But this game, I wasn't excited for it. I was like, I mean, admittedly, we ended in the middle of a dungeon, but that's never stopped me before. I don't know. It seems like Nintendo has added an extra quality to this game, which I appreciate, and I'm going to dub it Quit Ability. It's the ability to quit at any time just because of sheer anger and boredom. So I appreciate them thinking about their fans and how their fans get addicted to their games and just like play them to completion sometimes. But this game, yes, satisfying. Yeah, this game is satisfying. It'll make you want to stop playing within a mere few minutes. Only a few minutes and you'll be satisfied. This game absolutely satisfies. It's a quality game. It's a really good game that makes you completely satisfied so fast. I'm gonna get rid of this treasure token. I'm gonna take this. All right, ma'am. Thank you. And now I will walk exactly back to where I already did, so that I can scoop up some sweet, delicious water. At least I now have a fairy with me, and it's possible that those enemies will stay dead. We can only hope. Yeah, it's possible. So, nope, can't teleport from here. We gotta bird up. Bird up! It gives you the most satisfying rage quits with only about 10 minutes. Yeah, see, that's a nice thing, Blue Jay, is that a person like me, I just don't get ragey about games normally. Like, I wouldn't call myself a salt-free gamer, but it normally takes a competitive multiplayer game to make me frustrated. But this game is actually really high quality rage simulator. Like I could play Bennett Foddy and not get mad about this. Oh yeah, can we just go straight here? This takes a little while. Man, I wonder if I earned another topo yet. Maybe whenever we get to the treasure, I'll decide if I earn it. The Cheaty Amiibo lets you have the ability to call the burb anywhere in Hyrule and be able to go back to it with a second call? What? What? Alchemic? That is cheaty. I thought that it would just let you fly out of there and then you had to go back, but you can just put a teleportation. I would have bought that Amiibo. I already wanted the Amiibo. I already wanted it. I had randomly like looked it up online. It's a really cool Amiibo. I really like it. I do want it, but oh, I think it's over here, right? Yeah, it's at the sealed grounds. Pretty sure. Dang, now I wish that I got the Amiibo. I didn't see it at GameStop though. It was sold out everywhere that you looked. I saw it on. Whoops, I'm going to the wrong spot. $100? I didn't see it as $100. I was looking on that website. What's it called? It's called the Mercari thing. The Mercari thing. I looked it up. It was on there for cheap. Zelda figure. Yeah, because I was looking for the Zelda figure. I was just gonna check what the price was for the Zelda figure that goes with the Link one that you gave me. But I saw it cheap over here. I saw like $40. 49, 51. Well, that's not cheap. 49, yeah. Well, that's not really cheap. I think I saw a $30 Link's Awakening and I think I confused it. Yeah, 50 bucks is not a cheap figure. But it is a little bit. It's cheaper. Yeah, I didn't see the Zelda one. I couldn't find it either. You got me the Zelda figure? Don't worry about it? Oh no. I'm glad I mentioned. Oh my gosh. You got me the Zelda figure? Oh my goodness. What you say? You bought it yesterday? Oh my gosh. That's gonna be amazing. They're married. They're married, you know. I'm gonna put them right next to each other, and I will craft a paper heart to float right beside their heads. They're in love. And back down we go. And right back down we go. Hey, what's up? Is that Dana? Dana, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Dang it, I wanted to be a surprise, but you had to say that. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am surprised. I am surprised. Oh, it's up here. I'm excited. I'm sorry for ruining the surprise. You want to stay longer, but you got to head out for real this time? Sorry, I couldn't be here longer. Oh, no worries. Kareem, do not apologize for that. Unbelievable. Don't apologize for not being here very long. It was fun to hang out with you while you were here, Kareem. Enjoy your evening. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you later. Thanks for the follow, Emily Platypus. I love it. Platypus. Yes, please. Yes, please. Carry the platypus. Oh, dang it. Dang it. I was thinking of something, and then Alchemic bamboozled me by telling me that I had a figure that was incoming at some point. What was I gonna say? Maybe something about the amiibo? I mean, I do think that I'm gonna buy that amiibo. What was I thinking of? It was something that I was excited about. What? No worries. I'll remember it later. Come on, Link. Keep running, Bob. Don't give up. Don't give up, Link. You're nearly there. Looks like we're just gonna have to, we're just gonna have to kill these guys and the bone guys again. These guys are gone. Nice. These are actually more annoying than the bone guys. Nice job, Link. You keep walking. All right, Link. Come on, Link. Everybody's believing it. Don't fall off the edge. Don't miss. Don't miss. I mean, come on. Don't. Those skeletons. We talked about this. We talked about this, Zelda. Dang, Zelda, what a sweetie, dude. What a sweetie. She kept those skeletons dead. Zelda. Nice. Nice. All right, we get the water. We get the water now. Not too bad. Thanks, Nintendo. Also, ow, it's Richie. Is that Richie? How are you doing? Oi. Richie, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Hello. So, water. Scoop. You got some water. It's just normal water. But it might come in handy sometime. The what? What? You have an empty pocket space? Oh, I do. Yeah, because I bought one. I forgot about that. Not that water. Not that water. That's just stinky normal water. Wait, where's the special water? Is it not here? It's supposed to be sacred. It's blessed water, darn it. It's sparkling water. Yum. Normal water, unacceptable. I'll have only the best. I agree. Get that trash out of here. Soda. I think that the game is confirming that I need to have some delicious Topo Chico. What? Alchemic, you said all that's left is water, and that's supposed to key you off that you're supposed to get water, but it has to be sacred. Oh my god. It's the water near the fairies. How are you supposed to figure this out? This is bad game design. I was talking to Arisa about the Ocarina of Time game, and I was saying you might have to look up some things because the game design is bad. I told her I wouldn't feel bad about looking up anything in that game because it has some bad game design, and you will not be able to figure out that you're supposed to take this rooster over here and you're supposed to get a special saw that you talk to a guy at midnight that is the long lost son of somebody in town that will give you a, like, come on, man, you're not going to figure that crap out. But then look at this. Look at this. 2021 Nintendo, or whenever it was. Arisa, that's cute.
My analysis of the water here reveals an extraordinarily high concentration of energy.
There's a strong likelihood that the energy can be amplified upon contact with an object of a conforming wavelength. Well, don't be too specific now. I don't know what that means. Okay, do you just want to help me on here? What does that do? Where do I put this? Oi, KP, what's up? Hello. Wow, wow, wow. What's up? Should I just dump it right here? Do I have to water a plant somewhere else? Or do I drink the water? No, because she said that it has to do something with the wavelength. She said something, just hold on to it and it will be apparent later. All right. And you have to walk out of here again? I guess so. What an inelegant way to leave. Yeah, what an inelegant escape. Is this really supposed to be what you do? Look at this, you have to walk through this chamber and then you have to swing across vines like, Nintendo, I don't want to look like a chump leaving here. I don't want to look like a chump. Nintendo, you're making me look stupid. It says deliver to Faron, but I don't know who that is. Ah, I bet maybe it's somebody at the, I mean, I'm guessing that they're at the world, you know, the Sky World. They're probably up in Bird Town. They're probably in Bird Town, Dad. Oh, are you doing the things before going to the place? What things? Huh? What things are you talking about? Arisa, what are you talking about? Oh, there's a bird statue back there? Oh, thank you. I didn't notice it last time. What things? What? Arisa, I don't know what you mean. Oh, yeah, because you can go outside. You leave the area. Get out. Get out, my boy. Deliver to Faron. Let's go up. Richie! You got the water before having it explained. That's because it was way too freaking obvious, Arisa. It's for one, I remembered that digging spot. I remembered the digging spot. So they put it there on purpose. A spot for digging whenever I couldn't dig. So once I learned how to dig, I was like, I've got to go back. I've got to go back. And then there's a guy that's hinting about treasure the whole time, and he follows you through the entire thing. And then he says, oh, there's no treasure. And I'm like, oh. And he says, oh, just crummy old water. Does somebody say, the fairies peed in water over here. You have to scoop it up and drink it. Is there somebody that tells you that later? That they're like, oh, you have to harvest the most precious resource in all of Hyrule. The sacred water. Kuri, on purpose? But Kuri, how are you doing? Hello. We have this cat. Hello. Cat. Nice. So we haven't gotten the mission, hey? So should we just leave it alone? Should we just leave it? Do we ignore it? Do we ignore it just like we've ignored everything? Like I've ignored this pain for all these years. Oh, look at Beetle. His face is so ugly in this screenshot. They really did my boy dirty here. They did my boy dirty. Arisa, where's the... Now, wait a second. You did the water thing? What a pain in the neck, hey? Maybe you had hints, though. You probably had hints from the quest giver. We did it hintless. Because I'm a champion. What can I say? That's kind of weird. So maybe we should just go do the trials. Yeah. What were the tears for? Yes.
The tears. The tears of sadness. Super duper sad.
Super
duper sad.
Yeah, it just makes me think. Whenever I hear super duper, I always think of the Incredibles. I always think of them being like, "Are you all right back there?" And then Violet says, "Super duper, Dad." Now, I've heard super duper one time, and that's what I always think of is Violet going, "Super duper, Dad." And then the parents kind of look at each other like, "That's good." And then they kind of refocus on the mission. What? And sometimes you try to mention it, super duper. What? Oh,
super duper.
In that voice? Kuri, I'd love to hear you do that voice. I want to hear it.
Yes, super dupers. Pooper scooper.
Is it because of? Oh yeah, that's because I did the
super duper pooper scooper.
I can do it fast. Master Lenny, this treasure chest like object. Girl, that's a treasure chest. You are lying to yourself. You're not even lying to me. You're trying to lie to me, but it's not working. You are lying to yourself, girl. That is a treasure chest. You are, come on now. It would appear that each chest responds to, now you teach me. All right. Thanks for teaching me now. Now I know how it works. Goodness. That's probably how this water thing works. Oh my gosh. Okay, these lads. I don't think that they have anything to say, but let's talk to her. Oh, boy, have I got a new potion for you. I call it air potion. One delicious gulp of this elixir and you'll find oxygen. Shut up. I don't care about no oxygen potion. I'm not wasting my bottle. I ain't wasting my bottle. I got sacred berry pea in it. I can't get rid of it. It's too precious. Maybe we should pour it on the pumpkins and they will grow extra strong. Extra hardy pumpkins for an extra hardy pumpkin pie. Maybe we go inside. Don't drink it, Kuri! That's not for human consumption. It's for plants only. That's like fertilizer. All right, here we go. Pie. I'll take cherry, please. Yum, yum. Yeah, pumpkin pie stinks. Who thought to put a vegetable in a pie? That's so dumb. Old lady.
These past few days, I swear I hear a voice every time I walk past the restroom at night. Who's in there? I wish they'd just pipe down.
What? You wish that they'd pipe down? She's like,
listen, I like sitting next to the restroom door every night and reading my book. But now that there's a voice talking in there, it's so distracting. You barge in that door and tell that dummy to quit groaning in there. It sounds like a tennis match in there.
Zelda. No, we don't need to go in there. We need to go to Lonk's room. Oh, wait. We're on the first floor. That's the second person who said someone's crying in the night. Oh, yeah. Somebody said that. I think that they're different occasions, right? One of them is in a bathroom, and one of them is outdoors, I think, right? Lenny. Let's go to Lenny's room. Master Lenny. Master Lenny is very sleepy. You can sleep in any bed you want to, though, until night. Hey, Mr. Hallway! What am I doing? Oh, I thought that you were saying, how was I doing? Nobody asks. Everybody asks, what are you doing? Nobody. What the heck is this doing in my room? A grateful crystal? I wasn't even grateful for having this bed. I don't know why this would appear. Even ghosts need to potty. I love the word potty is like that is very funny. Oh, all right. The one crying in the night is Zelda's bird. In the bathroom? Do you think that that bird could fit in there? Okay, now listen. Oh! What is that? Oh, somebody please help me. That doesn't sound like moaning and groaning. So you're telling me that this old lady heard somebody going, oh, help me, help, help. And she was like, somebody won't shut up in that stupid bathroom. Shut up. Oh, paper. Somebody bring me paper. Bring me some paper.
Oh my gosh, they use the roll, dude. You always check the roll. You check the roll before you sit down. You check the roll or you pay the toll. That's what we always say in my house. You don't check that roll, you're gonna be trying to schmooze through the house looking for something. Oh, we'll see you later, Sarah. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. We'll see you later. Oi, oi. Bye-bye, Sarah. Get some, have a fun time. You said, oh, you're off to bed. All right, good night. Nighty-night. We'll see you later. Get some schlep. Schleppy, schleppy. Bring me paper. Any kind of paper at all. Oh. What about newspaper? What about a paper cut? What about, lady, you got some paper?
How are things? Now that you're here, you should find yourself a bed to lay down and take a rest.
Now that I'm here? What? Sandpaper. Ooh, oh no. Oh no. You'll never poop again. Up we go. Ay. We'll have to find paper later. I'm sure that that's not something that we could just get right now. We'll have to search around for it, but right now we need to go outside and search for a wailing woman. And we can also search for companion crystals or whatever they're called. Yeah, because if we get 10, then we can give them to old Batman. Sandpaper does have a smooth side. Some sandpaper does. Some sandpaper is adhesive on the other side so that you can stick it onto a onto a flat grind piece, or it will be or it'll just be hard paper. It certainly will not be suitable for wiping. Will certainly not be suitable. Yeah, because it has to be tough paper. It has to hold together. So it's really still quite rough, actually. You just got to the 3rd temple in this game. It's so much fun. Ooh, I'm glad that you're enjoying it, War Fox. That's awesome. Warlock Fox, excuse me. With a little courage, anything's possible. Dude, if I had sandpaper, I would just... It's between sandpaper. Yeah, I would choose the less courageous option, but there's still a solution. Some sandpaper has fuzzy on the back? What? I've never seen it before. I just use my hand, let's be honest. Before I use sandpaper, you bet. You mean wipe your butt with a leaf kind of wild? Who wipes? All right, where's the sadness? Where is the sadness? Sadness crystals. I don't see any just sitting around though. Well, maybe they aren't so, maybe they aren't everywhere. Maybe they're in specific locations. Somebody said that they spawned, though. If they really spawn, should be available randomly anywhere. But, if I'm not finding any right now, I'm not really that interested in wasting a lot of time. I'd rather just jump off the edge and get it over with. I'd rather cast myself on this island. Yeah, in the wild, they should only be in the night. Yeah. Oh, in the wild? Like down here? Yeah. No birds at night? That was almost right on time, dude. That was almost right on time.
Whoa there, trainee. You'll have to be promoted to full knighthood if you can't learn to keep your wits about you.
What?
Don't catch you going flying out at night. Only trained knights should be doing that. That means that they should have let me try to fly and then they should have arrested me.
That doesn't mean that we can't fly. Link is a toxic rule follower. I can't believe it. He's actually can do it. He's just not supposed to. He'd rather die than break a rule. What an absolute chump. I didn't know that he was so scared of authority. You don't have to bow to them, Link. Become a god. Break the rules. Live life as you please, my boy. Goodness, he won't even achieve his full self. He won't even. Oh, well, I don't see anything. All right, we're going back inside. I hate it outside. I'm going to go bed. I'm going to go bed. And we're going to search for... What? We search for paper later. Oh! Hello!
Hey, Lenny, it's dangerous out at night, so be careful.
More dangerous.
It's the duty of a knight to protect the public from any danger. Duty or job? Are you in it for the money? Huh? You chump? How admirable. I don't bow to authority anymore. Link has turned over a new leaf. Oh. Lenny, for shame. Why did you decide to become a knight anyway? So that I could fly at night? That's why, Pippet. For the money? How could you be swayed by a temptation of material gain? Have you no honor? Dude, we live in a capitalistic society. Like, I have to bow to the capitalist overlords? It's the only way to survive. Pippet, you gotta be part of the system. The only way to defeat the system today is to be part of it. That's the Pippet way. More than money, I love seeing people happy and safe. That's what being a knight is all about.
What a chump. I'm in it for the money.
I'm a hero just for fun. What a dreamboat.
What a chump. Can you believe this guy doing things for the nice of it? Huh? What a chump. Just imagine. Imagine doing what's right just because it's right.
Oh, that Link riding a loft bird. You know, it'd be awesome. A cosplay similar to those oh, yeah, like a dino costume, but it's a blow-up bird. It's a blow-up bird. Would be quite a handsome costume. Wasn't there a girl in school that liked him? Yep, there was. There was a girl that was like, oh, if only I could marry Pippet, then I'd actually be happy. So where's the cubes? Where's the cubes of emotion? Where's the emotional cubes? She probably thinks that he's dreamy. I don't see. Yeah, I don't see anything. Maybe we should just go bed. Maybe we go schlep. Go schleppies and then we wake up. Go do some challenges and search for paper. Go on the great journey for the paper. I mean, Pippet just said that he wouldn't do anything for paper. Shaking my head. See, that's why you need money, dude. Yeah, because we need some paper. Pippet doesn't understand our mission. We're trying to save somebody's life by getting that paper, Pippet. If you don't get that paper, you won't help anybody. Donate to a charity for once, Pippet. Quit denying your employer from paying you. You could at least use the money for somebody else. All right, bedtime. Oh, look at the little statues. They're so blocky. They look kind of like the paper craft. What's it called? Origami? Yeah, that looks like origami. I wonder if that's on purpose. We're gonna sleep until night. Go sleep from night to night. Do you ever just lay down in the middle of the night and you just think, I'm gonna sleep till night. 24 hours. Ah, that was refreshing. What a refreshing 24 hours. I got a full 24 hours of rest last night. Now I'm feeling totally pumped for the next day. And I mean the next day. So you're telling me that we can't pick up these papers right here? Well, I mean, I guess we'd have to time travel with the papers.
Hi.
Hey, Lenny, what do you think about Pippet? He's nice. Yeah, it's her. Yes, he is. He's so kind and caring and handsome and wonderful. Sorry for asking you such a bother, yeah, it's her. She does like Pippet, but I don't have a... None of them have told me, like, anything that they liked. Like, if Pippet was like, boy, oh boy, if I could only have this, baby bird, then I'd give her a baby bird.
Should I give it to her? Should I not give it to her? No! Lenny, it's you! Don't sneak up on me like that! I have a serious dilemma on my hand right now, and you're distracting me!
Can I help?
Huh? Really?
Normally I would never ask for someone like you for help, but these are dire times.
Come to think of it, you might be just the person that I need. You seem to be pretty good with the ladies.
I can't believe that I just said that, but whatever, let's do this. Lenny, I have a task for you. I mean, he just said that I'm a player. That's so kind. So listen up, your mission is to give this piece of paper to a certain person. It's a very important piece of paper. Make sure you deliver it. It's the paper! You deliver it to the potty lad. Huh? What's your problem? Why are you looking at the restroom? Because I'm going to have somebody wipe their butt with your love letter. What? There's somebody in the restroom at night who wants paper? You fool, how dare you? This is no ordinary piece of paper. It's a letter, a very special one at that. I put my heart into every word. I guess it's sort of like, all right, it's a love letter. And that's why you will not, under any circumstance, ever allow it to be used as toilet paper. Do you hear me? So listen up. The person that you must give this to is a girl, an upperclassman. Her name is Corona. You know what I mean, right? She's the one with the round hat. She's really cute. You know the one. And don't you dare, not even by mistake, give it to that weirdo in the restroom. What? Who's a weirdo? They just need a wipe. Unbelievable. I can't believe that they're wipe shaming people around here. Here it is. Also, how are they staying in there for so long? Night after night, I don't get it. You received the letter. All right. I'm counting on you. I want to try to deliver it, though. I'd rather deliver it if you can. Maybe she'll reject it. Maybe she'll reject it, and then we can give it away. But I'll ruin the mission if I can. Oh, Pippet, how can I get you to notice me? Ah, Lenny, what's the matter? Do you, need something? I wonder if he heard what I was talking about. She says out loud. I can hear you questioning whether or not I heard what you... Okay, whatever. I'll give the letter. Huh? A letter for me? Could it be from Pippet? Here you go. Oh, thank you. I'll take that. I'd rather them be happy than somebody be able to wipe their buns. I wonder who it's from. Whoa, that's some really terrible handwriting. Does she just assume that it's Pippet? Anyway, never mind that. Let's see what it says. Dude, what a savage. Greetings. My love for you is wider than the horizon and as deep as the clouds. The clouds are not as deep as you think. I would very much like if you would like to go out with me, your brave knight, Cowlin. Wow, this Cowlin guy, isn't he one of Groos's flunkies? And this is a love letter from that Cowlin kid, right? Oh boy. So yeah, I have to say, he really put his heart into it and everything. I don't know, maybe I should consider going out with Colin. What? Nice, my boy's getting hooked up, dude. Ha, as if, oh, what? You tricked me. You absolute wench. How dare you? How dare you with your stylized face? Oh yes, it is. It actually does look nice. It's a good style. I wonder what Pippet would think if he only knew about this. Oh, this is how you continue the story then? Do I still have the paper? Dude, I'm glad if we're choosing between toilet or we're choosing between Pippet getting married. I think that we chose the right quest path, TBH. Just wait till I tell Pippet about this. Maybe they'll brawl outside. Matchmaker, matchmaker, make me a match. Egg me an egg, hatch me a hatch. What's up, Lenny? Huh? Corona got a love letter? I see, that's interesting. Wow. What do you think she intends to do? Date him. This is the best. The dialogue in this game is excelente. The untold hero of this game is not Link. It's the dialogue, dude. She's gonna date him. What? This is a big problem, isn't it? Only for you, my boy. For me, this is a big solution. Oh, I mean, it's not like I like her or anything. It's not like there's anything going on between me and Corona, you know. We're just friends. Oh, wait, are you going to bed? Rosera, good night. We'll see you later. Everybody say good night to Rosera. We'll see you. Bye-bye. Much love. Much love. Get some schlep. Oh, so it's not my business who she goes out with, but I don't have much to say about it. But do you know, I have a duty. Oh, this boy in duty. Goodness. This is just the duty mission. And everyone's living up to the high ideals of night school, right? I mean, ideal love is unfettered and passionate. Anything else than that can't really be called love at all. You know what I mean? Unfettered and passionate. I mean, there's different forms of love, dude. There's like emotional love. There's like physical love. There's like love. I don't know, dude. I don't know, Pippet. I don't know about that. So I should just step in and make sure that she found a true love that aspires to the highest ideals of this fine education. Why are you bringing up the education, man? And what about me? I have the right to experience an unfettered and passionate love, don't I? Listen, you could talk about your unfettered and passionate love later. I'm trying to stream, dude. You understand me, right, Lenny? I'm not wrong about this, am I? You like her? What? Don't be ridiculous, Lenny. I don't even understand how you could make such a wild accusation. You said something. Well, either way. I don't suppose you'd mind asking her what her decision's gonna be, would you? What? You mean what? Why am I playing the middle of this? This is ridiculous, dude. This guy. Holy moly, dude. Oh, they're talking! This is the best part of the game. Man, I just needed some tea. Finally, we got to the tea portion. You're the one who sent this letter, right?
Yes.
Tee. It was a wonderful love letter. Thank you.
It wasn't that great. And, what's your answer?
My answer? Oh, my answer.
Oh, please. Please go out with me.
Wait! Wait! Let me save you from a bad relationship.
I think that you should go out with me instead. I mean, I want to ask you out. Then do it, man.
What? Hey, hold on.
What are you trying to pull all of a sudden? Link's just standing there like, cat. I want to go out with Pippin.
Ha, see you fool. I knew that she would choose me. She's been checking me out for weeks. Wait a second. Wait, really?
Truly, you choose me? Yes, I'm so happy, thank you.
This can't be happening.
Oh no, he's running away crying. How dare. Boy, got his heart broken this stream, man. That's sad. Lenny! You made us a happy couple. Here's some free paper. When you finally told me about the letter, it was the moment that I finally realized I love her. Right. I thought to myself, I can't let anyone else take her from me. God bless. If you hadn't told me, I might have never even noticed my own feelings for her. I'm so grateful. I don't know how I could ever thank you. Oh, give me this treasure, dude. 5 gratitude crystals, nice. That's a lot of gratitude. Yeah, you miss every shot you don't take. I mean, good on him. Good on him. In most animes I've ever seen, they let the boy down a little bit softer than that. I mean, they kind of set it up like she was gonna let him down easy, you know? They kind of set it up like, oh, it was a lovely love letter, but no, I don't see you that way. And then he'd be like, okay. But instead, they gave him a bad ending. That's a bummer. Why you gotta do that? You have a cat on your chest? Oh no, the cat has attacked. The cat is attacked with love. Look out. Yeah, let's see if we can still give that paper away. I mean, she took the letter, but we'll see. Let me in. Please forget about the paper. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, they died. They died because I couldn't wipe their butt fast enough. Oh no, they actually perished. Yikes. Relatable. See, there was toilet paper all along. That dummy, they didn't deserve help. She was being a sweet girl. I mean, she was. You want to see the other route 1, 2? Apparently 2 routes? Yeah, I had a feeling it was 2. They made it pretty clear, I thought. Whenever he said definitely
Don't do that.
Yeah, I like that one better. I can pretty much guarantee you did. All right, we gotta go back to bed.
We gotta go back to bed. We're gonna go back to bed.
How long do you want to sleep? I never want to wake up.
That's very metal, Link. Are you sure you're all right?
I'm gonna be Dark Link in the Twilight Princess. I'm gonna go awoo. I'm angry, edgy Link. Oh whoa. Oh whoa. Snuggle wuggles your necky. Tee hee. Nuzzles you. LOL.
All right. Now we should go
To Elden Mountain.
Awoo. Edgy awoo. Ooh.
cough. Ah, Champ's here. Oh no. What's up, Champ? How are you doing? I'm trying to remember what did Sleeping Dogfish said your name before. They said Asterius or something, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I can't pronounce it right, but you'll always be Champ to me. You'll always be Champ to me, my sweet bean. How are you doing?
My Champ.
Edgy Link going, oh whoa. Oh whoa. Oh, that's not the dive. That's not the dive, my boy. My boy. My boy, that is not the move. There's some dive button. It's not that one, that's for sure. Oh, we can dive while we're going in here though. Still saved it. Shaking my head. Alchemic, you can't cringe at it and save it. That's double dipping. That's a double dip on reactions. Shaking my head. It does look like crop circles from the sky. I'm gonna guess it's up here. Descend into this area. Yes. Yes. Make it so. Moments must be saved, regardless of how cringe they are, my boy. Shall I play a song? The song of my people here? Wait a second. Maybe we shouldn't do it here. Fee, tell me about it. You called for me, Master. Advice. Objective. Tell me. To reach Zelda, you must enhance your sword using the sacred flames of these providences. If you use the water dragon scale for the trial of the Faron Woods, there's a 90% chance that you'll be able to reach a new area. Oh, in Faron. Current playtime, 4 hours and 45 minutes. Whoa! Total playtime, 17 hours. Huh. Funky. I didn't know that she would keep up with stuff like that. What a good robot you are. What a blessed bot. She's more helpful than Sunbot.
To the sky.
Yeah, we have to go to Faron. Faron's the green one, right? It all makes sense now. You have to pick it up and then deliver it, and then enchant your sword, and then shake it on the... Yes, it all makes sense. It's all coming back to me now. I remember this game whenever I was a child. I used to play this game every day, but I never beat it. I never beat it, and that's why we're really playing this game, you guys, because I have to avenge my childlike self that never was able to actually defeat this stupid game. So I've got a vengeance, you guys. I've got a toll to pay. A toll to pay, and I'm gonna make this game pay for the torturous childhood that I lived, never knowing how to beat this game, and I didn't know how to Google anything. That was a lie. Don't put that in the wiki. Don't put that in the wiki. It could still go into the wiki, but it will have to be in the page of Kenny's Lies. That could be on the Kenny's Lies page. And it could still have its own entry, but it'll be like a red link, and it'll have in parentheses lie. Point to your preferred destination. So we already went here, but it said that swimming should unlock a new area. Citation needed. Clip not found. Clip not found. That was one of the lost streams. There's only been like 100 of them. Out of the 10,000, there's only 100 that have been lost. So thankfully we immediately had one of the heads of the Kenny Preservation Society
actually kept up with things really well. We only missed the first 100. Okay. Where do we go? Sealed grounds. Doesn't look so sealed to me. I can walk around here wherever I want. Maybe I should talk to the old lady. Maybe she would know. I thought, no, because they said that the fortune teller would know. And we, what? You swim to get past an area, and I can't douse. Yeah, check it out. No dousing, because it's not a trial. It's not a trial, it's to unlock a new area. So you can't douse that, and she didn't tell me where? Dead. I'm asking her some more questions. Give me some advice. Yes, master, what do you seek? A hint. These are the Faron woods, dangerous plants and... Shut up. Try again. Try again. To reach Zelda, you must enhance your sword using the sacred flame. Use the water scale from the trial. There'll be a 90% chance you'll be able to reach a new area in the Faron Providence. There's water over here. You're awful. You're actually horrible. You're worse than Alexa. Oh, look at that. What? The rock's back, boy. The logs are back up. The logs are high, dude. I cannot believe it. Yeah, just tell us where to go. Come on. You told me everything else at the beginning of the game. Why don't you just keep that up? You only gave me information whenever you were just giving me a stinking tutorial I didn't need. Oh, this one's... Oh, I must have just not pushed that one, hey? That's weird. There's water over here. I guess we gotta go water hunting. We're gonna go water hunting. Yeah! Yeah, we can get swamming over here. Well, it's not that water. That's just a puddle, dude. That's not a lake. I was promised a real pool. That was just a drop in the bucket. Ooh, well, this is another... Oh, wait, we can't get up there because we don't have the shooty dude. Oh, this is where it is. I remember seeing this, dude. I could have remembered this if I'd really thought about it. If I'd really thought real hard about it with my big old lonk thonk. If I had a big lonk thonk, I could have remembered that there was a big old hole in this tree. They really can't get away from the Deku tree idea, can they? We're gonna get inside here and we're gonna find a mustachioed trunk. And he's gonna say, Link, you're so young. What are you gonna do about the Blight Ganon? Calamity Ganon 1,000 years back. Here is a story that I'm told to tell about how all of Hyrule got pulled into hell. Yeah, hey! Damn! Oi! Thank you very much for the sub. That's 2 months, baby! Boom! That's 2 months. Thank you so much. Bada bing, bada boom. Dell, thank you so much for the support. Can we get some hype in the chat for the 2 month? 2 month? So generous. Thank you so much for the support. I hope you've been enjoying the streams for all these 2 months. Hope that these streams have just been tops. No hoppies. Hoppy, I'm cheesed to meet you? Question mark? Maybe we can cut him down. Go tell that long-tongued liar. Go and tell that midnight. Wave Buster? Yeah, the Wave Buster is a swim. So it's not a Wave Buster, right? Because that would be the swimming mechanic. Oh, bellows. Wave Buster Part 2. Wave Buster Part 2. Swing. Oh, the music was nice. Oh, I think we might have blown up something.
Oh, wait. We can point this way. We knocked him off? Shaking my head. You killed that man.
Link, you're a murderer.
Yeah, I got the Boko accidentally.
It was all part of the plan, I mean. Excuse me, all part of the plan.
Ooh. Link's on top. Link is number one. Link is climbing up. Minecraft parkour. Ooh, is it gonna be easy? Oh, this doesn't seem like a proper, oh, frick. Ooh, outplayed. This doesn't seem like a real, oh no. Bug. Bugger. Bugger. Hi. Bugger desu. Oh, wait, I want to throw this at it. Pick up that pear, boy.
Boy, you better pick up that pear. Better pick up that pear.
I can't see it.
Dang. I was going to hit it, but apparently I can't.
Oh, that was a weak toss anyway. Oh, Lonk got more shoot. More shoot. Okay. Gonna wrap him. Combo. Combo of one. Nice. You thought that those were bananas? Oh my gosh. Calico confusing spiders for bananas for 30 minutes straight. I would hate to see you at the supermarket. Ew, I don't want these. Who would buy a spider? Disgusting. Oh wait, that was the wrong spot to fall. Oh, the pears. Oh. How confusing. What a funny confusion I had. Come on, Lonk. I believe in you. You are Lonk, you are strong.
You are a good boy.
Are they pears? They might not be. I'm just calling them that because they look like it. They could have like a special Legend of Zelda name. They're called Hylian swag fruits. Don't you know that? Hylian swag fruits. That's not a pear. Oh, I pressed the wrong button again. The B button. Why do I think that that's the jump button? Maybe is that the Breath of the Wild jump button? I don't think it is. I don't think B is the Breath of the Wild jump button. That's just me being dumb. That's just me being a big dum-dum. You know, like. Oh, I see that there's a stamina fruit there. Stamina, lacking a stamina. Oh, I'm gonna have the power of juke on my side. Oh, stop. You already had one shot and you missed it. You only get one shot. I'll take that. Now I'm gonna go in here. Is this a proper dungeon? Please tell me no. Just give me my loot. Big boy. Now I'm gonna actually have to learn how to deal with. Aw, look, he looks friendly. He doesn't even look that mean. I don't want to hurt this guy. He's got sick nipple piercings too. What am I gonna do? Oh, you can cut his shield in half. I mean, it is wooden. Ooh, he mad. You're big mad. Oh, he just keeps swinging. Is that good? Aw, come on, man. Oh, okay, I don't think that that's actually hurting him. Even though it's making the nice sound. Yeah, it's making a good sound. The belly makes good sounds. Gotta hit him in his belly button. Oh. Hint, be chonky. It's probably tougher than Ganondorf. Oh, he died. He didn't even look like he was taking like damage after the first couple of hits. It was just jiggling. He was jiggling with vitality. Yeah. He was a healthy lad. Oh, it is the Deku tree. Oh. Ha, I told you they couldn't get them out of this game. I told you it was the Deku tree, because any big tree is the same tree every time. It sure is tall for being so young. Not gonna lie, Nintendo, I don't know how this timeline works, but I'm really interested in reading that Historia now. No, get out of there. Lonk.
Evans, my boy, you must avoid the hits, my boy. Stab him. Finish him.
Oh, Becky. You can't stay, but you want to pop in and wish that everybody was having a good night. Sorry, I haven't been able to make a stream in a while. Hope that you're all doing well. You're so sweet, Becky. Becky! Life gets busy. Life gets busy. I'll be here whenever life is boring. Whenever life is boring and you got nothing to do, I'll be here. I'll be here for you. I could have made that rhyme if I really wanted to. But yeah, we'll see you later, Becky. We shall see you when you're as free as a bird. When you're as free as a bird and even more bored than a bird. Even if you were a bird. Look, we find out that the real treasure was inside all along. You have reached the top of the tree. From this vantage point, you have a good view of the woods. Perhaps you will see the area you have not explored. What? It's just to show me which area we haven't made it to? I forgot about that. Aw, Burb. Master, look up there. A target. I mean, a cute little baby. I have confirmed the discovery of a new Kikwi. Yeah, me too, buddy. Analysis has a 90% sound of loud snores. I think we have to shoot him. That's horrible. Nintendo. Nintendo! Why you gotta make me shoot this poor lad with a Deku nut?
Who is it? I'm napping.
He's cute.
Oh, look at that. A real-life human. Haven't seen one of those in a while. They used to call me Yerbil. Now I'm old Kikwi Hermit. I'm watching over this forest here when I'm not napping. I don't know how you wandered up all the way up here, but let me ask you something. Can you see me? Sure can. Is that so? Well, slap yourself on the back. You know, some Kikwis can't even see me these days. But forget all that.
Yo, he kind of looks like he's got dreads, dude. But forget all that nonsense and let me lay it on you, Quirk. What kind of business does a real human have in these woods, bro? The flame! Oh, Calico, we'll see you later. Good night. Good night, Kelly. Get some rest. We'll see you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Who drew the staring into your eyes, Burb? Oh, you mean this long boy?
Wait.
You mean this guy? Wait. Yes, that was Arisa. It was Arisa all along, blast it all. That tricky artist. But it'll be gone tomorrow. It'll be gone tomorrow because we won't have that wait sound effect anymore. We're gonna switch it. Also, Alchemic, I remembered what I was gonna say, but I'm gonna finish Yerbil's conversation first. You're out of questing for the flame to enhance your sword, Quirk? So that you can find someone important to you, eh? How about that? A human who can see me and seeks a great flame, Quirk? Listen, you promise not to breathe a word what I'm about to tell you to another soul. I'm serious, Quirk. No promises. You can't keep a secret? Here I am trying to let you in on a big secret and you can't even promise to keep it to yourself. Do you want to hear it? Nah. What's it? Okay, fine, I give up. You climbed your way up here, so I'll tell you anyway. I always wonder how they get away from bad dialogue choices in these linear games. Like, I normally take it serious, but this game's got me frustrated enough that I'm curious how they get out of the linear questing. Yeah, picking the sassy answers still yields success, and this game is annoying me enough that I want to make these characters suffer a little bit. Their suffering makes mine feel a little less unusual, I guess. We share something at least, me and Yerbil. The flame you seek is most likely Faron. Yeah, that flame. That story begins a long time ago when the goddess was still with us, Kirk. 1,000 years back, man,
The goddess gave a flame to the water dragon, a great spirit that presides over Faron Woods. The way I hear it is that she left the flame in the care of the water dragon, so that one day the mighty dragon could pass it on to the one from the sky. You see, Quirk, I've got a hunch that the goddess was talking about you, lad. Well, that settles that. You must be seeking out the mighty water dragon.
Yeah, that's Die. Lad! He said lad!
Her lair's deep in the lake in the south of these woods, Kirk. She watches over the flame there. There's a problem, though. The gate that leads to this lake is sealed shut to those judged unworthy. But don't worry, Kirk. I'll let you in on a trick to opening that gate. To open the gate, you have to channel the power of the goddess into the symbol carved into its doors, Kirk. But it isn't so simple. The symbol is incomplete. To unlock the gate, you have to make the symbol whole. The only way you'll know what the complete symbol should look like is to first find the same completed symbol somewhere else in the woods. The gate is down to the south, so it's likely that there's a matching symbol somewhere up north. Try searching near this X, Quirk.
See, that's how you do the missions, Nintendo. Come on, Nintendo. Thank you for giving me my third thing that was marked on my map. Thank you. Thank you.
Is all this seeping into your head, lad? Do you know where you have to go to find the symbol you speak?
Got it.
Then I wish you safe travels, lad.
He said it 3 times. That's Die.
Oh, wait up.
I forgot. And he's got dreads. I just realized that. He has dreads and he said lad 3 times. This is Die. It's exactly like Bloody Mary. If you say lad 3 times, then Die not only is going to appear, but he is already there because he's the one that said it.
I've heard stories of folks who caught her in a fussy mood. They ended up as mid-morning snacks. I probably taste like old cave moss, but I'm in no hurry to become a royal meal. So don't tell her don't tell her.
What?
So don't let her know I told you about Feora's flame, okay? And remember, when you're in her hall, you better be on your best behavior and be a gracious guest.
Yeah, I don't think so. If there's dialogue.
I'll be napping here if you want some more of my elder wisdom. See you around.
Thanks, bruv. Really appreciate it. This game gets everybody a bit mad at Nintendo. Ooh. I tell you what, Maria, I've had some salt. I've had some delicious and tasty salt for this game. Can I just jump off this edge? Of course I can. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the left one instead of the right one, but we still survived. Dude, this game rocks. Never mind, Nintendo, you made a precious gem. It's a hidden gem. All right, we're just gonna make it to the next area, and then we're gonna save, and then we're gonna be done. But first we're just gonna go ahead and unlock the new area. We'll unlock the new area, my friends. Oh, wait. Wrong way. The exact wrong way. Still teasing me with that cube, Nintendo. You suck, dude. Is whatever the treasure that you get from that goddess cube, is it really gonna be worth it by the time that I finally have the thing? Oh yeah, I was just saying that probably because I said it. I mentioned your name specifically, Alchemic, because I know that you remember. But it's not. It's kind of non-specific. It was just. I don't know. It's like one of those little things in your brain where it's just like, darn. But it's a gaming headset. That's all. It's not important. I'm just. I was looking at a wireless headset and trying to decide what I'm thinking about getting. There's only 2 options really. There's actually only 2 that let you plug directly into the
directly into a Go XLR. There's literally only like 2 on the market that work for it. And I've already used like a pseudo version of one of them and I didn't like it. So I'm kind of like, I can't test this headset, but I know that it's one of the 2 that works. And I know I don't like the other one. So I'm kind of just like, might just grab it. Might just grab it and try it out. I don't know. Could be worth a shot. I mean, wireless headset sounds nice. I don't know if any of y'all have a wireless headset, but it seems like it'd be worth it. I know that it's lower quality if you're passing it over the waves, like lower quality music and stuff. But I mean, the convenience of being able to walk around sounds pretty good. Sounds up. Pretty swaggy. Yeah, we gotta go. Oh, it's showing me the direction of my camera rather than my person. Might as well. If you don't like it, you can return it. Oh, that's true. Amazon does have a good return policy. In fact, I've been delivered the wrong item from Amazon before, and they let me keep it. Literally, it was they gave me a giant like roller thing that you roll for what is it, the gambling thing, the little balls, you know, where you like roll it up and then you pull one of the balls out and you're like, you win. It was one of those. They sent me a huge one of those instead of a subwoofer. Doesn't make any sense why they confused that, but they let me keep it. I got a free lottery roller. Yeah, so there's a hole here. And I know what it looks like, but this is my solution to all problems. Does this please you, goddess? Smile. Smile upon your subject. Link's running while holding this is hilarious. Look at that pose. Look at that boy. Arching your back, looking very, very fancy. Play it for the enemies. Are you pleased? All right, great. Well, we need like a big plate or something. It didn't really say. It just said that you could look at what it looks like. It said that you can look for what it looks like over there, so I did see it, but it didn't give me any button prompts to be able to, like, pry it off. I thought that maybe you could take the part and you could pry it off. But it's got no button to press to, like, activate anything. I don't know. Depends on what you prioritize. If you want super top-notch music quality, battery longevity, low delay, get the money out. I mean, you see what I'm using? I'm using a Skull Candy Jib. It's an $8. It's an $8. Oh, that's right, Azrael. Yeah, we might need to just hit it with the Skyward Strike. I forgot about that option. Yeah, you're right, Lino. I bet it is. I forgot about that mechanic. It's silly that they would have me come over here, though. Why'd they make me come over here? Look, our sword's flashing here. Flashing right now. I don't think that flashing means anything. Maybe it does. It's flashing right now. Maybe that means that we got to play a song. Didn't play anything over here. She's trying to talk to you. Oh. I estimate an 80% probability that the symbol is the one that the hermit was describing. I recommend you memorize its shape. Yeah, I memorized it. It's a super simple shape, dude. Yeah, I got it, dude. I got it, Fee. Yeah, I guess I'll listen to her tip while we're over there. Bayan. Bayang. We shall return. It's Wi-Fi shaped. She's trying to tell us that the answer's on the internet. Let's Google it. Thank you, Fee. You really helped me out there. It looks like a Wi-Fi symbol. Maybe you should look it up. Look it up on NintendoofAmerica.com. Oh yeah. Yeah, you wonder what the rest of the 20% is? Yeah, she's very vague about these percentages. There's a 99% chance that I am telling you the truth. Speak to me, my darling. Master, my calculations indicate there's an 80% probability that the sacred fable... Draw the missing portion. Oh, cool, dude. That's a cool idea, as annoying as it is. Oh. Oh. Good enough? No? No? Let's see what I can draw with this thing. No, come on, man. I was trying to write. Give me a break, man. Hang on. Oh, I was trying, what I really want to do. No, I can't draw its eyes. Can you just imagine that it has eyes? All right, let's make it a square. What does square do? Ah, it worked. That reminds me of the faces that you could make in Super Mario Odyssey. Perfection. Artistic, beautiful, a good circle. Hey, that's the first thing that they taught me in art class, how to draw a circle. My art teacher would be proud right now. I was kind of expecting a safe spot over here. There probably is under this water. Link dies. Link, don't get in that water. That's polluted water. There's lake fluoride. I told you. Link, they put fluoride in toothpaste. You can't drink that. Lake fluoride. Look at all that water. There's no definition to this map. It's just a shape. It has no, what's the word that I'm thinking of? There's no definition. There's nothing to find. There's only water and eels. Sorry, you guys. I've been having a bad day. I've been stuck in my own eels. I mean, my feels. Sorry. It's a good thing there's no stamina for swimming. Shaking my head. I know, right? There's stamina for pushing a block. You can't push a block too far, but you can. Oh my god. What is that? Jelf? Jelf is what I want to call him. Another human. Another human. Okay. We have to avoid eye contact and back away slowly. Come back here. Come back here. I'm gonna spread my human germs all over you. You can't escape this human. Come back here. Come back. Come back. No touchy. Link must touchy. Yes, come here. The eels won't even scare me away, my boy. Come back. I've caught you. Quit following me, pest. If you don't move along, I'll be forced to tell Her Excellence, the Water Dragon, about your little incursion. Do it. You won't. You won't. Coward. Ha ha. Didn't see that coming, did you? Yep, there's no way you're gonna be able to follow me now. Do you think you can make it through here? Just go ahead and try. I mean, I'm trying. Yep, nothing short of a mighty spin move would get you through there. Spin move, you say? I don't know how to do that yet. I haven't learned that ability. They didn't teach me yet.
That's the first I've heard of it, my boy. Just pressing a couple of buttons. Yeah, I did. I learned the spin move underwater. Oh, really? Underwater? It's a spin attack? But how do you do it underwater? They told you when you got the scale. Oh. Oh, it's probably on the scale then, I would bet. It allows you to move, spin for a burst of speed. It just says spin. Click L. Not that L, I'd bet. What, while you're swimming? Oh, click L3, you mean? Oh, okay. L3. How's that even possible? I've never seen a human pull off a spin like that. Wait, that's the water dragon scale that you've got right on your forehead. Does that make you an emissary of the goddess? Like the water dragon said? I don't know, you tell me, Dad. What's wrong? What's wrong? Have you never seen an emissary of the water goddess before? Yeah, about that. It happened really recently. This weirdo came in here with a gang of monsters and went right after her excellence. My lady, the water dragon, is a fierce fighter, and boy, did she gobble up most of those monsters in the first few seconds. Thing is, there were so many of them. While she was distracted, the weirdo leading all the creatures managed to wound her. She's healing up right now, but says that we don't have enough special Oh. Would you please go talk with her excellence to see if you can help her out? I'll even take her to you. You mean to say that I did something trying to get a heart container that was so complicated and I accidentally fell into the main quest, did? You mean that I stumbled into a later main quest that I was able to do early? What are the odds? Yeah, you can stumble into a key into the main quest accidentally early. I don't know if that's like freedom of gameplay or if that's bad design. In this game, I'd opt for bad design. They've not seemingly had any other freedom with objectives. I've seen no other freedom with objectives. If this is the only one in the game, it's open world. Yeah, exactly. That sounds like an excuse for Nintendo's super linear freaking game over here. All right, let's save up. Let's save. I'm gonna find out what this dragon lady wants. I'm waiting for a moment to quit this game, but I will admit they are intriguing me. They are intriguing me. I'm expecting for her to open her mouth and like say, I've got tonsillitis. Please climb into my mouth and defeat the monsters inside. And that'll like activate a dungeon and then I'll be able to escape. But right now, I kind of am waiting for my next big mission. So, oh. What did this guy say? Dude, what do you want? You see those pointy, bloated fellas? Oh, we could spin them to blow up the walls. Yeah, okay. Oh, that kind of worked. Might as well heal up. Might as well heal up with failure. Is this a dragon lady? She's much smaller than I expected. Speak to me. Eep! Don't eat me! Your Excellence?
Me, the water dragon? No! Are you looking for Her Excellence? You possess one of her scales, so you must be a friend.
Well, it's perfectly apparent to Perella. It took that other guy forever to figure this out.
The water dragon just lives a little way from here.
All right, thanks. It's a secret. What? Did it just say that it's a secret? Can't just tell me these secrets like that, girl. You're gonna get us all killed with that kind of loose, with that kind of loose tongue you've got there. That kind of worked again. This is $40. Oh, I thought that this was the one. The one, don't go for the one, don't go for the one, whoop. It's a secret. It's a Zelda trope that's been in every game. It's a secret. Don't tell anybody that I told you. Oh, it's probably this one. I like how she buried herself. That's my best way. Whenever I'm wounded and I want to heal up my wounds, I just cover off all the entrances. Ooh, that's a long way.
But it looks like that's the end. Oh, that's using your noodle? Her Excellency is just ahead. Over this way. Thank you, Mr. Mustachioed Squid. Thanks, Squiddy. Are you gonna help defend me against all ne'er-do-wells? Oh boy, there's another challenge over here. Oh, I'm not skinny like you did. Come on now, hurry up. Huh? You can't get through? Sheesh, you humans and your bones. Talk about inconvenient. I guess you can leap over the top if you have to. Sheesh. When you tell a fish that you have bones, sheesh. I'm gonna need you to... I'll toss you a coin if you'll throw me for a loop. Say, Mr. Human Person, do you know how to spin jump? I do now. Thanks for telling me. You didn't even have to... Don't say another word.
Don't say another word. I've got this.
Oh, that's nice. I should have just tried that. I thought of that, but then I didn't try it. Wow, perfect jump! I'd call you amazing, but I think we both know it was the water dragon scale that made that little stunt possible. What? And everything that I do while walking is made possible by having legs, but that doesn't remove all the credit for me for using my tools in an impressive way. What are you talking about? You can only do anything because you have a brain. That doesn't negate the quality of... Goodness, what a silly squid. Also, I really like his head. His head reminds me of the keys that you get at the end of a, at the end of each area. Ooh, we're back on land. We're back on land. Oh, we could go to the sky from here. Wow. How? How? How do you get back to the sky for... I guess it's magic. Guess it's just a little bit of that Hylian magic that we've been hearing about this whole time. Yeah, with a beam of light. Exactly. Get out of here. He's just jealous that you have legs. Exactly. I've got legs and the dragon stone. He's like, darn it. You've got me covered on all edges. A goddess plume. Wow. Are you sure that in my pocket I have room for this plume? It is funny that you can hold, it's rather curious that I can hold, let's see, 17, 6, 1, 7, 1, 5, 1, 11 different types of bugs, 11 different of these cubes of happiness, a letter, 5 of these, 6 of these, 2, 1, 3, 6, 21, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3 of these feathers. Yet, and a big sack of 300 freaking bucks. Yet we can't carry like 2 jars of water. Kidding me? Link, you need to get your pocket priorities in order, my boy. That's why you don't have any room. You keep picking up all these random monster parts. Ooh, they drew the line at bottles. You're not holding that bottle. Oh, that's probably the way out. I didn't even see that there was an opening in the roof. I guess that it's just a not so centered statue. Boyan. Now we'll hippity hoppity. Boyan. Ooh, like a dive. Fancy. Gotta save our water resources. We have to save the oceans. One missing water bottle at a time. Looks like we're starting to get into the belly of the beast. Just like Ocarina of Time. But that's literally a belly of a beast. Alright, Mr. Bloop. Professor Bloop, where are we going? It's just a little travel, just a little journey. Rest in peace, Jabu Jabu. Oh, she's beautiful. She looks like Lady Toddington, dude. She looks like Lady Toddington. Oh, dear. Yikes, they're back. That one fish with the... Wait, that's one of the fish that weird... Oh, what? That's not Her Excellence. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Yike. What? He has a legion of fish? I didn't know that he had a legion of fish that he could call upon for aid. Is he Aquaman? Oh, he's dead. If you ever see a fish swimming upside down,
Doesn't mean that they're trying to view the tank from upside down. That means that they're dead.
Wow, the goddess sure knows how to pick 'em. You did great.
Jabu Jabu probably doesn't exist, Tabby. That's a fair point. It's so long ago that even an ancient great like Jabu Jabu probably doesn't exist. All right, let's open up the shell door. I see some spikes on it. I just thought that I'd try that spin while I wait for old Squidward over here.
Yeah, Squidward. Yeah, Squidward.
Come on, don't you have something to say with me?
At last we're here.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You gotta pick the lock with your tentacle?
Her Excellency, the water dragon is just up ahead. Just hang on a second.
Oh, his head is a key! I told you it looked like the keys that we were messing with. Oh my gosh, how strong is that stem on his head? Is that bone? Dude, he can twist a giant mechanism open. How strong is that skinny little neck? Holy moly, I thought he was about to twist his little head off. Jelf. Jelf, you are the key. He is the key. What a weird job. Yeah, your key head. I mean, he was born for it. He was born with a deformity of having a weird shaped head, and they were like, you know what? We're gonna make a lock out of that. Actually, we're gonna you stick your head in this clay over here, and we're gonna get an imprint of that head, because we got a job for you, buddy. We fish have lived here for 1,000 years, and we haven't seen a head that weird yet. Oh. Oh, uncanny face. Uncanny face. Oh, she looks so... No. She looks like the... Oh. I don't know what she looks like, but that's uncanny. Oh, no, 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 no. That's a whole lot of nope. Okay, it's actually better zoomed in. It actually is better zoomed in. I do like her neck thing. I do like her scales. And seeing the eyeliner makes it better. But zoomed out, it's worse. Oh, yeah, that's creepy. I do not like that.
You have intruded into my home, a sacred place that few are permitted to enter. This is no place for one such as you, and yet here you stand. You will explain how you got here, and quickly.
I'm lost.
Do not mock me, boy. Linger in my hall a moment longer, and I'll bite your head clean off.
Oh, jeez.
You have intruded into my home. There's no place.
Water dragon?
I am. Those with manners address me as Faron, the warden of the woods. I was appointed by the goddess herself.
You look more like a shrimp. You look like a shrimp, and I imagine little tiny legs inside of that jar. Little tiny little prawn legs, because you look like an overgrown shrimp with a fancy mustache that's put in the wrong spot whenever you were born.
Though my current statue is less than, well, intimidating, shall we say, know that you stand in the presence of a loyal servant of the goddess.
Yeah, whatever. Everybody calls him a loyal servant of the goddess. And also, she reminds me of, if she looks like one of the dragons from Breath of the Wild, then that's another connection, dude.
I say, that's one of my scales you have there.
It took you longer to guess that than one of the squids that was in that other area. Are you actually appointed by the goddess? You faker?
A sacred gift such as that could only be carried by a goddess's chosen hero. But could you really be him? This raises questions. Even with that scale in your possession, finding my hall is no easy task. How did you find me? Ah, yes. That cackling old hermit Kikwi told you where I live, didn't he? Honestly, I can't remember how many times I told that scruffy thing to keep his mouth shut. That's the last straw. Next time I see him, he's dinner. What?
Of course.
I knew it. But I'll be straight with you. A shrimpy boy like you hardly looks the part of the goddess's chosen hero. There's no doubt about it. A test is in order to prove that you're everything you say you are. Shortly after your arrival, I was attacked by a pompous creature named Giraffe. I stood against this self-proclaimed demon lord, but I was wounded in the encounter.
Ah, the great pharaohs of old.
The wounds that he'd given me are stubborn things. I've been forced to recuperate in this basin of sacred water. But unfortunately, I've accidentally soiled myself while in it, and it has ruined the sacred properties. I need a fresh batch. Unfortunately, the health properties of this healing water have diminished, and I'm in need of another dose to freshen up my healing bath. Bring me a container of fresh sacred water that I require. Do me this favor, and I shall gladly show you where the sacred flame is that you desire.
You got it. No thanks.
I am analyzing the water in this basin. Yeah, bruv, we already got it.
What's this? You have a bottle of the sacred water I seek with you now? Go ahead, go on and pour it into the basin.
Don't be so... You could have a little bit more ceremony, Link, and be like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on. Uh-oh, she's shaking. She's gonna turn evil. Oh, that's exactly like the fairies. Yeah, look, even the same reaction. This is the same reaction to the thing where they go like, oh, exquisite. It feels so good to be back. But can we just pause for a moment and just think about if I made it all the way here and then I would have to swim all the way back, and then I would either have to teleport to the sky and teleport back down, or I'd have to walk all the way back over to that dungeon and then search for that water just to get this dragon out of this pot. Can you just think about how annoying that would be?
Exquisite. I can feel the energy surging through me. Behold the full majesty of Faron, water dragon and guardian of these lands. I stand tall, healed and whole once again. Human, you have done well to bring me the sacred water I asked of you. I see there is no coincidence that you completed the goddess's trial and obtained the water dragon scale. In turn, I will grant you a flavor that you have asked of me and led you to the sacred flame. Come. Yes, ma'am.
Give me the flame. Give me the old flame.
I do like her sleeves. I think that might be skin.
Now behold.
Oh yeah, look, she's got a big old bow on the back. She's wearing she's wearing one of those big old Japanese robes. Can't remember their name right now. Struggling over here.
Give us that juice. Give us the juice.
Lady, you didn't give me no dang sacred flame. You just gave me another dungeon.
The waterfall has barred it. Many enemies have found their way, and inside they've flourished. But you, the goddess, chose swatting a few monsters.
Yeah, I'm not doing that tonight. All right, we're calling it a night. Fantastic. A perfect time to end. Jolly good. A kimono. Thank you, Dinah. I appreciate it. Kimono is exactly what I was thinking of. And that's what it is anyway. I mean, obviously. All right, let's save. We're going to save. All right, this is the end of the stream. Holy moly. We just played this game for 6 hours. I'll admit it was pretty fun. I'll admit, especially that trial. That trial was jolly good. I'm looking forward to the next trial. This dungeon might be a little bit of a snoozer, but I gotta say, I am looking forward to that trial. That is gonna be big fun. It's gonna be big fun, and you're totally invited to that big fun later if you want to. I'll be back tomorrow, probably playing this whole game here. Let me turn on some music really quick as we do an outro and we find somebody to raid. Somebody sweet to raid. I need some hype music whenever we're leaving. A lo-fi? No. We need some really good, like super exciting music. Where is the exciting music? Mario Kart 8 Deluxe? Oh my. That's good enough. All right. We're gonna call it a night. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time. I love all of you beans. Hope it was rocking. I'm gonna call it a night here. We're gonna be back tomorrow for more nonsense. I'll probably have some more of these lights up, Some more of these lights. I'll put them around the room, and you know what? It should look pretty cool in here. I think that we're gonna make this setup nice and fancy, you guys. Nighttime for Lonk. Lonk's so tired. He needs to get some rest. Poor lad. Poor lad. He's been yang the entire time. All right, let's see who we can raid. Who can we raid? I see that Pivots is streaming. Interesting. We could jump over and say hi to Jordan if we wanted to. I've never raided him before. I've never had the opportunity, and I might not have an opportunity later either. Yeah, we could raid old Pivs. Let's see, he's doing You Laugh, You Lose with Anti-Dark Card. Media share stream. So, you see if we got the cam on and everything. All right, let's go say hi to my guy Pivs. What do you say, you guys? Let's hop over. Say hi to my friendo Jordan. He's a really funny guy, really sweet guy. He's got a mouth on him though. So you know what? If you're not here for cursing, then boom, it's probably time for you to just head on out and go to bed. But it should be very funny over there. I'm sure that you'd have a good time. Be sure to drop him a follow. Let me just go ahead and make up a message here. Let's see. What message can we give to him? I'll probably use the wave, and we can say, let's see. Is there some animation joke that we can make? He's an animator, and a friend. Let's see. Anti-Dark Heart's also with him right now. What would be a funny message to give him? Anti-Dark Heart pivot. Maybe we're pivoting into a battle position? Let's see. I think that we could use the word pivot. Let's see. Man, my brain is fried. Holy moly. I can't think of anything right now. Pivot! Yeah, we can just say pivot! Pivot! Maybe we could just do that. Yeah, let's see. Pivot! I don't know if he'd get that. Here you go, you guys. Here's a message right here. Here's a couple of these messages if you want to jump in, you guys. Bada bing, bada boom. Pivot! Pivot! All right. We're going to drop those into the chat. Say hi to him, you guys. I hope that y'all had a wonderful evening. I love all your sweet beans. I hope that y'all enjoyed a little bit of salty gameplay, a little bit of angry boy gameplay. This game's got me ranting and raving, but you know what? It's very hard for me to activate false emotions. So I hope that you're enjoying this other side of the Earl, because you know I don't normally I very, very rarely make my emotions ridiculously fake. I don't generally pretend like I'm happy when I'm not happy. I don't pretend like I'm annoyed when I'm not in general. You know, I normally don't joke around whenever I'm not feeling jokey. So I can't always act salty if I want to. So boom, you get like a fresh emotion, like you just unlocked a new one. You just unlocked a new fresh side of Kenny. Now you get to enjoy salty Kenny, and he'll be gone for a while. That's why some of the personalities have been named different names. Like there's Lenny, of course. The Lenny mood very, very rarely comes up. So yeah, hope that you've enjoyed this little bit of madness. Hope you enjoyed a little bit of the salt. But thank you so much, mods, for watching over the chat. Alchemic Refuge, Aritza got this. Jedi Aurora are hanging out in the chat right now. Di was here. Linz was here. It was a good time. I hope that y'all get some good rest. Sorry I wasn't here. Sorry I wasn't here yesterday. My bad. My bad, but it's all right. We back at it again. It's the pivot. So I see. We're back at it again. I'm enjoying this game. We're definitely going to keep going. I'm enjoying it enough to beat it. So we're going to beat it together, you guys. So it's going to be big fun. Much love to you guys. Hope you enjoy a little bit of pivot-related nonsense. Just like Alchemic said, if you don't happen to have one of these emotes, you can just slap any old emote in there, you guys. Hope y'all had a great time this evening. I love all of y'all very much. And take care of yourself. Get some water. Make sure that you take a nice warm shower if you can. Get yourself some food. Take care of yourself. Get some sleep. I love y'all, and I want the very best for you. So good night also to the VIPs, Celestial, Kivi, Kuri, Lupus, and bless you all. Get some good rest. I'll see y'all over at Pivot Stream. And until next time, the Earl is out. See you later, Dinah. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Kivi. See you later, KP. Tayaki-san. Thanks for being here. Maria Evie. Seder Cascade. Let's go. Kivi, King and Squirrel, Lady Pink Boxster. We'll see you later, Beowulf. Toodaloo. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye, Dell. See you later. Bye. Bye. Let's go. Come on now. We're going to give some love to my friendo, the Pivot.